live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Some news here we want to get in front of you with the Texans. With the Astros, excuse me. Let's go with the most recent news. And the most recent news, as the Astros look to win Game 2 and even up this series at Target Field in Minneapolis, they're welcoming back Jake Myers, their center fielder. Slick Jake's in the lineup, baby.
Come on now.
He is back now. Hadn't played since, April 9th, where he had the oblique situation.
Dreaded obliques.
Yep.
Altuve, Diaz. Isn't Diaz an oblique too?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Diaz, he ain't leaning enough to have an oblique problem.
Yiners definitely was the oblique. Yeah, he's I forgot about that one. Yeah, you're right. That's the third one. Well, we'll get to that in just a second. But Jake Myers is back, and he is in the lineup today. Still behind the likes of Zach DeZenzo and Zach Cole, but that's all right. Easing him in slowly, but he is back in there, and we'll see where he's looking like. Now the concern is, will Jake be able to get out to center field today without any issues? I'm not going to lie to you. For some reason, with Jake, I get concerned, like, is he good? They walked out there that first time he swung and had that complaint of his side and checked him out and left him in there to hurt himself again.
That next check swing.
Yep.
Next check swing got him.
And, of course, we know last time he had an injury, and on his way running out to take his position to start the game.
Oh.
The biting of the dust was at an all-time high at that point.
I screwed it up.
Bit his ass right before he got right around the mound is where it bit his ass, and he went down, and he could not play. So hopefully he is good, and he is back and ready to go. I think this gives Bryce Matthews a day off as Jake Myers is back in this thing. The other news, Clint, not so bad. One comes in, one goes out. That is Lance McCullers Jr. He has been scratched from his start tonight. Jason Alexander, who they brought up, he is going to start in his place tonight. And this is a press release coming from the Astros. They have scratched him from his start, and they said, we will announce further information, including roster moves, prior to tonight's game at 6:40 East Central Time. So prior to tonight's game, they will let us know more. So Cheryl, Tyler, myself, Clint will all be on it, and I'm sure the text line will be too, to see what this means.
Still no details on Lance's?
No.
Hopefully it's a fingernail, boys. Hopefully it's a fingernail.
I hope he's just sick.
Yeah, I got the poops.
Got the poops to the flu. I hope that's what it is. Sick like that. Hope that's
okay.
That's what it is.
Fair, very fair.
Yeah. Fingernail, yeah. The concern is, and we brought it up, is that this isn't arm shoulder situation. That's the concern.
I hope this isn't flat ground. Playing catch on flat ground. I hope that's not either.
I don't think he has that in him. I really don't. But he will be scratched. But last night, I said on the way out of the show last night, do you think you will feel better about him after he leaves the mound? And Clint, I think many people were skeptical if they would, but at the very least, last night was progress. last night was progress, and I think a really, really good night, to be honest, for him. He went 4 2/3, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, and really just by the same person. He gave up 2 home runs to Josh Bell, who he made a mistake changeup to, and somebody who just was seeing the ball well off. And by the way, Josh was on a homerless streak for a while until he ran into Imai last night. But no walks to 5 strikeouts, which is a huge deal for him in 74 pitches. And he only went 4 2/3 because he had to sit 2 hours for a rain delay, and they weren't going to get him back up. But he was certainly poised to go longer. And hell, Clint, we know how Joe seems to handle things. He may let him go in the 8th, to be honest with you, the way Joe handles things. But he was pitching pretty well and would have had a great line if he could have avoided Josh Bell, who's the one who hurt him.
Yeah.
But that was a sign of progress. The no walks is the huge category right there when you see that.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's it's a lot of good, man. I think the context really matters in this. If you're an Astros fan, not that you could have felt any worse, but you definitely have to feel better given what MI did last night. A lot of swing and miss. I mean, some really good stuff. He did dabble with more than 2 pitches. I think he threw 4 changeups, one of which got deposited over the fence. But he did dabble in more than just 2 pitches. And I think there's a lot of good to take from it. You mentioned the delay. Hell, I mean, the rain came at a perfect time. Thank you, Jesus. I think it is far more important that MI get out of that start with a ton of confidence. With nothing bad happening, again, other than one guy seeing a couple of pitches, and versus going in there and trying to get 6 or 7 innings out of him, and then all of a sudden he gets into some trouble and he ends up giving up 5 earned runs or 6 earned runs, and then it's another one of those outings that on paper looks bad. I thought it was an absolutely beautiful night as far as MI goes. The Astros won last night. I know they really didn't, but the Astros
won
6-3. Yeah. Yes, but they won last night relative to that starting pitching coming around. If this can be just kind of the tip of the iceberg, and this guy starts to come around and get better every outing instead of play tug of war with the organization on how to attack hitters, if we actually get down to what is actually the best version of him, and we start seeing that would be huge moving forward.
Yeah, I said 2 things yesterday. Can you show me just like a credible average starting quality, level pitcher in baseball? Can you just show that? And can you at least, because as we said yesterday, they gave him $18 million per, and $18 million and someone in Jim Crane who's not really big on the, hey, man, let's give him player options. I remember he didn't want to do that with Correa, didn't want to do that with others. He gave him player options, of which he has over the next 2 seasons. Show us the reason why he was a hot commodity. Mm-hmm. Is there, what's something that you can, all right, maybe he has a rough couple innings or an inning, but show us something. And one, like we said, man, outside of Josh Bell, who had 2 of the 5 hits, he threw the ball pretty well, yeah. and he did pretty well, and he looked like he had more confidence as the game went on. And then his slider was something that was clearly effective. The Twins weren't picking it up well. They had swings and misses on his slider, and that is a pitch that he seemed to be very comfortable and confident in throwing. And that is a pitch where you can look at and say, all right, he can get some swings and misses. That's one that could be hard to pick up. So you got a chance to see a little bit of maybe the special part of his game. And I can't see how anyone's just like, all right, hey, we're not going to lose our minds here. We're not going to go crazy and just say he's back. Now it is, all right, that's the guy who was celebrating when KD hit that game winner, the guy we love. No, I mean, he may come out and pitch like dog. Yes, his next start. But this at least, this has to give you some confidence, and I think more importantly, to the point where you were saying, hey, man, get the tarp out on there. He's got to give him some confidence. Yeah. He's got to walk out there feeling good.
Absolutely. I think it's a big win for the Astros. I mean, if you can get that guy moving in the right direction, along with getting the guys that at some point are going to be back from IL stints and off of injury, you could potentially put something together here. He's He's a big piece of that, especially with the Lance McCullers news. And, I mean, he's a big piece of what – with all these other guys getting injured, he becomes more and more important.
Well, I bet Dana was somewhere and lost his mind.
Went that good game, good loud?
Dana was up there in Minnesota like this.
I bet he dropped to his knees when that rain hit.
You think he did?
Oh, Blummer and them boys was talking about it, man. They was telling old girl down there in the dugout, hey, if you better plan your exit strategy. You ain't got no exit from down there. She was sitting down there in the dugout, kind of in the end of the dugout. It's fixing to rain. You better. Well, I guarantee you, Dana was like, please just rain this thing out. Just come a damn downpour, boy. We got 4 2/3, man. Let's go. That's plenty.
I think he could have had 6. I think he really could have had.
He could have. Yeah,
Joe was going to push him 6. I mean,
going to give him a shot.
Yeah, he's going to. It certainly was. All right, coming up. Last night, especially if you were finished with that Astros game and maybe you switched over during that delay and saw some of it. An amazing game. What a game one it was. Double OT. The Spurs go on the road and win. Was that man, big first game. Little Russ had played for a while. Not to read a whole lot into it. These are two good teams that played. Or is this a sign of things? Is this a sign of things that maybe OKC is in more trouble than many people think? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I'm looking at these old boys on Pardon the Interruption, y'all, and I'm talking about two cats that's got some serious hair loss issues going on and have for a while, hell, since I've known who they are. Look, here's the deal. They need advanced hair restoration. If you're out there and you're
consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The best burgers in town and so much more. Check them out at Bex Prime online, BexPrime.com.
It's your primitive and yet them.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Clint's in the building, Tyler's in the building, yours truly as well. We appreciate you jumping in with us, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you jumping in with us and hanging out with us on this lovely Tuesday evening. Last night, right, all three of us on Spurs Thunder. All three, all your Spurs Thunder. That is, especially that second half, that fourth quarter, those overtimes. That was fun. That was fun. If you're a sports fan and you turn to it, I think it's hard to have not continued to watch that thing. It just had everything. It had an emerging star, something you hadn't really seen a lot of. Two really young, great players. Clearly, Wemby, and he expressed it afterwards, was a little motivated seeing SGA get the MVP for the second straight time. And he's expressed he wants to win those trophies, and he came out and played like he was inspired. And we saw what feels like has been the two best teams in basketball throughout the season face off, and they faced off to a great game. Double OT, the Spurs win 122-115. My question and thought, I was not surprised that the Spurs won game one. I thought they could win early. Do you think this is, and what you watched yesterday, like, all right, man, these are two really good teams. There's going to be some back and forth here. There's going to be some, and it was just two teams playing a really good game, and the Spurs just happen to have enough at the end? Or do you think this is a sign that this is a situation in which the favorite, OKC was a 6.5-point favorite going to that game last night. Do you think that may be a sign that this is a situation where the Thunder might be in trouble?
Yeah, look, the Thunder might be in trouble. That's for damn sure. I think it's a sign. I mean, if Thunder might be in trouble, the answer yes. We talked about this yesterday. I think the Spurs got a real chance to win this series. Obviously, they do now, being up 1-0 and stealing one in Oklahoma City. But when you just look at the quality depth that can, maybe not as deep as Oklahoma, but can damn sure get close and run with them. And now those supporting players, if you will, supporting role players, if you will, are absolute nails and knock down big shots. Obviously, Wemby was tremendous. The game plan in terms of trying to keep the ball out of SGA's hands, it worked significantly. Really the whole game. But I mean, obviously in the fourth quarter, I think he had 18 in the fourth quarter. So the first three quarters, you're defensively kept him out, out of the score sheet for all intents and purposes, to be honest with you. So obviously their plan was really good. I think Oklahoma City's in trouble. I think Oklahoma City's in trouble because now what I know now about the Spurs that I didn't know before. I'll use me as just a casual fan. I didn't put a whole lot of stock into, hey, they won 4 or 5 during a regular season. There's a lot of guys that were injured for Oklahoma City throughout that. I know you could probably say the same thing about San Antonio, but it's regular season.
Playoff basketball is different.
Totally different, right? And so you look at the way that Oklahoma City had the ability and has had the ability all year long to kind of toy with folks. They did it in the first round of the playoffs, kind of just toy with folks, and then when it's time to turn it on, they turn it on and they go get it done. That's what great teams do. Well, last night they turned it on multiple times in the fourth. They turned it on multiple times in both overtimes, and every single time San Antonio bowed their neck and answered. And that's the part that was the unknown about San Antonio, because it is playoff time, and we hadn't seen this group in San Antonio in the playoffs at this level. And now when the lights are the brightest and the stage is the biggest, they're not going to flinch. And so I just think we learned that about Wemby, and we learned that about the Spurs. And that's really, I think, one of the main things that Oklahoma City had over the Spurs. We had seen them do that, plenty of times before. So, yeah, man, I loved watching what I watched last night.
Yeah, man, I'm trying really hard not to overreact to this game because we do it. I mean, God love him. He's been on this show several times. I mean, did you see the overreaction Kendrick Perkins had to Game 1 of the Timberwolves
Yes.
Spurs series? He had picked the Spurs to win the championship. He then jumped off of that after the Game 1 against the Timberwolves and said they ain't gonna get out of this series. Like, I mean, he just jumped. He jumped completely.
What do you call it?
This kid ain't gonna get out of this series. He really enunciates that word for some reason every time he says it. But I don't want to overreact to that. But
I want to overreact.
I just wonder how many times the Spurs lose a game in which SGA goes 24 and 12 assists in the game, has 18 or has however many he had in the fourth quarter. Jalen Williams returns. He goes for 26 and 7. And Caruso is 8 for 14 with 31 points. If I just said that, I don't know how many teams beat them with the way they play defense. How many teams beat them when that happens? And then also they had forced 23 turnovers with the Spurs, and the Spurs were without their second best player in De'Aaron Fox. And there were plenty of times in the second half and in the fourth quarter overtime, you're like, boy, they need a point guard to come over there and just grab that ball here for a second. Like, let's take the air out of this. Let's just calm down. But they lost with all of that happening. All of that happening. And like, SGA shot the ball poorly, and I'm sure he'll make some adjustments, and their coaching staff will make some adjustments. Like, I thought it was a well-drawn up, not to get too deep into the game, but well-drawn-up play that they made to tie the game to force it to overtime, where he forced Wemby into a decision to not – they knew he wouldn't leave Chet, so he wouldn't have an open three to win the game. Like, I think there'll be other things that he's able to get to his spots better. But he kept getting to his spots, and you mentioned this potentially yesterday. He kept getting to his spots, and that long-arm dude was coming, at least appearing to be on the other side of the lane, but still with just one step getting there and contesting. I remember he blocked one of SGA's mid-range jumpers that rarely gets blocked. So I think he's going to struggle getting his shots as easy as he is. We'll see an adjustment, so I don't want to overreact, but that was a lot going the Thunder way. And I know they'll tell you they didn't play well. Chet looks like he's scared of this Wemby character. And Wemby cannot wait to get a hold of him every time he goes him. So that's got to improve. But boy, they had so much going their way, and they still lost that game at home. Which is concerning.
The interesting part about Wemby's game too, talking about him wanting to win MVPs, it's just a matter of time. I mean, the way he impacts the game on both ends of the floor is. I mean, is there anybody in the league right now doing it?
His impact of the game is higher than I would say anybody. What he does offensively.
Well, but you look, Ron, like the margin for error. Like you go down, if you're San Antonio, you go down, and I don't even know what the stats would tell you. I'm just talking about from watching the game. You take shots if you're San Antonio, and you got a chance to get offensive rebounds and get other looks. I mean, if you're the way that he dominates, especially late when games on the line, the way that he dominates the paint, I mean, he's going up and getting rebounds and not even jumping on sometimes over 2 or 3 guys from Oklahoma City. Like, if you're Oklahoma City, you're getting – I mean, if you get a second shot, if you get an offensive – and I'm talking about late game, 20 seconds left. We're talking 1 or 2 possessions max. If you get multiple looks at it, I mean, the ball just had to flat ass bounce your damn way. I mean, you know what I mean? Like he is underneath there getting rebounds, deflecting, rebounds out of bounds. He's impacting every bounce of the ball off of the rim. When you do get off a clean shot, he's impacting it in such a major way that it's just like your margin for error. You better hit that first shot. if you don't hit it, San Antonio's probably going to come down with that rebound and get another look at the other end.
Yeah, and he's forcing them to change how their play. Like they couldn't even play Hartenstein, and he's probably the one who can maybe physically, move him and create problems. He couldn't even. They love to play him and Chet together. They couldn't play them on the floor.
He's another one. Now Chet looks like he's intimidated, but when you talk about Hartenstein looked like he was frustrated. Like he was in his head too.
Hell, they only played 12 minutes. They didn't play him. Yeah,
he's kind of like me. It's easy to get him frustrated. Don't take long.
My man Tyler Castle had 11 assists and 11 turnovers yesterday.
Spurs did it with their point guard sitting on the bench.
And the guy who handled the ball had 11 turnovers. The most, and they still won. Text line, get off Wemby's nuts already.
Nope. Nope.
Oh, man.
I'm there.
Big old alien nuts.
I'm telling you.
Man, you put forth a performance like that. Nah. That three he hit to send it to, what was it, double OT? That three he hit, I'm sorry.
Hey, man.
All over him.
From Croatia.
I'll see if I can see if I can find my old puffer jacket, my old Spurs puffer jacket back in the day.
I'm not saying I need to find a jacket, but that was impressive.
I'm a fan.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm a fan.
Ooh. I got to see in the Spurs. There's some pressure on the Thunder. They can't lose this one. They can't go down 0-2 here.
Would you want to go to the game Friday? San Antonio, Oklahoma City, guaranteed 1-1 coming back to San Antonio in that building?
I could probably get down with that.
I should have got our tickets last week.
Well, I'm not saying that we can get tickets, hell.
Hey,
I mean, I don't know if they're available.
Hey,
I don't know. We just had that conversation with you about 2 weeks ago. I don't know that it's taken. I don't know that I don't know that you're there yet.
Say Parker, we probably can't get tickets, but we wouldn't mind covering that game for you.
Could you imagine what that building's going to be like? It's a Friday. Man. It's Friday, by the way.
Oh man, that whole city, man. That'd be if I was saying it, that'd be one man. I'm just no good to go to work.
Yeah,
I just call in and start tailgating. they got a lot of room around that arena. Just start tailgating. Coming up, we'll get you updated on everything happening for the Astros as they take on the Twins. A lot of changes and some update on some injured players. We just talked about Game 1 last night of the Western Conference Finals. The Eastern Conference Finals get going tonight between James Harden and the Cavs and the Knicks. And other NFL news as well as we continue rolling right here live on The Drive.
All right, all my athletic directors, coaches, superintendents, booster clubs, board.
Just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is I just had to pay a $109.97 bill when I had that high blood pressure thing, and I had to go to that ER.
Hey, T, when you go to the ER and you got high blood pressure, you're scared to death. You ain't real sure what's going to go on.
I'm very happy about it.
I would pray. I hope like hell my ER bill, they go, hey, you owe me $200. I mean, I
don't hope it didn't. I hope they would say to me, out of the kindness of our heart, man, we love you. This one's on us.
This one's on the house, Ron.
I'd give him a shout out. I'd give him a shout out on the air, everything.
My man, they saved his life.
Free.
Saved his life. You sure you want that 197?
It's 109. 109.
Oh, it's
97.
109. It's not even.
Almost,
Save
me the 3 cents.
Oh, I thought it was closer to 200.
Save me that 9.
So it was $110.
109.97.
$10 away from a double-digit payment.
Hey, man. You should have saved it, man. You should have let that. You should have let that blood.
I just wish I could have talked to somebody. See if we can get it.
Did you get your money back from the other one that took your? No question.
Good job. That was rightful.
Why did I ask the question?
Automatic.
He couldn't. I bet he didn't get out of this parking garage before he was on hold with that department.
And I went on up there.
Oh, did you?
Showed my face. I want to make sure. I want to see it.
Hey guys, we're on the show. Can I get some money back?
See if they gave me my receipt. Yeah, they gave me my receipt. Yep, your payment has been received.
Oh, yeah.
Try to hold that one off, man.
In 2026, they've realized the easier it is for you to pay, the more likely it is for you to buy. Now, not necessarily for Ron, and not necessarily medical things. I'm just talking about in general.
Yeah, I'd like to have talked to somebody, see if we can get this down.
I've spent $500 in supplements since we started our show today.
You got to be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, it seems a little excessive.
It does. You're just sitting over there in breaks.
No, I've been
fish oil with gold in it.
No, I've been thinking about it, and the only reason I hadn't hit send yet was because I didn't have the address, and I had to. Once I got the information, I just plugged it in, hit send, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah.
Now one of them's a 3 month So I mean, it's not like it was.
Yeah, I'd have to think on
3
that.
month
I'd have to
supply.
think on that one a little bit longer. If I hit send on that, I'd have to think on that a little longer.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Took me 3 months to agree to red.
You need to see. I mean, that is unbelievable.
I like Flintstone vitamins.
We started adding up that gas. I really enjoyed it, man. Started adding up the
When
gas.
do you take
the
care of
cost,
yourself?
And just always saving that
when
cash.
you're hot, when your
Saving
blood
that-
pressure's through the roof.
That's saving the
your heart
cash
fixes
is
to blow
taking care
up.
of me, man.
No, it's not.
God, man, these gas prices
believe
going up,
it,
man.
Believe it or not,
Yeah,
it is not.
It is, man.
The
showman. It is, boy. How much money we had, Red. Miss you, man. All right. All right. The Astros.
It's the healthiest I'd ever been, Red.
It really was.
See you at the funeral.
Not mine. I'll find a way, baby. Ain't paying for that. All right, Astros, they are in Minneapolis to take on the Twins. Gonna give you some news first. First, we'd heard yesterday that Jake Myers was en route to Minneapolis and would be a factor in the series. At some point, that factor is happening today. He is in the lineup today. We'll give you the rest of the lineup, but he is there in center field. Real quick, your thoughts about Jake returning back to the lineup. He's been going since April 9th.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, especially with the Altuve being out, obviously you need Bryce to be in at second base. Even though today I know Shoemaker's in there, I don't mind that. I like what he brings to the table. I like the way he goes about his business, so I'm not opposed to that either. Swinging the bat well too. So, but with Altuve being out, you want all your second base options, all your infield options available. And it's good to have Jake back in the lineup. I can't wait to see if he can kind of get back to where he was last year when a really good season for him got derailed by injury. Can he get back to that? And obviously, if he can help lengthen this lineup some and maybe bring a little pop to the back half of the lineup. And we'll see. It's good to have you starting center fielder back and a guy that hit anywhere from your 7 to your 9 hole.
Yeah, I was kind of enjoying to see if Bryce Matthews would be able to really get better and better playing that. But Hil Altuve's out, so you got different options of still being able to keep him in the lineup. But Jake, we have to remember, Jake is still kind of at least a younger player, and he had at least from a hitting perspective last year, he had a career year, and. We'll see if he can finally get back to doing that. Let's just hope that he is completely healthy and ready to roll and doesn't have any other issues. But he swung the bat really, really well last year and became a player on a team that was one game away from making the playoffs, a player that was a really important piece to the team. So we'll see what he is able to do coming back. The other news from and Tyler and Cheryl will keep us updated if they see anything. I haven't seen anything yet that is nope, I have just seen it. Lance McCullers, he was scratched, and now we're hearing from Joe Espada. Lance McCullers scratched from his start today. Joe Espada said that he was scratched with shoulder inflammation.
Oh, shoot.
Shoulder inflammation, Joe Espada said. McCullers is on his way back to Houston to be evaluated by the team doctors.
I don't know where my brain immediately goes at this point.
You guys ready for this one? McCullers has been pitching through this, quote, for a while, Espada said.
Genius.
All that does is tell you it's something that's been lingering. It's not just something that just popped up in a bullpen session between starts.
Once again, if you missed that, Lance McCullers, he was scratched from his start. We did not know. We do now know what it was. Shoulder inflammation, Joe Espada said. McCullers is on his way back to Houston to be evaluated by team doctors. McCullers has been pitching through this for a while. And I just want to remind you, this is the same McCullers who got deemed the name Luxury Lance by Clint in this show. Also the fellow who just basically missed like 2.5 years, 3 years of play because of shoulder and elbow issues, just serious arm issues that he had, and had to miss time, has had Tommy John, and they said this is something he has been pitching through for a while, and finally now they've said, let's stop.
Go ahead and tack on to that arguably his best pitch throughout his whole career is a pitch with a lot of movement. that requires that kind of torque on the arm.
And he is not slowed
what are
up.
we doing?
He's not slowed up from throwing it. Like, isn't Lance McCullers a shoulder, elbow, boy, I feel something. All right, maybe we got to let's stop
Shut it
right
down
now.
immediately.
Yes.
Let's stop right now.
Yes.
Unless he's at the end of the rope, end of his rope, and he just said, "Hey, look, I'm going to pitch through it, and if it don't work, I'm done."
Bury me in the H.
Again, they know more about this than we know. But to think that Lance McCullers has had something that has been lingering, as you said, he has been pitching through this for, quote, a while. He seems like the last guy that you would just say, all right, man, pitch through it. So he's back to Houston to get evaluated. So that's the other big news. Lance out. I'm going to assume potentially an IL stint here if we're looking at
minimum.
Issues with the shoulder.
That's right.
And then Jake Myers returns. By the way, the rest of the lineup, they're going against somebody by the name of Zebby. Zebby is pitching.
I like
Second
it.
start
For the
of the
Twins.
season.
Big fan of the name. Y'all think Lance is a private jet guy back to Houston, or he flying first class commercial?
Oh, he's PJing it.
Can he go?
Crane's sending it for him.
Can he go first class United?
We can, yeah.
I feel like that's what he's doing.
Can't go Spirit no more.
I mean, Lance McCullers can't get on no direct flight from Minnesota, can he?
Yes, absolutely he can.
He would, though.
I mean,
Not with that hair.
I don't know.
I mean, you think? I think we'd see guys.
I mean, he's footing the bill himself, right?
No. Hell no. The team's flying him back.
Crane's putting him on the PJ for sure.
That's got to be a private jet, man.
Providing all the ice packs for his arm.
That's got to be a private jet
Listen,
with a trainer, no question.
I mean, the level of your confidence in this is just a little.
No question.
A little. Who was it that they kept that made just ride a bus for rehab start?
Oh, that was
Litmus Diaz. Is that who that was?
Oh, I was thinking.
They made a Litmus Diaz ride a bus to his 888 start. His rehab assignment.
Oklahoma City or something like that.
You remember that? And you were pissed that they didn't at least give that man a Sprinter van.
Oh, they put him in a Sprinter. No, man, that's got to be a PJ, bro.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, Lance has cost him enough money. No, man, take your ass on this United. You can get the first seat. All right? Take your ass on.
Premier X.
I've given your ass $85 million already here for you to just sit down here and miss 3 years. No. Shoot, you're lucky I'm not putting you on Southwest.
All these decision makers need to go, man.
Yeah, that's weird. By the way,
like Southwest?
I do like
There's
Southwest.
nothing to like about
I
Southwest.
love it, man.
I'm a United guy.
Fine, man. I'm fine with it.
You could sponsor Team Mill's Best Bets, by the way,
Sponsor
United.
me, and I would love to take those flights. The Astros, they're going up against some guy named Zebby. Pena's back in the lineup, 2 straight games, thank goodness. Paredes, Alvarez is the DH. Walker, DeZenzo, Cole. There's Jake Myers in center. Shoemake, and then Vasquez. And again,
That's the best. Quizzy.
Vasquez. And then again, as you know, Jason Alexander, he is getting the ball instead of Lance. Man, he's going to be that throw he made, man. He's lost Vasquez. That throw he made the other day.
You got to be a Quizzy, huh?
He's a quiz. He's got to lose that. All right, we'll see if the Astros can even up this series.
I'm faded as hell right now.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Spurs, they win game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. The Cavs and the Knicks are going to have to do a lot to top this. It feels like this Spurs series is going to be really, really competitive. Spurs Thunder series is going to be really, really competitive. Are you finding yourself excited for this Cavs Knicks series anywhere close to where you are about the Spurs Thunder?
No.
Yeah.
No. I am a lover of the Hill Country, which includes the San Antonio area. I'm a lover of Texas, which includes the Spurs. So, and by the way, the Spurs just happen to have a team and a player that's a lot more fun to watch than anybody in these matchups. But in this other matchup, however, Ron, I do believe it has potential. Not it ain't gonna get to the San Antonio piece of the Western Conference for me, but I think it has potential. I mean, I think both of these teams have guys that I can't speak for everybody, but they can damn sure captivate me, right? I mean, in terms of my eye and watching basketball, They've got guys that I like stylistically, what they do, how they go about it. It's fun to watch. I can root for them. And so it's got potential. Now, I don't know what plays out on the floor. We'll see. But I think they got the dudes to make it overall, just generally speaking, as entertaining. What says you?
Yeah, it's interesting. Tyler has mentioned this a couple of times about, man, I wonder if the atmosphere will be able to match up what we saw last night at OKC. I think that's going to be the best part about, like, New York, the games in Madison Square Garden in the postseason the last couple of years, and I think them being in the Eastern Conference Finals and how confident they are, It is a live, fun crowd. Like, it just looks like, damn, like I wish I was there, right? You'll see Ben Stiller half drunk, Tracy Morgan. Hopefully he's not vomiting on the court. It'll be.
Damn it, Parker.
Fat Joe. He'll be like, you'll see the whole run, and just even the celebrities. It just feels like the place to be, and that place is live all the time. And you're right, like we got the big guns over here in Wemby and SGA, but Brunson and Mitchell are fun watches. Yeah. I think James Harden's the most known person in the series, but Brunson and Mitchell are fun watches.
Absolutely.
And then it is always fun to watch. All right, what's Karl Anthony Towns going to be?
Agreed.
What is he going to be?
And I love Ron that his tied to New York. And the like last year it really came to fruition. Obviously, the stories came out, and maybe they were out before, but they showcased them last year. I think that makes it almost like an emotional tie to something that you have no emotional tie to. That was really cool to watch. So knowing kind of his background and how he feels about the city and representing the city is cool. You mentioned. James Harden, obviously having a Robin to the Batman that could get you 30, that could change games throughout a series. I think makes it that much more entertaining, obviously, for the casual fan. But yeah, you mentioned the Garden is obviously big. I saw a picture earlier with Lenny Kravitz.
Lenny, huh?
Lenny Kravitz was at one of the recent games and was pictured. Man, I didn't know Lenny was a Hoops fan. Who's not up there, I guess. But.
He's doing the music for, or he did, NBC has Carrie Underwood. He does the NBA Sunday night basketball thing, the music thing. Lenny does. Len Kravitz, yeah.
Leather fishnet tops only.
And I believe he's got that in leather in that video.
Leather.
Yeah, that mic rolling back and forth. No, man, this has to be a fun series. Just like, again, the atmosphere will jump out at you. By the way, the Knicks, they are a 6.5-point favorite in the game tonight, just like the Thunder was last night. I would say, to me, Knicks in 6. I feel closer to 5. Knicks in 6. I think they'll get to the finals, and it is absolutely what the human penis Adam Silver is hoping and praying for, that the Knicks can find themselves to the finals. And if it's Wemby, that is the dream. The star against the Knicks and how people feel about that. So that is probably the quest, not the defending champion, Oklahoma City. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bet as we get rolling here on a Tuesday. We won't talk about what happened on Monday, but T-Mill's best bet and the pure thought of me saying we won't talk about what happened on Monday. I think you got an idea of what happened on Monday. If you could think whatever the worst result could be, that would probably be it. But it's a new day. We turn the page. It is a Tuesday. We'll see what Tyler can do on best bets tonight on a Tuesday. And, of course, he's going for more bets, so he's got a nice little run here. We'll see what he does. And we got to revisit this story we just found out. We just found out coming into 5 o'clock fire. The latest on Lance McCullers. That's next.
All right, y'all. Look, spring is here. Summer's right around the corner. And I'm just wondering, are you still feeling
is coming to Toyota Center November 18th, and we've got your tickets. Just be listening to Payne and Pendergast in the 7 a.m. hour every morning this week for your chance to win. Be the designated caller, and a pair of tickets to see Journey could be yours. Courtesy of Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
News coming up here momentarily on Lance McCullers. There is some new bit of news that has just dropped. Coming up in just a bit, though.
Damn it, Lance.
I know it. T-Mill's best bet. He's trying to jump back and reclaim this week. The Red Monday, 0 for 3 on Monday, but he's been here before. And he will try to recover that, so stay tuned for that T-Mill's best bets. Make sure you listen for that, as Tyler's going to try to get back on track and win a little bit of cash. All right, we had told you earlier in 5 o'clock fire, and it just kind of came out around that time. Lance McCullers, we finally got a reason why he was scratched. We heard earlier in the day, Tyler came with a breaking news sounder that Lance had been scratched from tonight's start against the Twins. Well, we have found out a little bit more. Lance was scratched with shoulder inflammation, is what the manager Joe Espada said. McCullers is on his way back to Houston to be reevaluated by the team doctors. McCullers has been pitching through this, quote, for a while, according to Joe Espada, and then this just dropped. This is now official. Lance McCullers Jr. is on the injured list with right shoulder inflammation. Shea Whitcomb has been optioned. Nate Pearson, who we had talked about being there, he is up, and as well as Jake Myers is active. So Lance, it has been determined on his way back to Houston, Lance is going to the IL, Clint. So that is official right now.
Unfortunate, man. I was at a point, as I said earlier, I've been at a point with Lance over the last month or so where as I kind of try to see the light at the end of the tunnel for the Astros, in a sense of like, how do they get this starting rotation right? You get Hunter Brown back, Spencer Aggetti's doing his thing. Is Peter for real? And then where does he fit in? I'm kind of working these pieces around. I'll be honest with you, I've had little to no thoughts about Lance McCullers being in that mix. As bad as it is, I had little to none of late with Lance McCullers. So hate to see it happen. I think he's at this point in his career where if he's got any kind of issues, like real issues that include surgery and any kind of rehab, I think he's done. And it's wild to think that the entire time that we've been watching him pitch this year, given his history, as you mentioned in the last segment, to think that the Astros are like, yeah, go ahead and pitch through it. That'd be a good idea.
That is
for Lance. That's wild.
That is an odd. Shouldn't say it's an odd determination with this group.
Well, it's
a new group, but it's just weird that many people with his history and knowing. Remember the last time? Wasn't it really a little bit of Lance just wanting to go ahead and pitch through it instead of taking the surgery, and you let him do it again?
It's even odd with him, given where he's at. Now, it's obviously on brand for him previously when he was younger and all gas, no brakes. But I think when you look at Lance, kind of where he was at the beginning of the season in spring training with his career, almost seemingly, it was almost like he was talking himself into playing another year instead of retiring. You would think at that point, hey, man, if I've got some shoulder issues, I'm going to go ahead and call this thing up. The thought of that, in where he was at in his headspace, the thought that his mind is like, yeah, let me pitch through this is interesting. So not just, yes, absolutely, team doctors, this training staff, this organization dealing with all the injuries they've had, that is a very interesting approach to a player that's been injury prone, and the player himself to not shut himself down to some degree. That's an interesting approach. So nonetheless, here we are once again with Lance McCullers.
Yeah, I wonder, and like Tyler said in my ear, Like you get concerned if he's trying to pitch through it, how serious this is.
This could be it, man. Like,
No, I mean-
I hope not. I am not wishing that. Everybody in Houston loves Lance McCullers, always will. But, dude, this could be the end of the road that we see Lance McCullers pitching in an Astros uniform.
Or any uniform. Like Clint
Right.
said, though, like anything to have to do with Lance's elbow, shoulder, anything to have to do to that arm could be the end. Right? Like this, like again, man, that's why when people, every time you talk about Lance, it's a weird mixed conversation amongst Astros fans with he's stealing money, he's stealing everything. Like the amount of work, again, I think some of this was caused from himself, but I don't even put that on him. I think this may be another situation. Like the doctors and training staff, to me, got to save athletes from themselves. And I wonder how much that occurred in this entire time frame with Lance that he's had stuff. But the amount of time and effort, hell, you know better than any of us, the amount of time and effort that it has taken every single time that Lance has had to gear it back up to get himself together, whether it was the bone spurs, whether it was the rest and relaxation, and let me try to get myself back before the amount of times that it has an effort and energy it took to get himself back, the amount of times he had to try to pitch, boy, you as you said, you wonder how many more of those he has in.
Well, I tell you, it takes me to a place, guys, of where I wonder if this was a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, if you're
right. You talk to the team, you sit down and talk to Joe, and it's like, hey, man, I'm going to give this thing one more shot. I don't have another, rehab stint, surgery and rehab stint in my tank. I'm done if that's the case. I'm going to push the envelope a little bit here. Yes, with a little different mental approach and all the different things that he voiced over spring training and early season. But you wonder if the tightness in the shoulder is one that they all agreed, hey, we're going to push through this because this is my last ditch effort.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder what a while is.
That makes more sense, Ron, than just, hey, man, go on, pitch through it, given the organization and the player himself, their history.
What it feels like to me, man, and I hope I'm just not being optimistic enough. No one wants to see this and see it end this way, but it feels that way.
I just like even Tyler and Clint, like, all right, man. Hey, man, we got an out, man, to give you a little rest, man. That nail, damn, man. Let's get you a start off with the nail and the shoulder.
It was a perfect opportunity.
Let's get you 10 days.
No. We're gonna push you through the nail and the shoulder.
He's 36%. Good to go.
That's just it is just really surprising that again they see him and they know more than we know, and they've seen more than we've seen. But Lance McCullers dealing with shoulder issues, dealing with it for a while, now going to the IL, and then that's the thing is, did it just pop up on him today? Like, did it? Because he's a scratch today.
He's been dealing with it for a while. Right?
I know he's been doing, but was today when he got up a different feeling?
Sort of new level,
Was this a new level? Did that happen today, or was it yesterday? Yeah,
probably that damn mound and up there.
That's probably what it was, man. He probably slipped on it.
Maybe he needs to talk to Emma and get more vertical in his delivery.
Maybe somewhere he took the hit that Payne did, AA, and landed on that sucker. I don't know. Yeah, man,
boy, I tell you, I feel for Lance, man.
I do.
He's got to be out. He's got to be out of giver rips.
Yeah, man. He's got it. I mean, he's probably over taking his last trip to Houston to see the doctors. But he's probably over that thing. All right, T-Mill's best bets. He does them every single night. Trying to recover from Monday. What you got tonight on a Tuesday? Try to get back in that green.
Yes.
Sleeping and getting the green.
And I believe we will.
Okay.
Up in the ante to 4 picks and doing what I should have done last night. Because I'm not even going to say it, because that's a loser's mentality. But I'm going Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 tonight. Cavaliers at the Knicks. We've been talking a lot about it. I'm on the over in the first half. Cavs at Knicks over 105.5. I do not think this game is going to be nearly as exciting and electric as what we saw last night in the Western Conference Finals, but I do think it's going to be a close one. I got the Cavaliers plus some points teased up to 8. Cavs plus 8. At still great odds, minus 135. James Harden, your first player prop, I'm on his over for rebounds because we sure as hell are never betting over on points with that turd again. And then your last best bet, your fourth best bet on a Tuesday is Karl Anthony Towns over 10.5 rebounds for he and the Knicks.
This is interesting. I mean, by the way, last night if you had overs, you were loving yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Double OT, everything. Keep rolling. This is interesting. Tyler is trying to get off the schneid. This feels very much like a Yiner Diaz night. If he hits this, baby, he might have a great week. You put money on it. I hate putting money on guys that aren't trustworthy. And Karl Anthony Towns and James Harden are not trustworthy. You just never know which player showed up. There is a game in which you can watch and see James Harden getting 5 rebounds, piece of cake. He'll get 3 long rebounds. You can see that. Karl too. Then there's also a sign of when those two wake up. What the hell do you feel like doing today?
Fair.
Karl, what do you feel like doing today, Jim? I don't know.
My thinking is I don't expect the turd, formerly known as Harden, to be scoring too much. I think we've seen all that kind of come to its end in these playoffs. But he'll be trying to get his chubby self up.
New York, game 1, that's got Harden scoring points, man.
All I know is
maybe 13 of them.
All I know is Harden's been in New York for the last couple of days.
Oh, he's got it all out of the system.
Bingo,
He's
bongo,
He's empty.
bango.
He's empty.
He's never empty. Coming up,
Honey buns everywhere.
Coming up, hey, if you want to hear praise and belief in your Texans from the national media, wait till you hear this. We'll let you hear it next.
All right, it's so.
Psoriasis. Visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Once again, if you missed it, Lance McCullers, he is the latest. God dog, man. Like, the amount of – yeah, I got that guy's jersey. The amount of jerseys – this is crazy. The amount of jerseys that you see if you go to the Daikin and you say, all right, jerseys that we may have a chance to see. I mean, they're on the IL, except for 44. Really, right? You say, hey, I'm going out there. What do you think you're going to see? I probably see 27.
Oh, you going to see a Payne?
Altuve? Oh, yeah,
Payne.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. He just arrived. All right, 27. He's on the IL. Mm-hmm. 1. Maybe go out there and see a Correa jersey. No, he's on the IL. 58. Want to see that? Let's see if I got everybody's numbers.
Let's be honest. Joe Espada, he's been conditioning us for this with this load managing stuff he does. He's been conditioning for showing up at the ballpark and not seeing the player you want to see. Anyway.
Yeah, but for a day.
Now we just know half of them ain't gonna be there.
Lance, that jersey's out of there.
Well, that's good. That's a good point.
I mean,
ain't nobody wearing Jake's.
No.
Seawalk got a couple of them walking around and everything.
Yeah, but he's on the field.
That mustache is really ruining it for him.
I mean, I don't know if people are buying Josh Hader jerseys, but that's a tough one.
Hadn't seen him in a year.
Good Lord, man! I mean, it's the guys that people pay money to go see. That ain't out here. Whew.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
Good heavens, man. Again, you missed it. Lance McCullers on the IL with right shoulder inflammation. Yep, not left. Right shoulder inflammation. Maybe plays through left shoulder inflammation, but not through his throwing arm. Right shoulder inflammation. He's on the IL. Scratch from the start today. And Jason Alexander gets the ball tonight. Coming up behind us as we continue live and local right here on Sports Radio 610, the Texans. Texans All Access. They've got you covered. Vandy, John Harris, they've got it for you at 7 o'clock, or 6 o'clock, as soon as we get done. All-time Texans villains ranked. Woo! All-time.
Rock and roll.
Ranking them, huh?
T.Y. Hilton's got to be towards the top, right?
No question.
I would imagine.
I mean, he's got to be. He's at the
Henry.
top three. Top three's got to be Derrick Henry. Is Peyton in that? Is that the
You're
top
nailing
three?
them.
Andrew Luck.
Is that the top three? Peyton Manning, T.Y. Hilton, Derrick Henry?
Those are the top three, I think, for sure.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is there somebody more? Is there somebody we're missing?
The receivers Peyton had can always be thrown in there. Reggie Wayne.
I mean, I think there's some
anything with the Brady New England stuff that was pretty hot.
Who do you think more hate, Brady and the Patriots or Mahomes and the Chiefs? Because there's some. Those two are similar in how they hate.
Brady and the Patriots because of the Patriots of the South thing that was just nauseating.
That's a part of it. Yeah,
got to work in the fake Oilers too. They might outdo the hate with both those.
Yeah. And I'm curious, Vandy and John, you don't have to answer this out loud, but does former Texan staff, do they count? Jack Easterby, does he count?
Oh boy.
Again, Vandy and John, you don't have to answer this out loud.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Vandy and John aren't gonna address Easterby.
Wow.
Easterby, they're not gonna make Easterby
because he'd like to have a word.
Or Easterby's not gonna make their rankings.
Yeah, he'd like to have a word.
Yeah, he's definitely in there.
You know those guys. Those guys are doing it, right? It's probably T.Y. Hilton, right?
Oh, yeah. It's got to be up there.
Got to be.
Texans killer.
I bet you T.Y.'s. I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't around for the
Bud's up there.
I wasn't around for the Peyton days, but I bet T.Y.'s. From my experience of just like hearing people that were here talk about it, T.Y.'s number one. It's not even close.
Yes.
I mean, I'm shocked that T.Y. gets more run, has gotten more run in Houston than any non-Texan since I've been here.
He has to drive you crazy too, though, just by the visual of him and how he would just absolutely give the Texans the business. Just by looking at him, he is not supposed to just.
It's easy to take him from Derrick Henry.
Yeah, you can take him from Derrick Henry, and it's not like because he's smart. Like you can look at Tyreek Hill and be like, and that dude's thick as hell. He's fast. He's a freak athlete. I don't know. That's not necessarily what you got when you saw T.Y. Hilton. You just said, how is this guy who is built like Jalen Noel just coming out here and just rolling through us like this?
Damn, Jalen Noel.
And really, more to be honest with you, worse built than Jalen Noel. Jalen's probably a little bit.
I'd say Hutch.
I mean, he's how? What? T.Y.'s about 5'9". Maybe I'm tripping.
Aaron Sproles.
He just felt. I just felt like Eugene always felt like a little guy.
Harold T.Y. is 5'9.5". You son of a bitch.
$183.
83 kilograms.
Yeah, $183.
I got a sleeper Texan villain for you that might show up.
Oh, okay.
Vince Young.
Really?
Those first few years with Tennessee, especially
long
the very
enough?
first game, he ran through Texans and Texans fans' hearts in the end zone in that overtime win, the very first time he ever came to NRG after begging the Texans to draft.
Yeah. Who's that? Like, is there somebody that just, I mean, Peyton does, that just has that just has the punchable, you just want to punch him. I'm trying to think of that person. I don't know. Maybe Peyton. Maybe Andrew. Andrew's probably right. Luck's probably going to be in it. If it's a top 10 list or whatever, however they're ranking him, Andrew Luck's going to be in it.
Yeah.
He's a punchable face. I feel sorry for punching him afterwards, but I got to do it. He's just he feels like that's what he's going to do every time. After you punch him in the face, you know.
Maurice Jones-Drew could show up.
Yeah, he could. Yeah. Some of those early years, you wonder. You wonder. Anyway, they'll rank the all-time villains. See how easy you could just get right off on that there and let it get away from you. All right. Also after that, Area 45, they've got late night for you, and they'll have the post-game show for you after the Astros take on the Twins, so you can be ready to listen to the game and their thoughts on things, and much, much more. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, our guy, old Seabass in there. Say, I see you, Mitzi. Colin is in the building. He will he'll be on the ones and twos holding it down for you tonight, live and local until 11 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's play this. What's this fella's name again? I'm forgetting his name. Never forgetting the
pronunciation. I closed down my rundown with the pronunciation.
Lige. Oh, Lige. Duzel. Where's the pronunciation at? Duzable. There it is.
Lige's Duzable.
Yeah, Lige Duzable. He was a 10-year vet. He is on CBS Sports, and I mean, I don't think I have heard anybody locally or on a national level be this optimistic about the Texans. This is his thoughts about your 2026 Houston Texans.
The floor for the Houston Texans should be the AFC Championship game. And that's saying a lot because they've never been to an AFC Championship.
Which is crazy.
But they've been to 3 consecutive divisional rounds, to your point. This is probably the best defense in football. I will say it's the best secondary in football. Them and Denver are neck and neck for the best defense in football. They were so dominant. 2 edge rushers that are all-pro, a corner that's an all-pro, a linebacker that is a pro bowler, and then so many frontline starters that are really good. So the big question mark was the offense and the offensive line to C.J. Stroud. Well, I thought Nick Caserio, the GM, did a masterful job this offseason refortifying that offensive line, and they have something that they haven't had, Jacqueline, in the last couple of years, depth on the offensive line. And for a quarterback, that gives you so much confidence because I felt like C.J. Stroud the last couple of years has been playing sped up, right? When you don't have good protection up front, it speeds you up in progressions. Now that C.J. Stroud knows that he has a subsequent talent up front on the offensive line, and they've also put pieces in front of him to protect him, he'll be able to take his time to go through those progressions and find some of those young receivers on the outside. Also getting David Montgomery was massive. When they lost Joe Mixon, he was the guy that kind of steered them the ship right when it was going off course, and they didn't have that last year. So now they have a guy that's a bull in a china shop that is going to run downhill and be physical. So to me, for the Houston Texans, the floor should be the AFC Championship game, and I have them going 13-4.
All right, the level of aggressiveness will be like if the Colorado Avalanche just started to play without a goalie tonight, just started the game and just took the goalie out. Like this is how aggressive we're going to be. That's as aggressive as that stance was right there. Maybe you think he meant to say floor. Maybe he's thinking expectation because the floor is that can't be. He said it twice.
It may be crazy because they've never been to one. So yeah, I think he knew exactly what he was talking about. I think he's delusional. I think he's out of his mind. I think he got it over his skis.
Floor.
He's a former defensive player that loves what D'Amico does and loves this defense. And again, there's no doubt about it. He believes that defense wins championships now. There is no doubt about it. He is defensive heavy. That is the only way that you could be that aggressive with this particular team. If you, especially as a former player, having watched it all, the only way you can be as aggressive as that of the floor for this organization is the AFC Championship. Is if you look at this defense and you just think they can carry you all the way to the Super Bowl and literally carry you all the way. to the Super Bowl.
They really like the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, I like them too. That's
a hell of a
we forget that it took a 10-game win streak to get to 12 last year, boys.
Yeah, it did. Clint, great job as always.
Yep.
Tyler, great job. Texans All Access, Area 45 follows us right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Ron. The show is always Houston. We love you, baby. Booty, rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. I found you, Miss New Booty.
Hello, Bubba's Vlog.
I know, Bubba. We need to get Bubba on the show sometime.
The Drive.
Booty.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's time to get it right and get inside. Please make some noise for my friend and yours, Mr. Bubba Sparks. Are you ready to get it right and get inside? Are you ready to get it right and get inside?
Call it Paul Bubba Sparks. Booty, rocking everywhere. I found you, Miss New Booty.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 45 when the Texans schedule officially dropped?
The thing I like about the schedule, there's no game on here where I look at and I go, man, there's no way in hell the Texans are winning that game. We've had games like that in the last couple of years.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Capital One. East Loop northbound at Turning Base and watch out for a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts, and Capital One cafes are open 7 days a week to assist with your banking needs. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bankguy. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Take part in the Lincoln American Value Offer and lease a new certified pre-owned 2026 Lincoln Nautilus at West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land. Right now, with employee pricing and $9,000 off, this low-mileage vehicle can be yours just $442 a month for 24 months. Find it today at West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land. That's on the Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. $7,001 due at signing, 5,000 miles per year with approved credit, tax title, license extra, stock number S6P023. Offer expires May 31st, 2026.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was just at Staples. They're having a huge 40th anniversary sale.
40 years. Note to self, send flowers.
Up to 50% off. Save on chairs, paper, balloons, and more.
Balloons?
Yeah, Party City is now at Staples.
Surprise!
But the anniversary sale is only 2 weeks, so...
Quick, celebrate 40 years of savings at Staples with up to 50% off. Shop chairs, paper, break room supplies, and more. 2 weeks only in 523.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
There is no off season.
Intercepted! There's no greater expectation than the expectation we put on ourselves.
Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston!
The promise of this team, the talent that we have, the coaching that we have, it's right in front of us, and we just got to keep reaching and going and get it.
The Texans win! That's what it's about, man!
Now, it's Texans All Access.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the program, and it's so good to have you here. Mark and John with you, and you can see us on YouTube, which is really cool if you like looking at people with radio faces. No, I can't speak for you, Johnny, because you look great in those YouTube shorts, talking O-line, talking everything you're discussing regarding the Texans, the YouTube Texans page, HoustonTexans.com. We're there, and we're always in podcast form. We're everywhere digitally, like virtually everywhere, and that's why I use the word virtually. Anyway, great show for you tonight we have planned. Johnny, good evening. How are you?
Doing well. Things are moving along in the Harris world. It's this is that strange part of the year, Mark, where This used to always happen when I was teaching, too, because by the time we got to this point, my coaching responsibilities were over. We just had a couple more weeks before exams. Spring football was done. It's like, all right, well, what do I do? Do I just teach? Is that all I do here? It took a second for it to all to kind of, I'd look around going, all right, well, what am I supposed to be doing today? Because I go out to practice after I'm teaching, and I'm like, whoa, I can actually go home, and then that was kind of weird. So it's kind of that same way. We're in between the draft and OTAs, and so we're just kind of, all right, well, when do the OTAs start next week? Okay, looking forward to that. So it's just kind of that weird period where there's still a lot of NFL news kind of bleeding through, as we talked about a little bit last night. So, in fact, there's a lot of NFL news bleeding through, which is kind of interesting. But I thought about this, Mark, and I know we'll hit this at some point, but what do you think it would mean to Texans fans, the city of Houston, the McNairs, obviously, all of us, if the Texans were to go win a Super Bowl in Nashville?
Oh, so nice. Oh, Johnny, you just put it out there.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I always think Super Bowl. I always hope Super Bowl, but I wasn't thinking about the Nashville possibility as they got voted in today to host a Super Bowl because they're building a stadium, and that's pretty much the rule in the NFL, the unwritten rule. You build a stadium, you get a Super Bowl. You don't always get it back. Talk to Indianapolis about that. Houston got one back. That was cool in 2016 after hosting in the 03 season, but the Nashville plot of land with the stadium on it is going to be really good. It's a great city for events, for partying. It's an indoor stadium. They're going to get multiple Super Bowls. I believe they will be part of the unofficial rotation, if you will, of Super Bowls. So, yeah, it would mean a ton, Johnny, to win it in that stadium where you know who plays. Are you kidding? Winning it anywhere would be great. I'd play in Siberia, but that would be extra special.
I'm not ruling out the Texans win one in L.A. or Atlanta or Las Vegas, which are the next three. I don't know if they're in that, or I think it's L.A., Atlanta, Las Vegas. I think that's the next three in order.
Yep.
I think that's it. And then it now comes Nashville. I'm hoping that of those four, the Texans can go get in one and win one and celebrate one before they would do it in Nashville. But could you imagine being in Nashville and winning and celebrating a championship there?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you talk about the ultimate punch in the face to Titans fans. That would be it. That would be it to go win that thing there. Oh, my goodness. I mean, it'd be like the Titans winning one in Houston.
Oh, don't.
That I don't even want to bring that up, but that's about what it would be like.
Well,
I don't know if I could envision that.
The Titans going in 99 was before my time here. I moved here in 02 when the team started up. But I've asked a lot of people, what was it like when the Titans went to the Super Bowl? Were you really bitter being an Oiler fan as the former Oilers finally break through? They finally kicked the door in Nashville. And I think a lot of people were just numb to it, really. Yeah. That's the general consensus I get. Maybe I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, folks. But that's the way I felt talking to a lot of people who have been here, been longtime Oiler fans, seeing their former team go to the Super Bowl in 99. Then the Texans come in 02. It's like, let's start again. We've got a new team. Let's rock. But, Johnny, if and when the Texans win the Super Bowl, I won't be bitter about things anymore. No. I will have an enlightened persona where I am not filled with hatred for the Horseshoe or the Titans. I would feel like, you know what, you guys, sorry, you suck. We won the Super Bowl. No, I just did it again. I guess I'll still be filled with that sports hatred for those franchises. Speaking of sports hatred, we've got some things to discuss tonight. And this was inspired by me watching Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals last night, Johnny. When Wembanyama when Webby hits the three, the 28-foot three-pointer, among many other plays he made, when he hit that, I jumped out my couch. I jumped up like I was on a pogo stick, like I was on a spring. I couldn't believe it. That's the ultimate yes shot if you're a Spurs fan. And I'm not a Spurs fan. I don't like the Spurs at all. I want the Spurs to lose. He's easy to like, though. and easy to watch because he's so compelling, so big. It's Yao Ming, except stretched out and dribbling and shooting from anywhere. And my gosh, to knock down that shot, among the many other things, he's getting rebounds and putbacks like he's a dad playing with his sons sometimes. But, Johnny, your reaction to that last night in general, because that was truly sports special to see, but very bitter for Rockets fans. I get it, and we'll get into that, but you go on.
Yeah, I was texting with my buddy Rick, and I said the one thing about Wembanyama is I think he's made of the right stuff. Like, he's mentally strong and physically getting stronger.
Yep.
I think, Mark, and I'm trying to think what I think it was it 98, 96 or 98, 98? I can't remember, but it was late in the game, and I think it was tied. That's the shot. Like, look, the three is incredible. I mean, that is just – it's unbelievable. But the shot that he makes that put them up 2 before SGA tied it, sent it in overtime.
Yep.
That shot is like he's getting – I can't remember who's covering him. And that guy is banging on him.
Right.
And
all
banging
over
on him and banging on him. And he spins. He's off the wrong foot and knocks it down from like 17 feet.
Crazy.
And I saw that shot first as I was going back and watching everything, kind of the highlights and everything. I saw that shot first. I went, whoa, I guess this is what everybody's talking about. Then I see the 3 in overtime. I'm like, holy crap. This guy's on a different level. And then SGA obviously ties it after the 2-pointer he had. But, I mean, that thing was from Edith. He shot that thing from 2 towns away and just buried it. And then it's just he's got this, I don't know the right way of saying it, but he's just got the right stuff. You know, he kind of posed in front of the Spurs fans that were there. He's kind of like, this. He's just got it, and I hate seeing that.
I hate it.
I want a villain to be flawed in some way, like that'll be the undoing of the Spurs down the road because this guy is selfish. He's this, he's that. This guy is the perfect teammate. He's improving every time he goes on the court, and he's impossible to stop on either end of the floor.
Well, when they said no flagrant, when he bumped into the guard, I forget who it was, I thought that he shouldn't be doing that. I mean, you're definitely playing with fire with that, tempting fate with the officials. But they reviewed it, and they exonerated him of the worst infraction. Anyway, a lot of people are talking about that draft where they got Wemby and the Rockets had the 4th pick, which was terrible because they had the best chance, so to speak. And a lot of people said rigged.
Yeah.
And look, I'm all in favor of a great conspiracy theory. I really am. And I'm all in favor of this kind of talk. Ewing going to the Knicks and Duncan going to the Spurs in the first place. However, I always thought, wouldn't the league want Duncan in Boston? Wouldn't the league rather have Wembanyama in Houston in a bigger market? Or is it we need to save the Spurs because without a big-time player, that franchise, I don't know what's going to happen to them, even though they have a rich history. And they had a nice history even before they started winning championships. So I don't know which is more likely. Why would you give that team, that market, a great player? And I go back to Duncan. Boston had been reeling in the 90s. You had a chance to put Tim Duncan in Boston and resurrect the Celtics. Wouldn't that be better for the league as a whole? Wouldn't that be more rig-worthy? Just like sending Ewing to New York was rig-worthy, I guess. You know, I'll put that in air quotes if you want to go with the conspiracy stuff. Sometimes this doesn't make sense. I would think Houston should get him, and it would be awesome if Houston had him, but they don't. But it brings this up, Johnny. He's a Rocket villain. There's no doubt. He's a Houston villain, and it's more than that because he's a transformational player for that franchise and for the entire league, and he's right there. He's right there in San Antonio. You could have, would have, should have had him. And this really hurts. They're in the Western Conference Finals. You clearly are not. What's your future compared to theirs? All those questions come up. I'm not here to do a Rockets show, but I'm saying, who are those guys for the Texans? Who are the all-time Texans villains? Now, we've talked about this stuff before, but This is a power ranking. It's a fluid list, Johnny, and it changes. And I've got one at number 1, which we will get to, that I didn't have before. I've changed my number 1 all-time Texans villain. And you and I, we didn't talk before the show about our lists, but I know you have your list. But I'll count down from 5, and you can weigh in, see if your 5th matches my 5th, and we'll go to 1. Are you ready to go with this all-time Texans villain stuff?
Let's do it. All right.
Number 5 on my list has been on my list for a long time, all-time Texans villain, but he's dropped a little bit. He's dropped. Because this is a power ranking, it's a fluid list. And that would be Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, who's the most terrifying running back I've ever seen, period. Ooh. Full stop. Derrick Henry, who, when he lines up in the backfield, when he's in his prime. But, hey, he was prime enough Christmas on 2024 Netflix program with Beyonce at the half. We're on the air getting bludgeoned by Henry and Lamar Jackson and the rest of the crew. Henry is a terror. You see him in the backfield, you're thinking, oh, no. And I know that they've had great success with D'Amico as well against Derrick Henry, 2023. Historically great performance defensively up there. And then back here, another really great performance against Henry. But we all know the big ones that Henry has had against Houston, and he's had several. So he's number 5 on my all-time Texans villain list. Wow. Does that match up with you, perhaps?
No, it does not.
Okay.
No, it does not. But I want you to keep going. You keep going, and then we'll debate. 5 before I start.
Number 4 on my all-time Texans villain list is one T.Y. Hilton. Okay. He wears the horseshoe on the helmet. He has neutralized, terrified, terrorized the Texans defense numerous occasions. Andrew Luck has had great success with T.Y. Hilton against the Houston Texans, and it all culminated in the 2018 playoffs because T.Y. Hilton, we knew how dangerous he was. We knew that you had to stop him or at least slow him down, at least give him an average day to have a chance to win. He comes into the building wearing the clown mask because J-Joe had earlier said that clown or something like that, referred to him as a clown.
That's right.
And he wears the clown mask. And we've talked about this before. I thought when I saw that clown mask, I thought Texans win by 40 today. There's no way they're putting up with this in their building. Well, they put up with it because Hilton had another huge day, and the Colts throttled the Texans in the wild card round at home. Very frustrating home playoff loss, no question. It's only the second home playoff loss in the history of the franchise because they fell to the Kansas City Chiefs in 2015. This was 2018. So T.Y. Hilton is my number 4 all-time Texans villain. Got that?
Okay. Yeah.
Keep going?
I agree with that 100%.
Okay. Number 3 on the all-time Texans villain list, Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes, yes.
Wow.
Johnny, think about it this way, because it's kind of like Wembanyama-ish. Because once the Chiefs unleash him on the world, he was drafted in 2017, same class as Watson, but it's 2018 where he plays for the first time, and he's putting up 40 and 50 points and ungodly amounts of yards and touchdowns, and it's just a terrorizing thing to the rest of the league, including the Texans. 2019, Texans beat them at Arrowhead Stadium. That was nice. But wait a minute. What happened? What happened in the playoffs? We all know. What happened in the playoffs. You got Mahomes. And so the fact that Mahomes was able to beat you in the divisional round twice, numerous other losses, very frustrating days, a December loss up there in 2024, plus the postseason. Yeah. Shall I go on? I mean, even the one where we're having a horrible season in 2022, and you took him to overtime here, he still found a way to win. Still found a way to beat you, and it's very frustrating. And then watching him have great success winning 3 Super Bowls, while the quarterback you drafted in that class you thought was going to be equally great, or at least almost as good, turned out to flame out in so many different ways. Mahomes makes the list, and he's number 3. He's number 3, Johnny. And he might slip. If he continues to slide, they have another losing season, whatever, he doesn't get completely healthy, whatever, he could slide on this list. But this is my power ranking. It's a fluid list of the top 5 villains in Texans history. Are you ready for the next one?
I think I know who your final 2 are. I think.
Okay. Well, yeah, you definitely know.
I want to hear you. I want to hear it.
But you have to hear how I phrase it because I kind of borrowed it from you a little bit. But number 2 is Peyton Manning. So that means there's a new number 1. Peyton Manning was my all-time Texans villain. longtime listeners know this. Manning was 16-2 against the Texans as a Colt. Manning gave us so many miserable afternoons. Manning won the first 9 in a row against Houston, and some of those losses were utterly devastating blowouts, very painful at the RCA Dome. And then you only beat him for the second time ever in 2010. So think about that. You go from 0-2 to 2010, and you've beaten Manning twice, okay? Twice at the time. Along the way, I don't need to, we won't even talk about the losses in Indianapolis. I'll talk about one. I'll talk about one in 2009 where you missed a field goal at the buzzer that would have tied the game. That hurt. But, wait. Let's go to the year before when you had a 17-point lead at home, but you have Rosencopter occur, and Manning's able to bring them back. In 2009, everybody forgets he had a 17-point lead on them again and lost again at home again. So Manning, all-time Texans villain, now number 2 on that list. You ready for your new number 1?
Okay, there are a few names that I think this could actually be.
A listener from Foxborough, Massachusetts writes in and says, Dear Casey, I own you. Now, it says, Dear Casey, the all-time number 1 Texans villain is a collective. It's a collective of those who reside at Gillette Stadium. It's Tom Brady, the New England Patriots, now Drake May. It's not so much May, but it's that building, it's that team, it's that franchise, it's their existence. It's an existential thing. It's Foxborough. Yes, you have won there once, and once in the preseason. But you've lost 3 divisional round playoff games now in New England, and not just to Brady now. Now it's Drake May and whoever's playing for them now. It hurts a lot. That place, that thing we call the New England Patriots, that is the all-time Texans villain. Agree?
Wow, that is really, it's funny because as I was going through this, I was kind of like, man, there are so many different Patriots that I would consider. So I'm going to tell you my honorable mention here.
Okay.
I have Tom Brady in honorable mention.
Okay.
But I love the way that you put it because just Gillette Stadium is a house of horrors for us.
Yep.
Yes, we went there and finally got to win in 2024, and you felt like, monkey's off our back.
Yep.
We're good. We've left that quote-unquote curse or whatever you want to call it behind. All flipping good. Then when we were going up there, I remember as we thought about where we could go for the divisional playoff round, I was like, this thing is setting up for us to go to Pittsburgh and get a road win. Go to New England, exercise those demons, and get to the AFC Championship for the first time.
Yes.
There it is. And then that thing changed in the second quarter, and we never got it back. And it was like, nope, curse still on. So I love the way that you put that. But I have a little different 5.
Okay.
But here's my honorable mention. Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes is in there because, he probably should be in the 5 that I think about it. But we've beaten Mahomes a couple of times in his building. And so I think that starts, and yes, I know the playoff games, he's beaten us a couple, I get it, but we've at least beaten him in that building.
Right.
We never beat Brady in Foxborough.
Mm-hmm.
We never beat Brady in the playoffs. We never beat the Patriots in the playoffs. So then again, we haven't beaten the Chiefs either. Maybe Andy Reid needs to be on here. Maybe even before Patrick Mahomes, because Andy Reid beat us in 15. Then he beat us twice in the 2 years, 19 and 24.
That's not bad.
I don't know, maybe Andy Reid. We can talk through that. But it gets me to another Chief in my honorable mention, Travis freaking Kelce.
Awful.
I remember the first time Kelce played against us in 2015. He was in his 3rd year, but really it was his 2nd year because his 1st year he was hurt all year. 2nd year, 2014, good year. 2015, we start the year, and I remember thinking, boy, they added some pieces. Alex Smith's got Kelce. I think this could be and then Kelce goes touchdown in the first half, and I thought, oh, boy. And then he continues to do that. In the playoff game against us, he was phenomenal. Now, we did slow him down in the 2025 game, but it just feels like every big game, the playoff game in 19, the opening game of 2015, the playoff game in 2024. I mean, he's always been a thorn in our sides. But I couldn't make a case for him. Maybe Mahomes and Kelsey, maybe kind of to your Patriots deal, maybe Reed, Mahomes, Kelsey all together. But they didn't make it. I also gave a small honorable mention vote to Alec Pierce because he has found a way to torture us the last how many ever games he's played against us. So we get to the top 5.
Okay.
Number 5, Jeffrey Simmons. Now,
that's good.
I am channeling the word villain in this too, because the way physically that he dominates games is unbelievable, and the way that he does it against us, even in games that we blow them out, he does something so incredibly physically impressive. It's like, did you just see that? Mm-hmm. And there have been games that he has completely ruined just by his presence inside. I mean, I remember seeing him tackle Dameon Pierce with Kenyon Green, and I thought I'd seen it all. I'm like, he just tackled a man with another man. Like, what?
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, after our game, I walked up to him, and I'd never met him, and I said, Jeffrey, I said, my name's John Harris. I'm a sideline reporter. And I've been here and seen every single time you have faced us. And you're the best defensive player, arguably, that I have seen play against us on a year-in, year-out basis. Aaron Donald's the best I've ever seen. I said, but, I mean, you're unbelievable. And he was very thankful about it. Then he went to the locker room, and then he was mad about what Cam Ward said. But that's a different story. So I'm going Jeffrey Simmons at 5.
You know, I'll give you another one for Simmons. He might have single-handedly torpedoed the 2020 season. Even though O'Brien was already gone, the Texans had beaten Jacksonville after O'Brien's gone. You go up to Nashville, you're playing a slug-it-out game. If Watson's able to get that pass flowing into the end zone, you might get that 2-point conversion. Simmons got a hand on it, knocked it away. They come back, they win the game. If Simmons doesn't knock that one down, you might have won that game. You're 2-4 now, and you had the number 1 passing attack in the league. Who knows what happens that year?
Yeah.
But nothing happened because of Simmons.
Yeah. Number 4. We have never beaten him.
Okay.
Never.
Okay. Lamar Jackson.
Never beaten him.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. Good one.
Now, I know people will say, wait a second, he's not in your division. He's not. Doesn't matter. Because we are now playing a first-place schedule, and then we play the AFC North every 3 years. We're seeing Baltimore more and more often.
See him this year.
And we haven't even gotten close. It hasn't been close. We went a few years. We saw him in 2020. That was the year after his MVP year. Blew us out at home in the COVID year.
It's a good one.
Then we faced him in 2023 at the beginning of the year. It's 7-6 at halftime. Like, D'Amico's got him, man. Here we go. Blew us out in the second half. Playoff game. Took over the game in the second half.
10-10. 10-10 at the half.
10-10 at the half. We're finally tied at the half, not trailing at the half. Steven Sims has the long kickoff return. It looks like we finally have got Lamar's number. He is angered going into halftime. He comes out of halftime, nearly throws a pick, doesn't, almost has another pick that Petrie can't hang on to, then scrambles for a touchdown the next play, and then puts on a show the rest of the game. We're done.
Good one.
Next year he comes on Christmas Day and puts it all over us. We have no chance. And then last year we finally beat Baltimore. He's not on the field. I think Lamar Jackson, number 4, and I almost thought about putting up a little bit higher. But to me, the top 3, you've mentioned these 3 names, but I had them in a little different order.
Okay.
I had T.Y. at 3 for all the reasons you described. I mean, the clown mask probably should have put him at 2. But I can't put him ahead of Peyton Manning at 2. And part of the reason I put Manning at 2 is I was here for Rosencopter and everything else, after that. But I missed the first 4 years, 5 years of it. So that's kind of eliminated from my, what I remember is, hey, we beat the hell out of him in 2012 up in Denver.
Yeah.
And, he turned it around in 2013 and got his revenge. But I have been on the sidelines for every single Derrick Henry game. And every time he touches the football, I say a little mini prayer. Like, how are we going to survive this? How is this going to happen? And I've been on the sidelines for every 200-yard performance where he just would take over the game. And I think maybe his even most dominant performance was on Christmas Day when I think he played 30 plays and ran for 145 yards against a really damn good defense on Christmas Day. So I have Derrick Henry at 1. He just is going to scare me until he retires. Peyton Manning at 2, T.Y. Hilton 3, Lamar Jackson 4, Jeffrey Simmons 5. Some Chiefs and some Patriots on my honorable mention, but those are mine.
I like it. Derrick Henry, like I said, most frightening running back I've ever seen. But that Brady Patriots Gillette Stadium collective, to me, based on the fact that you just lost to them, and what were we all saying? What is everybody saying? People cannot get over this loss, and we have to have more football soon so we can get that taste out of our mouths, start winning games again. That was so painful to have that opportunity right in front of you, but unable to take advantage, unable to capitalize against a team that you feel like you're better than. What's worse than that in sports? Not much. Now, look, that's a really good team. They beat Denver. They went to the Super Bowl. Congratulations. I hope they get hammered by Seattle in the opener. That's going to be fun to watch. I am still not over it. I don't think anybody is, and I don't think this team is, but I think they're going to use it for fuel in the 2026 season. So there's your list. Mine, Derrick Henry 5th, T.Y. Hilton 4th, Patrick Mahomes 3rd, Peyton Manning 2nd, the Brady Patriots Gillette Stadium Collective 1st, and your list, Jeffrey Simmons 5th, Lamar Jackson 4th, T.Y. Hilton 3rd, Peyton Manning 2nd, and Derrick Henry number 1. I think, look, we can debate it all day long, put them in different orders or whatever, but I think we have a good list here. I do not agree with you about Pierce. I think Pierce is dangerous. He's a threat. He's definitely somebody we have to watch out for. But you're 5-1 against the Colts in the DeMeco Ryans era. Now, I know it's been tough to earn these wins. You look at the scores of some of these games, some of them, and you're thinking, man, that could have gone either way. Right? I mean, the 2018 finale could have gone either way. Look at what happened in 2024. Could have gone either way. But you're able to win these games, and that's the series with the Colts. I mean, this is your biggest nemesis, and you're able to be 5-1 against them in this era. I will take it. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
Okay, let me throw one at you.
Okay.
Now, why do I feel like there was a third one that I'm missing, but maybe not? Well, maybe not. I was going to say, my question was going to be, is there anybody we forgot?
Any villains that we forgot? You know, in the earlier days, guys like Maurice Jones-Drew.
Yeah.
Look, Steve McNair was pretty tough on the Texans.
Oh,
the late Steve McNair.
Yeah.
In the early days, he was tough, man. He was tough. VY was a pretty good Texans villain because VY, he's not going to make this top 5 list, but he still is the author of the most painful loss, which is 39-yard touchdown run in overtime in 2006. I mean, that one, and people might listen to me now and think, really, Mark? I mean, you've had playoff losses. I put those in another category. I'm talking about regular season devastation.
Yeah.
That VY loss to me, I think I felt more pain from that than I did from Rosencopter 2 years later. But that's just me. Yeah. And pain is subjective, joy is subjective, whatever. But VY had the 2009 win on Monday Night Football as well at Reliant Stadium. That was really tough. Let me think, Johnny. Andrew Luck, kind of, but you've had some success against Andrew Luck. Even though he...
Yeah, and it just didn't sustain itself. Mm-hmm. Because of the injury and then his retirement in 2019. I was telling somebody that story the other day about Andrew Luck retiring, and I remember I was interviewing DeAndre Hopkins, and I didn't have the final syllable out of my mouth when you were like, we've got seismic news in the NFL, and you announced. And I remember looking over at the bench, and they were all huddled around a phone. There's like 8 to 10 of them. They were all huddled around it. I think JJ had his phone, or somebody had a phone. And they were looking at it, and they were all looking over his shoulder. They looked at each other like, did he just retire?
Yes, it was so beautiful.
And it was this wild feeling. But, yeah, I would put him there. The one I was going to say, but because he's in the NFC, I thought there was a third matchup that I couldn't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to say old man Matt Stafford. I was going to say old man Matt Stafford. Or maybe better put, maybe it's Sean McVay. Because in 2017, we went out to the Coliseum. They ripped us a new one.
Yep.
Then we played them in 21 in our building, and that was a team that won a championship, and it wasn't even a close ball game.
Yep.
And then we went out there to L.A. at SoFi and played them in 3 different places. And I would argue that our team was more talented, and yet McVay and Stafford end up getting another win. But that's a recency one. That's the last 8 to 10 years sort of thing. But McVay's got our number, man. I mean, and we're not the only team, don't get me wrong. But he has got our number, that is for sure.
Well, when you look at the D'Amico era, losses in the playoffs in the divisional round, at Ravens, at Chiefs, at New England. What stands out here? The at part. Get this sucker at Reliant Stadium in week 2. Right. Now, you got to get to week 1. You got to get, or you skip week 1 if you're that good. You got to get there. So we'll talk more about that from now until the end of time. Next up, some things happening around the league, including the Texans in training camp and a little bit of a change in the routine. We'll talk to you about that next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans All Access coming up in a moment.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU, and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
In football and in life, having the right team makes all the difference. That's why the Sheriff Injury Lawyers are proud to be the first ever official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. If you've been injured in a car accident or on the job, don't let insurance companies call the plays. Let the Sheriff Injury Lawyers fight for you. Call the Sheriff Injury Lawyers today at 832-600-0000 or visit myinjury.pro.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Want to take trips with the Texans on the road this season while building your network with executive peers? As a Houston Texans Lux member, we take you and your guests beyond the game with access to the Texans organization that money can't buy, which will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury experience. Ready to learn more? Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio is on the way. The beauty of the Lone Star State is varied and expansive. Ford SUVs offer you the capability to take in the scenic views that few have ever seen. Ford Explorer Tremor with off-road power that's off the hook. Bronco and Bronco Sport with GOAT modes to go over any type of terrain. And Ford Expedition for those family-sized adventures. It all begins when you see your Texas Ford dealer.
Ford is the best in Texas.
We all want to stay healthy, but sometimes we get sick or injured. That's why Houston Methodist has primary care right up the street and same-day clinics or virtual care at the ready. And if you need immediate orthopedic care or a network of specialists, they're all right here, so you can keep doing it all. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins championships, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey, 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 45 when the Texans' schedule officially dropped?
The thing I like about the schedule, there's no game on here where I look at and I go, man, there's no way in hell the Texans are winning that game. We've had games like that in the last couple of years.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, more Texans Radio.
Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. So great to have you listening tonight as we continue from the Hyundai Texans radio studio. I mentioned change in the routine of training camp. Well, it's a change in the routine for us. This is not the headline, by the way, that we will have 2 preseason games on ABC 13. We'll have the Charger game August 13th and also the Carolina game in North Carolina on August 28th. The August 20th game, it'll be live on the radio, and you'll see it on TV if you want to, on ESPN. And there will be an over-the-air station for that. But why would you? Just listen to the radio on that night. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But one thing that's interesting, Johnny, is we've had a lot of preseason day games recently. We're going night for these 3 preseason tilts, which I like. I like night in the summer. I really do. I know sometimes for our work routine we enjoy these day games, but I think an NRG. Well, I did it. Send me the invoice. Send me the invoice.
Fine.
A Reliance Stadium night game with the Chargers to kick off the preseason is fun. Charlotte at night to end it. The Raiders at night in the middle. Very cool. And speaking of the Raiders, joint practices, Johnny, thoughts?
Yeah, I love it. I hit it just barely because we'd just gotten the news as I was finishing up the show last night. But when you think about what the Raiders present, now look, I talked to a couple of coaches after the game with the Raiders last year, and a couple of the offensive coaches, and they were like, man, we were trying to tell these guys all week, the Raiders defensively play hard. Now, it's a different coaching staff. I get all that. He's like, but they play hard. They get after it. And it was no surprise that they, played as hard as they did. But I feel like this is a good test for the defense. They're going to face Fernando. They're going to face Kirk Cousins. But they get to go one-on-one against Brock Bowers, best tight end in the league, or Trey McBride, one or the other. But to face Bowers, to get to face Genty, the interior guys get to go one-on-one against Linderbaum. I think that's going to be really, really good for the defensive guys to be able to go through that. And then the offensive guys just seeing a different scheme, seeing, just different. And we'll see if TB12 shows up. That's going to be kind of wild. But I love it. The Raiders aren't going to be scared of the weather. They're going to be in 110-degree heat out in Las Vegas as it is. So I like the joint practice. As much as I love the joint practices, I like once a week or once. I don't like twice. It starts getting chippy. You start looking for guys because of what they did to you in practice day before. You get to 3 days, you get what happens up, in Washington like we had in 2015. So you don't want any of that to happen. So 1 day is good. 1 day joint practice on 2 days before the preseason game. Do your walkthroughs the next day, play the preseason game. And, I like these preseason games being on Thursday and Friday, too, and that's why they're at night. So looking forward to that. But I like the Raiders coming here, and then we'll see the Panthers again, which is good because we had them in joint practice last year and see how much they've improved. And they improved a lot. I know people left that practice facility last year, Mark, and thought, man, the Panthers did some really good things. Oh, I'm a little worried about my team. And the Panthers ended up winning the NFC South. I still think the Texans were better. I still think they were better that day. But it was good to see the Texans have that little challenge because the Panthers did have a little bit of a glow-up from 24 to 25. So it's going to be fun to have those 2 joint practice days for sure.
I like glow-up. I like that term for this. No question. All right, so with that August 13th game, you're wondering, when does camp start? Texans have not released a start date to camp. But by playing on the 13th on a Thursday night, I think that enables them to start camp maybe a little bit earlier than they would. For instance, if you were playing on August 16th or 15th, I'm not sure the league would let you start midweek the final week of July. But they certainly can do that now, the 29th, 30th, maybe even the 28th, for the start of training camp for the Houston Texans. And it's a little bit different now because they allow you a couple of ramp-up days where the media is not out there, but they're doing some stuff. They get acclimated to the heat. They're allowed to do that. So the rules have changed a little bit over the years. I can't wait. Joint practices with the Raiders and Carolina. Those are the final two games of the preseason. With the Chargers, they'll just go by themselves here in Houston, unless they have plans I don't know about. Maybe they're going to fly off somewhere. It's funny because when they did that with Washington in the 2015 Hard Knocks season, they weren't playing Washington. They just flew up to Richmond, Virginia to have a couple of practices with them and then flew back. That's a little pricey, I think. But, it's the NFL, and they can afford it, and they want to do it. They're going to do it. It was just weird because we saw the massive fight with Washington. That was kind of cool from a content standpoint, but not exactly what the coaches want to see. Also, Johnny, news that broke over the weekend kind of was made official yesterday as it affects the Texans. Your Sunday night tilt December 6th in Steel City will feature, if he's healthy by then, Aaron Rodgers. He's back, and I know a lot of people have talked about this, but I find it notable. The Steelers, they just drafted Drew Aller. I mean, are they regretting that now? Had they known for sure Rodgers is coming back before the draft, did they burn a third-round pick on the Penn State quarterback, Johnny?
My guess is they sat down and went, okay, if Rodgers comes back, and we're pretty sure he's going to, do we think that Drew Aller is a better quarterback than Will Howard? And maybe they felt that was the case. I don't know. I mean, maybe the loser in all this is Mason Rudolph, that they make Will Howard the backup, Drew Aller's the third guy. I think Aller and Howard are both better than Mason Rudolph, but Mason Rudolph's been through the fire. He's seen some things, and so I guess you would like to have him there. But look, if Aaron Rodgers goes down on the third play of the season like he did for the Jets, the Steelers are probably going to be 4-13, and at that point, they're going to be drafting their future quarterback in a draft that should be chock full of quarterbacks at that point. So I almost feel like I feel like the Steelers got caught in a sense that this was the best that they could do from a quarterback position because it was not a quarterback draft. This is the best they could do because they hired Mike McCarthy. And you're not hiring Mike McCarthy to go with a 5-year plan. The guy's in his mid-60s.
Yeah.
So they kind of backed themselves into a corner by going and getting McCarthy, that, hey, we got to win now. Well, the guy that can get you to win now is Aaron Rodgers. But what happens, I mean, he's not going to play but for a year. So, okay, are you going to have McCarthy with, another year older, and now he's got to grow a young quarterback? I don't know. I just feel like they were kind of they kind of painted themselves into a bad corner. But to give themselves a shot this year, they had to go with Aaron Rodgers. I love that Troy Fautanu, their offensive tackle, right tackle. It's like, yep, we'll just pick right up with Aaron Rodgers. I'm like, you sure about that, pal? Because last time we saw Aaron Rodgers and you guys were trying to protect him, you failed. And failed in a gross way against the Texans on a Monday night. So you better be better than where you left off at that point.
If you had to pick an AFC North winner right now, who would it be?
I'd say Ravens.
Safest
people pick. I say some people like the Bengals and such, but I don't know. I can't see the Bengals. I know they made some defensive changes, but I can't see that.
Right. I agree. If you had to pick right now, the safest pick is the Ravens. I haven't looked at any of the odds boards or win projections or anything like that. This is just me coming up with it off the top of my head. I still think the Steelers, they can win some games. They won 10 games last year, and one of the losses was a 6-0 loss at Cleveland. Weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And I know the Ravens game could have, would have, should have been a loss that last night of the regular season. But if the Ravens make that kick, the Steelers are still 9-8. They're still a, quote, winning team. No quote needed. It's a winning team, literally.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I would go for the Ravens, too. Interesting. All right, next up, other stuff around the league. We'll talk a little bit about the Nashville Super Bowl and some kind of phenomena that's occurring this year that has not occurred since the inaugural season. What's that? You'll find out next year on Texans All Access.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids worry about their next meal.
I want everybody to have yummy food.
So do we. That's why Kroger donates surplus fresh food from our shelves to your local food bank. We've provided over 3.5 billion meals through our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan. Visit Kroger.com to see how you can help fight hunger and waste in our community.
Because nobody should have an empty tummy.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Hyundai gives you America's best warranty on every new vehicle. It includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. That's peace of mind from Hyundai. And these days, that's priceless.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on a Hyundai Tucson or Hyundai Santa Fe. Offers end June 1st. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
The Houston Texans are proud to partner with Houston Methodist in support of the Texans Girls Flag Football League. The partnership focuses on the health and safety of the athlete by providing opportunity, access, equipment, and other resources. Through this program, over 2,000 female student athletes across the state of Texas are impacted. To learn more and support the movement, visit HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag. Again, that's HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
At Mastro's Restaurants, we know the best things in life can't be rushed. That's why our beautifully marbled steaks are aged for 28 days, delivering tenderness and rich flavor in every decadent bite. Recognized among the nation's most extraordinary steakhouses and ocean clubs, Mastro's brings style, superior service, and an indulgent menu of steak, seafood, handcrafted cocktails, and world-class wine. Mastro's Restaurants, an unparalleled dining experience. Visit mastrosrestaurants.com for locations and reservations.
Attention H-Town, 2026 season tickets are on sale now. Secure your seat in the stands for every Houston Texans home game this year. By becoming a season ticket member, you'll get access to 2026 playoff tickets, exclusive access to unforgettable game day experiences, exciting offers from select Texans partners throughout the year, and more. Don't wait. Call us now at 832-667-2390. That's 832-667-2390. Or visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
Now, more Texans Radio.
All right, Mark and John with you, wrapping it up here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. All right, let's get to this, Johnny. This has not occurred for a while. This does not occur much because, as you know, and I'll tell the fans, let's just take the 17th game out of this. You've got the same division you're facing in the AFC every 3 years, right? So every 3 years you play the North. Every 3 years you play the West. Every 3 years you play the East. NFC divisions every 4 years, right? There's 4 divisions opposite on the other side. So every 4 years you're playing the NFC East, and it goes from there, right? With the 17th game, that's the fly in the ointment. But you have 13 of the 14 opponents this year, and you have 14 opponents because you face your divisional rivals twice. 13 of the 14 are the same as in the inaugural season because that year you face the NFC East. You face the AFC North. You know, that is so cool to me that you have that occur again. And obviously you beat the Cowboys on opening night, and listeners are wondering, well, what other NFC East team did you beat that year? It was the Giants at home, and they were a playoff team that year, so you knocked them off at home.
Oh, yeah.
AFC North, you mean they played the Bengals and the Browns? Yes, they did. and they lost to both of them. I thought Cincinnati, which was terrible that year, you had a chance to beat them. The Texans were 2-5 after knocking off the Jags in North Florida. The first time they ever played the Jags, they beat them. And I thought, oh, man, they're coming home to play a horrible Bengal team. They're going to blow their doors off because the Texans are better than we thought. And the Texans got blown out by the Bengals. It was really painful, Johnny. It was really painful. So you went to 2-6, and, you went 4-12 that year.
So which is the team that wasn't on the 0-2 schedule?
It's the extra one. It's Green Bay, because that's the NFC team you play as a 17th game from the division you played 2 years ago, and it's the equal finisher from 2024.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody got that? There will be a quiz on this later.
So the Bills and the Chargers. Yeah, I know the Chargers for sure, because that was week 2, right? That was the one out in San Diego in week 2.
Yes. That was San Diego week 2. You faced them, and it was Drew Brees starting for them, and David Carr got sacked 9 times. I'll never forget the 9 number, and I'll never forget being able to play 9 holes at Torrey Pines the night before. I mean, that was really cool. Yeah, Johnny, that was really great. I was treated to that. We had a representative from Reliant there. He said, come on out. We're going to go play Torrey Pines. I said, I'm not passing that up. Let's go.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. And I thought, we're going to go 2-0, right? Because he just beat the Cowboys. Said, no. Not going to do it.
Speaking of the Chargers, the San Diego Chargers.
Yeah.
Did you hear Eli on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast?
What did he say?
So Eli was asked by Will Compton about the whole draft.
Oh, yeah. I did hear that.
He said, for those people that didn't hear it, Eli was asked and said, what was it about the San Diego Chargers? And he said, well, they came to work me out, or I went there for a visit. I just got a bad feeling when I was in there. It just didn't feel like, Marty Schottenheimer, the GM, were kind of on the same page. He said, then we went to dinner, and it got really bad. It just, Marty was talking about one thing, and then the GM was talking about another.
No, Marty was saying, why are we eating at a Marriott when we're in New Orleans? And if it's the Canal Street.
They were in New Orleans.
The Canal Street Marriott. Actually, we stayed there in 2008 when the Texans practiced against the Saints. Mm-hmm. The food is actually pretty good in that hotel. I just got to tell you that.
Yeah,
because in New Orleans, if your food at your hotel is not good, you have no shot. The competition is so severe, you have to up your game. Anyway, go on.
But one of the things that he alluded to was the fact that, and I remember this distinctly, Archie being interviewed, his dad being interviewed before the draft and after the draft. Mm-hmm. And he had Eli's back the entire time. He just defended him. He talked about essentially, why at the time we all thought it was Archie who was kind of leading the, hey, I played for the Saints. I don't want this to happen to Eli, so I've kind of put my foot down, etc. Well, come to find out, it actually was Eli who was putting his foot down saying, I don't want to go to the Chargers. And Archie saying, oh, yeah, I'll back you, but I don't like this. Eli, you should go where you're drafted. And for decades, Archie just jumped on that grenade for Eli, and yet it was Eli who was the one that made that decision. And Archie didn't support it, but supported Eli in his decision. I was dumbfounded.
Do we believe Eli now, or is Eli covering for his dad? But there's really no reason to, is there?
Well, one of the things that I've read and seen over the years is how much Archie stayed out of the way of both Peyton and Eli. One year, David Cutcliffe invited Archie to Ole Miss to watch some film with him and Eli, etc. And Archie, I guess, did it reluctantly. And they were about 10 minutes in. The lights were down as they're watching the film. And Archie was asleep on the couch. And so one of the things Cutcliffe talked about was the fact that Archie was not a helicopter parent at all. The cameras would find him in the stands, but he was not a helicopter parent. And so when I heard that from Eli, it made a lot of sense. But I just was dumbfounded because for years, Eli just let his pops get skewered for that. Like, Archie and his power play and all this. And it's like, no, that was Eli. So it kind of changed a little bit of how I felt about Eli. He made the right decision. He did go to the right spot for him, but I just felt like it was the fact that his dad had to take that heat for all those years just shows you how great a dad Archie was, that he kept all that to himself for 2 decades and was like, yeah, I'll support you, but I'm not happy about this. So I just thought that was a fascinating story in a podcast, Busted with the Boys. That was the only part I heard. I haven't heard the whole thing, but it made me want to go back and listen to what else Eli had to say about that particular draft.
Yeah, look, when Eli was drafted by the Giants, who was the quarterback there? Kurt Warner, right?
Kurt Warner, yep.
And Tom Coughlin was just starting?
Just starting, 04.
And look, he had taken the Jags to 2 AFC championship games, so he had the pedigree, no doubt. And you're going to play for Marty Schottenheimer in San Diego if you go to the Chargers. I get it, not the playoff success that he wanted, but he's still got an incredible regular season resume. Yeah, it all worked out, I guess. Hall of Famer, Johnny? Hall of Famer?
No, Eli's not a Hall of Famer in my book.
Yep.
But great that he won 2 Super Bowls, and I don't know, maybe this story has people looking at him a little bit differently. I don't know. But,
maybe.
I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, no.
I agree. 2 Super Bowls, magnificent, and those should be enough. I mean, why do you need the Hall of Fame? You're amazing. 2 Super Bowls. Congratulations. You beat the Patriots twice, and especially once when everyone thought they were going to run the table. All right, that's it for the show tonight. Full show tomorrow. Frank Ross later on this week. John McClain, the rest of it, we'll set it up for you. Area 45 coming up next. Have a great evening. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain, and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. That's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
The same things that help your favorite team win are also the same things that can help your family business.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
This is a journey into sound.
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Welcome into Sports Radio 610's Area 45. We are live until 11 o'clock, and then you get the slaps that come on really late at night. Not named us. I am Sean Bijani. Chris Partee.
Easy. Those are our radio counterparts.
Nah, we don't know them. Chris Partee is in for Patrick Creighton tonight, tomorrow, and the next night. I don't know what the hell PC's doing with his life, but he'll be back on Friday. Maybe, allegedly.
He's out partying. He's out partying, man.
Maybe.
You know what he's doing.
Hey, it's party time in here tonight. Chris Partee, big dog.
Hey,
what's
all
up?
day, all day.
And we got our producer. His name is Colin the Game. What's up, big dog?
Behold the king. The king of kings.
Oh, my God.
That's him.
On your knees, dog.
Let's go. Who is this?
Same artist.
Oh, hail.
So, question still stands. Who is this? No freaking clue.
It's Motorhead. It's the same people that did the game for Triple H.
Okay.
In WWE. This is another theme song. Of
I like it.
The game.
Now, you said Motorhead?
Motorhead.
Okay. All right.
It's spelled interestingly.
All
Chris
right.
probably knows.
Because I know
Motorhead.
Motorhead. They should not be allowed to be Mortarhead.
Motorhead.
Come on.
It's close.
That's weak.
It's a little close.
I mean, they sound good. It's a cool intro.
It is. They make.
It's a very
music.
good intro.
With Jim Johnson, helping WWE write a lot of the theme songs
back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day, the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
Motorhead was a big part of it.
Motorhead or Mortarhead?
Motorhead.
Okay. So that's why. That's why, because you confuse the hell
now
out of me.
You're just confusing people. Come on, Colin, stop it. You're confusing folks now.
Confusing and rage-baiting people.
Yes, you are.
Rage.
You're good at that.
Yeah.
You're pretty good at that.
You know who's really good? Isak Paredes at hitting baseball.
Woo! Oh, well, is he the man responsible for the Astros being up 2-0? Did he hit a two-run dinger or a solo dinger? Do you have it? ...
I think it was a 2-run dinger.
Come on, bro.
It was a 2-run dinger.
Yeah,
I was making sure it wasn't a solo homer, but hey.
I think it was 2-run.
You can hear it right here, right now.
Woohoo!
There goes Jeremy. The pitch is swung on and delivered deep to left field. All the way back and gone. Off the facade of the second deck. Isak Paredes with his 5th home run of the year. And the Astros out in front 5-2-0.
Wow, hanging cutter just got Isak. Nice leisurely stroll here on a cold evening in Minnesota.
You got Isak.
I love that. It got Isak. He did crush it, though.
He's running out of little things to say when Isak Paredes does.
I don't know, man. I like this one right here.
Isak in paradise.
That's a good one.
I guess.
You're not a fan of that one.
No. I guess Isak is maybe about as good as you could do that I've heard.
It wasn't ass.
It was not ass.
Very encouraging to see.
No, it was not ass. I'll tell you what was ass last night. PC called it, though.
Uh-oh.
And mainly because he's a hater. He doesn't like, for a baseball nut job, anytime you get to anything that has nothing to do with the Astros, he hates life.
He just starts hating. Huh?
He hates life. Easy now.
Come on, you were here. You lived it, bro. JT Ginn had a perfect game going last night for the A's.
No hitter, not perfect.
Well, he did have a perfect game going for a little bit, and then he walked a dude, and then he took a no hitter into the 9th inning. His team was up 1-0, and he was at 99 pitches, and he throws 6 pitches. And proceeds to lose the game.
Do you want to
in walk-off fashion?
Do you want to hear it right now, or should we save it for later?
I will save it for later.
Okay. No. The calls. Y'all stick around for the bandwagon final segment of the show because the Athletics broadcast call is very. It's just downer, man.
It was It was good, but the wrong guy, in my opinion. Like, I think Dallas Braden should be doing the play-by-play. Dallas Braden, who once upon a time threw a perfect game on Mother's Day for the Athletics, and that was literally his claim to fame. He didn't do a damn thing after that. Threw a perfect game, and then boom.
You got to ride that out, man.
He rode it off into the sunset. But he's on the call. And he's watching this guy spin like one of the best games in Major League Baseball this season. I mean, it was like, were you not doing the show with me the other night when Spencer Arrighetti
I was here.
That no-hitter?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was just like that. He was just on. It was awesome. And Dallas Braden's there for the call, and he didn't want to talk.
No.
You could tell.
He didn't want to say nothing about it.
He does not want to talk about it. And
you didn't want to say nothing about Arrighetti.
I did not. I didn't even want to do the stupid update in hot leads, but
we don't jinx around here.
You have a job. You have a job to do. Sir.
Actually, that's the problem. We do jinx around here, and it's my fault every single time.
It was your fault.
Yeah, I tend to be the guy that causes all the issues.
Blame Bijani.
So, if you're looking for an Astros update later, I'll tell you to figure it out on your own.
So that's what we're doing, huh? That's what we're doing now.
If something, and that'll be our little friendly call sign, right? So if you're listening now and you know that hot leads time, I'll just say, hey, if you want to know what's going on in the Astros right now, figure it out. You got phones. You got Androids, you got iPhones. Figure it out. Google the damn thing. And that's how you'll know something really special's going on.
Hold on. Wait a minute. But we also want the people to use their phones to dial 713-572-4610 to hop on, join the show, because we do take calls on the show.
Look at this responsible guy right here. How about that for a little segue? He wants to take your call. He needs to take your call.
Have a take.
Help him out.
Have a good take. Stay on topic. What's the other part?
Well, just get the order right. Be on topic is number one.
Be on topic. Have a take. Don't suck.
Don't be calling in with your hot WNBA takes. Don't be calling in.
Here come the trolls.
Yeah.
Here come the trolls.
Well, come on. We'll field them on what is today, Tuesday?
Yes, it is.
Field them on a rando Tuesday. Don't be calling in asking Bijani what his thoughts are on the big UFC fight coming up, because I don't know a damn thing about it. Don't be calling in asking for my boxing takes
you
or
can
anything.
Fake your way through it.
Sure, I can.
You know boxing. Stop it.
Absolutely, I do.
You work with PC. You know boxing.
Nobody's a bigger boxing fan than this guy. I'll break it down with the best of them.
It was a great interview last night with Jaden Britton.
I thought he was fun. That guy was really good.
Yeah.
I am actually looking forward to that.
Still available on the Odyssey app if you haven't listened to it.
It's kind of interesting, though, that you do bring that back up, because I had been saying that the fights are coming up at Toyota Center later this month. And, I mean, it's boxing. I would expect it to be at Toyota Center. It's not. It's at Fertitta Center.
Oops.
Which is really cool, because I can only imagine what the atmosphere is going to be like inside Fertitta Center for a boxing match. 7,000 people. Oof. Like, have you ever been to a Cougar basketball game and heard how loud 7,000 people can be?
Close quarters.
It should be pretty fun for the boxing match on May 30th.
Wow.
Yeah, buddy.
Watch somebody get knocked out.
Oh, it'd be good. Yeah, just hopefully not like a la Ronda Rousey did that chick the other night.
We
handshake agreement, and she put her down in 17 seconds.
We talked about, we had posed a question who at 6'10" would be a representative in the celebrity boxing event.
You think Chris?
I'm looking at Chris. I'm like, hey,
why me?
This guy. Come on, man.
Why not? You work out. You're in shape.
Yeah, I did done a little boxing here and there.
Stop it. Freaking
nothing professional.
It's a Golden Glove champion over here.
No, I wish.
I've done a little boxing over here.
I wish. I actually went to high school with a guy that ended up going Golden Gloves.
I did too.
He's a smaller dude too.
Same guy.
He was quick.
Say the name on 3. 1, 2, 3. Chris Tamayo.
No.
You didn't say the damn name. What the hell's wrong with you?
Get out. I didn't even go to high school. I didn't even go to high school out here. I wouldn't be the same guy.
Oh, that's true. Well, I don't know.
Hey, actually, you never know.
Yeah,
he spent time in California.
I don't know that he really graduated from high school.
I mean, at this point, does it matter?
I don't know. Chris, if you're listening, text in. Did you graduate with us?
Did you graduate?
I don't remember. 713-572-4610.
Did you get your GED?
I just remember he was a Gold Glove boxer. Pretty badass dude from what I remember.
Well, let's not make him mad.
I used to make him mad all the time in high school.
Oh, you were one of those guys, huh? You just poke.
Did you bully him? Yeah. Did you bully him that made him
just
become a boxer?
Guys.
No, I mean we would get in fights every once in a while.
Of course,
yeah.
you know that.
Yeah, it would happen.
That happens when you're growing up.
Yeah,
well, at least in our area it did.
But anyway, don't deflect, sir. You should do the celebrity boxing thing. You should challenge another.
Well, who am I challenging? Another radio host?
Yeah, why not?
Seth Payne.
Not from our station, right?
Why not?
Oh, I thought we were going against another station.
Well, you could if you wanted to. Call somebody out.
Bijani is setting me up for failure right now.
Bro, I got you. I don't care.
Bijani is just setting me up for failure.
You seen all these other putzes on these stations? They couldn't hold your jock, bro.
Celebrity. I'm not a celebrity, but I mean, I would do it.
Yeah, you are.
For like a
celebrity,
like a fundraiser or something.
Look at this guy trying to be humble.
I would do it. I would do it for a fundraiser.
You're a superstar, bro. I got your back.
You got to be in my corner, though.
I will be in your corner.
NPC, you guys got to be in my corner.
I'll train you.
Help me pick up my teeth.
I'll let you punch the absolute hell out of me. I don't care for a fee, but I'll let you punch the absolute hell out of me.
Oh yeah, I remember you guys had the female boxer in here. What was her name? She punched you in the ribs.
Jury Rodriguez
punched you in the ribs pretty good, man.
She did.
She got you.
I'm ready to go again.
I recall that.
Again?
You're ready.
Ready to go again.
All right.
Other side though. Yeah.
You're still a little tender there, aren't you?
No, I'm not. But you got to balance it out.
Tender. Have you ever been punched in the ribs like really hard?
Yes,
by her. Does not feel good. Well, outside of her.
No, because back in the day, you were trying to mess up somebody's pretty face. So you were going for the chop shots.
You don't want to get hit in the ribs, man.
No, you don't want to get.
It's not fun.
I didn't mind it. I still think she went really easy.
I thought she took it easy on you though.
She admitted. I said, "Give me your best," and she said she did a 7.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I was gonna say more like a 5, but yeah, 7. I think she's.
And maybe
nice.
she was. Maybe she was trying to be like.
I thought she went easy on you.
Like, hey, I know this really hurts, even though you're not saying it right now. So I'm gonna say it was a 7 when it was really like a 4. So you don't feel like a complete bitch.
She didn't want to hurt your ego. She didn't want to hurt your ego.
21-year-old girl.
She didn't want to hurt your ego.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
I saw OG John Lopez. He got chopped by a wrestler.
Who was it?
That was Weak Sauce, bro.
Radio Row. I forgot who it was, but it was up in Radio Row.
Weak Sauce.
What do you mean Weak Sauce?
That was weak.
Yeah. Hey, they're actually. I mean, it is.
Would you let me chop you in the chest?
Absolutely.
Oh,
you gotta take your shirt off though.
I know. Hey, if Lopez can take his shirt off and show his 4 little hairs on there and get chopped, that's absolutely fine.
Why you gotta clown his 4 little hairs, man? What's that about?
Like he's teeing it up for
me.
Colin's teeing it up for me. I'm just being a smart ass. I love you, J-Lo.
If there is a
Colin's starting stuff back here.
Yeah,
today.
I am.
You're in the mood, aren't? I can tell you're in the mood today. I can tell.
I bumped in with the different kind of music for my intro. I'm feeling pretty good about today.
He did tell me yesterday that something happened to him this weekend that made him rejuvenated. And I wonder what that could be. Like, what tends to rejuvenate human males? And then they actually enjoy being at work on a Monday.
I didn't say
it. Wasn't a kick in the jewels.
I didn't say it.
It wasn't that.
Yeah, no.
Apparently.
But hey, listen.
Yeah, crawfish your ass out of that one. Go ahead.
Just to get back into the square of things real quick. If there's a
he's deflecting.
Sports.
He's deflecting. He's deflecting.
Listen, if there's a thing I know could end some fighting, it would be this OKC Spurs series. I feel like there's going to be some punches being thrown between Holmgren and Wembanyama.
I feel that's going to be a lot of fighting there.
Yeah. That game last night.
It's funny you mentioned Wembanyama because our guy Mike, Westside Mike, texted and he goes, "Yo, Bijani. Was it true that Victor?" I gotta read this as he typed it.
Oh no!
Yo, Bijani, Mike Westside. Was it true that Victor Wemby said before the draft that he didn't want to be drafted by Houston? Yes, is true. Victor Wembanyama did not want to be drafted by the Houston Rockets.
I do remember a specific clip where at the lottery, it's a camera of him, and when it was said that the Rockets were going to be picking 4th, or if the Spurs were the number 1 overall pick and won the lottery. I don't know which one it was, but apparently it looked like Wemby was relieved that it was the Spurs.
So he said it via his body language.
Said it via body language, yeah. Exactly.
I mean, there's plenty out there, and he seemed really happy. But it could be less about like not wanting to be a Houston Rocket and more about really wanting to be a San Antonio Spur. I don't know who in their right mind would want to do that, but
want to do what?
Be a San Antonio Spur over a Houston Rocket. However, I do think it's important. Like, when was Wemby drafted? 2023?
2 or 3?
I know it was 2023.
Is that the draft Jabari was in? Is that the one where we got Jabari Smith?
Say, bro. How many first round picks, like top 5 of the Rockets had in the last 5-6 years?
Well, good thing we have more than 5 years.
It was 23, and Amin Thompson was number 4.
That's
was
right.
number 4 that year.
The Jabari was the year before.
Yeah.
My whole point
so
was
23.
Could you really blame them at that point in time?
Yeah.
Rockets were absolute ass. Absolute ass. And
Spurs weren't much better.
They were, well, no, they weren't, but they were going to be pretty good whenever he went there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And you still had Popovich going strong at that point in time. Yeah. Well, okay, maybe not as strong, but he was still there.
Yeah. But they've also done very well with their top lottery picks the past, 3 years.
Yeah. I tell you what, dude.
So
to go back,
they've done it right. They're doing it right.
Go back to what we watched last night.
Man, hey, that game.
Victor Wembanyama was amazing. 41 points, 24 boards, 3 blocks, 3 assists, and 3 massive plays down the stretch in what I have to believe, what? Was that the last, would you say, 30 game seconds? He hits that 3 that tied it at 1-0. No, because it went to double overtime.
Yeah, well, that 3.
He hit the 3 to tie it at 108.
Yeah.
And then he hit, he blew past Holmgren and dunked on his ass.
Yeah.
I think that was Holmgren that he blew past and dunked on.
Well, no, I think he blew past someone else, and Holmgren came on the help.
Okay.
And he bopped on Holmgren. Yeah.
Okay, so he did
but
bop on Holmgren.
Holmgren got dunked on for sure.
That's what it was.
He got dunked on for sure.
And Wemby took it across the face, man. The contest, it hit him right across the face.
Oh, yeah, he gets fouled a lot.
And then he blocked, wasn't it SGA's, little baseline shot attempt?
Yeah.
About the 24-second mark. The game was over. They were down by 6 and they were trying to do the, let's go for
double
a quick
OT.
2.
Yeah, it was over.
Yeah, but he was there. He was like Johnny on the spot. No, pluck this out of the air. Jam this down right quick. Raise up from 33, which for a 7'5" guy's hitting a mid-range 23-footer. It's stupid.
He had one of those games that you don't see often. You really don't. 41 points, 24 rebounds.
Yeah.
He had as many rebounds. He had as many rebounds as SGA had points.
But look at it. I believe 9 of those were offensive rebounds.
I mean, he was
guys don't grab 9 offensive rebounds every night in games.
No.
Not offensive.
It's just
he was just on another level.
And you're going to have people say, "Wow, he's 7'5". He should be getting a lot of that stuff." And it's like, well, hold on, man.
He should, but you got a lot of guys that are 7'1" that barely grab 5 rebounds a game.
100%. It's just it's very, very hard to do. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that here in a couple of segments in terms of how special last night really was. Not just from a Victor Wembanyama perspective, but that game, man, was a damn classic.
Yeah.
Game 1 of a Western Conference final. Holy crap. Are we going to get anything close to that in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight? Cavs and the Knicks.
They're underway.
Yep, we'll keep you updated on all that good stuff. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of this very fine radio program. A lot of people want to be. You should be too. And I'll tell you this. You should be looking at Mokaram Injury Lawyers if, in fact, you
Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
So the Astros are leading the Minnesota Twins 2-0, top of the fourth. It's almost 3-0. Somebody, it was Christian Walker. Had warning track power on that one. Isaac Paredes hit a 2-run dinger earlier in this ball game. And the Astros do lead 2-0, top of the fourth. Now 1 out and nobody on. Jason Alexander got the start tonight for the Astros. It's supposed to be Lance McCullers Jr. Day. And damn it to hell if he didn't get scratched from tonight's start. Chris Partee in for Patrick Creighton. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I'm not even joking, man. You know, yesterday the Astros get Jeremy Pena back in the lineup, and then they have to shelve Jose Altuve. They put him on the 10-day IL with an oblique strain that it's grade 2, apparently, which could mean, multiple weeks out. And now you show up today, and good old Jake Myers is back in the lineup for the Houston Astros.
Why did that sound so sarcastic?
It's not sarcastic. Healthy body's a healthy body. And I was going to get to that.
That is true.
Because many people out there are like, oh, yeah, Jake Myers, what's he going to do? I mean, help? Having a healthy body is better than not having a healthy body. It's like
got to have somebody that's upright.
You cynical sons of guns on May 19th don't even know how good you've had it.
Yeah.
With the depth that has produced, over the years when you've absolutely needed it to. And Jake Myers, most of the damn season last year, he was a 300 hitter. Yeah. Who would have thought that? But he's back in the lineup, and then now you got to scratch Lance McCullers Jr. from his start tonight with shoulder inflammation. I don't know if he's back in Houston yet, but at least he's on his way back to Houston to be evaluated by team doctors. Just WTF on that. But
like Groundhog's Day.
WTF with all of the exclamation points. Because Joe Espada, did you see what he said about this? You didn't see it? Joe Espada said that he's been pitching through this for a while.
Wow.
Seriously?
Okay, so what is a while? That's what I want to know. What is a while?
If he pitched through this for one start. Seriously? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Lance McCullers Jr., of all the people.
Yeah.
Of all the people, like, you're paying this dude, like, what, $15, $16, $17 million this year to pitch? And
money.
This was literally a make-or-break year, and it felt like from the first start of the season, which he was tremendous in, it was a make-or-break kind of a outing for him. If he looks like ass for too many days in a row or too many appearances in a row, when's he going to be out of a job? And Lance McCullers Jr., correct me if I'm wrong, but looked the best he had the last outing that he had, and you thought, wow, guy maybe has turned another page, has figured out how to be effective without the velocity, which has been an issue for a while now. And now he's lost for maybe ever.
Who knows? Like we don't know how long he's lost for.
Here's the thing, like Colin asked me this question earlier today. Is he done? And I think that's the question until it's not the question. That's the question that everyone wants to ask anytime this guy's going to get hurt, especially now. This is not a case of the sucks. This is not a blister. This is shoulder inflammation. Shoulder inflammation for a guy like Lance McCullers Jr., who has had multiple things done to his throwing arm and has incurred multiple injuries and has had to rest, with whether it be fatigue or inflammation or bone spurs, whatever the case may be. This is probably not like just tendinitis. Probably not like just some, minor impingement. This could be like a major issue.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not the end from this specific time on the IL for him, it could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it sounds like. I mean, unfortunately, and hopefully not. No one's hoping for that. But with all the issues you just ran down that he's dealt with, this is just another blow.
It's really unbelievable. This is not the first time this year. You might remember Jeremy Pena when he broke the right ring finger before the season even started, right? And there was thought like, well, he's going to miss a little time just because of that. And then he comes back out and he's got the little hamstring thing, right? And then you come to find out from Jeremy Pena himself that I'd been dealing with this for a little while. Like, what are we doing? Like, if you're feeling something, can you tell the team doctors? Can you tell the manager? Can you tell your coaches? Can you get healthy, like, within the first 2 weeks of the season before you maybe cost yourself 3 months?
Now, to give him the benefit of the doubt, there are certain injuries that you can just kind of play through and, work your way around it. But when it comes to a hamstring, you got to be really careful with that because that could keep you out for 3 months. I mean, if you don't watch,
you can literally look at the guy that he was trying to play next to all season long, Isaac Paredes, who had the hamstring tear last year, and did everything in his power to get back early, and he did, but he still cost himself 2 months, right? Yeah. I say that not like he had anything to do with it, but he cost the team, 2 months with this injury when maybe they needed him most, right? And Jeremy Pena, I felt like, well, if you'd been dealing with this, it's a hamstring, man. Like, you kind of need that to be as explosive of a player as you are at shortstop, as explosive and excitable as you can be on the base paths.
To have the range that you need at shortstop?
Sure.
Yeah, that hamstring cannot be in question.
And what good are you if you got the gap power to hit doubles for days? If you can't run your ass from home to second base,
leg it out.
Like, this is what you got to think about. And it's just all of that. Like, if you feel something, I'm just amazed that in the year of our Lord 2026, with the doctors and all of the technology, and a guy that, mind you, has been through this countless times before in Lance McCullers Jr., like, speak up, bro. I mean, you came into this season like as a YOLO guy. Life after baseball. I mean, that's the way this guy's talking. Like, this could be it. This could be the end of the road. Yeah, it could be the end of the road if you pitch through a freaking injury that you've had.
A shoulder, and something that's bothered you and you've had issues with already. Yeah. You're just going to, just keep going.
A guy that we know can ring it up to 96, if he gets pissed off enough. Hadn't done that yet this season. And he's been hovering around 89, 90 miles per hour with a fastball. Clearly something's wrong. And yeah, now you come to find out, been dealing with it for a little bit, and who knows how much time it's going to cost him, how much time and money it's going to cost the Astros. And what are the Astros going to do now? They cannot enact a six-man rotation to save their lives because every time
it's not working out.
They get somebody right or they get somebody back, somebody else goes down. It's amazing.
But I mean, also, you play sports coming up. Anybody who plays sports coming up, whatever level you got to, you don't want to not play. So, I mean, it's tough sometimes because if a guy doesn't say, oh, this is bothering me, you can't always just tell when the guy is on the field.
Yeah.
You can't always just tell by looking at him. A lot of times you can, but
I get
some injuries you can't tell. So if a guy doesn't say anything, it's hard for the training staff and the coaching staff manager to know, okay, he's not 100%, he's not at least 90%.
But now. Case in point, and you might have heard this before, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest base stealer certainly of our generation, and he was doing it before you and I were even thought of for a little bit. Ricky Henderson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ricky Henderson, took crap, all the time back in the day because, he wasn't a Cal Ripken. He wasn't going to play every single day.
Yeah.
He's a guy that you look at him and he looks like an Adonis.
Yeah.
He's a guy that understood his own body, that was not bashful about, hey, Skip, I'm out today.
I need to take it. I need a day.
I need a day.
Yeah.
And you know what? Because he was so badass, you had to kind of trust that this guy understood his body. Yeah. It took Tony La Russa a while to figure that out when he was his manager. I think it was with the A's.
Yeah, it was with the A's,
And, they had, famous back and forths. And Ricky was just like, dude, I can't go today. And that's how good he was because, in La Russa's eyes, we're like, dude, 50% of you or 75% of you is 100% better than the next guy.
Than most guys.
But
yeah,
what did he parlay that into, Ricky Henderson? I mean, a Hall of Fame career, and that's just one prime example.
Yeah.
And I know it's at the other end of the spectrum, but that, again, is an example of a guy that, made no bones about letting his manager or his team know that, you know what, today I need a day.
Yeah.
And if you ain't got it as a pitcher, even if it's a make or break year for you, they know what you've been through. They know what you can do. They've seen you put the work in. They've seen you not give up. We need your best, for an extended period of time, Lance. We don't need your best, once every couple of months.
But I think it's also tough for certain guys because you just mentioned Ricky Henderson, who is not only one of the best base stealers, but one of the greatest leadoff hitters of all time in the sport. Some guys can get away with that. Everybody's not Ricky Henderson. So I think a lot of guys, they're like, especially you got McCullers, who's been injured so much. He's probably thinking, I can't miss time again. I definitely don't want to miss time again.
I can't imagine the pressure.
I think that pressure gets to a lot of guys. It's because
I think it
depends on what you've done. Honestly, it depends on what you've done and what kind of legacy or credit you've built up over the years.
Mm-hmm.
If you've been hurt the past couple of years and haven't played a lot, then it's like, okay, I don't want to go out again.
Yeah. No, I think it's a really good point.
Team.
I mean, you and I think, talked about this earlier this year. At some point in time, the pressure will creep up on these guys. And I think it did pretty quickly with Lance McCullers or Tatsuya Imai. I mean, everybody had to felt it at some point. Maybe Brian Abreu is a prime example of that. Tatsuya Imai may be a prime example of that, who was anointed the number 2 guy essentially out of spring. When Hunter Brown goes down, he's thinking holy crap, I got to be an ace here.
Yeah.
And how much pressure did he feel and show that he felt? Brian Abreu thrown into the closer role, and he knew it was coming the whole way and then couldn't perform.
Yeah.
Right?
It's tough.
And God knows what's really gone on with him.
Yeah.
He's had 4 pretty good outings now in a row. We'll see what he's got left in the tank. His velocity's still been kind of wishy-washy and up and down. Chris Partee in for Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. We're Area 45. Hey, coming up at 8 o'clock, a lucky caller is going to win 4 tickets to go see the Houston Gamblers take on the St. Louis Ass. I say their ass because I don't really know their mascot name. But they'll be playing at Shell Energy on May 24th. Battlehawks, whatever. May 24th.
Yeah, but Bijani, you forgot. Even if they don't win at 8 o'clock, they have another chance to win later on tonight.
Well, I didn't get to it yet. But yeah, that's true. We'll do one at 8 o'clock, and then we'll do another one at, let's call it 8:40. All right? And so I'll tell you what caller number you need to be to win those tickets for May 24th game, Shell Energy Stadium. The tickets are courtesy of not us. We don't care that much. But the Houston Gamblers do. They want you to go to their game and check them out and watch the Gamblers kick some St. Louis ass. So we'll do that at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, epic Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals last night. Can we even appreciate what we really just saw? And I'm going to tell you, I think the answer is no. We'll discuss next. Not ass.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Area 45 welcomes you back in. We're Sports Radio 610. Sean Bijani and Chris Partee in for Patrick Creighton. Calling the game, producing. Hit us up if you'd like to be a part of the show. 713-572-4610. 572-4610. Coming up next segment, we'll do the Houston Gambler giveaway. I'll give you the caller number, and you can call in to see if you can win tickets to this weekend's Gamblers and St. Louis game at Shell Energy, May 24th.
Caller number 45.
How about no? It's on you, big dog. Hey,
45? Wow.
Long
Come
segment.
on, for Area 45.
I
Just
would not
kidding.
do that.
Kidding, folks.
Yeah.
Kidding.
Last night, we watched an epic Game 1.
My God.
Not one, but two double overtime game. That thing was awesome.
Man.
Obviously.
Instant classic.
We were watching Astros, waiting for the rain delay, and so then we flipped it over to the basketball game during the show, and then, the damn thing went on and on and on, and got a chance to watch the nitty-gritty, at the end, and boy, that thing was fantastic. And we talked about the night that Victor Wembanyama had, and Ocho on the text line, me and him were kind of going back and forth a little bit on Wemby in what he did last night and just the overall kind of a player. And Ocho, he can be a cynical son of a gun, maybe a little trolly. Tell me I'm a lie, Ocho.
Just a little.
Tell me I'm a lie. But, I do think a lot of people feel that maybe this is a talking point in a conversation piece just as it relates to Victor Wembanyama, him and him alone. He says, to me on the text line that he's not impressed with Wembanyama. He says, all this does is make me really appreciate what Dream did at only 6'10" in the golden era of 7-foot centers. And I said to him, it's like, I get that. Yeah. I just don't want people to disrespect the fact that just because Wemby is 7'4", 7'5", whatever, rebounds and block shots and all those things, it comes easy to him. The guy's got handles. The guy can shoot, pull up from anywhere, evidenced by his performance last night. That's kind of the thing that I look at when somebody says something like that. And he says, yeah, but, if Wemby were even 5 inches shorter, he'd be a jag because he's not overly quick or explosive and would be much easier to defend. And I said, well, if Wemby was, 5 inches shorter, I think he'd probably be a little bit more explosive, and he wouldn't look like a giraffe out there dribbling a basketball. But
so I think Wemby's 7'4", so even at 6'11", in today's NBA, with his skill, and you just mentioned it, the way he handles the ball coming up the court, and everything he can do, if he still had all the same skills, he would still be a great player. He would still be a great player in today's NBA.
Sure. Especially the way just the game is played, the shot selection.
It's played so much differently than when Hakeem was in the league in the 90s. It's so much different now.
Sure.
I'm not saying he's better than Hakeem because he's not. He hasn't accomplished as much as Olajuwon accomplished. So, no, I would never say that.
No, don't.
I would never say that. We're not saying that.
You don't need to get to those comparisons or anything like that. But, hey, we all got eyes, and there are things that Wemby does in a game, certain shots. Guess who he learned it from? Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
Who's worked firsthand with Wemby. And it's not just like Wemby Googling Dream. No, they've worked together, and Wemby even gave him a shout-out earlier this postseason.
He did, yeah.
During a post-game presser. So it was really, really cool watching that last night. Yahoo Sports kind of did a by-the-numbers thing from last night's game. The number 7. That's the players in NBA history with a 40-20 game in a conference finals or later. 7 players have achieved it.
Not many.
Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Elgin Baylor, Moses Malone, Charles Barkley, Shaq, and then Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah. Holy smokes!
Who is in that great company and is the youngest player to ever do it at 22 years and 134 days. And Wilt was in and around that same age as well. I think Wemby got him by a few days.
I think I told you this before the show. We don't see those types of games often.
No.
Just in general. 40 and 20?
Yeah.
We don't see those games all the time.
No, it's crazy.
It doesn't happen often.
It speaks to the efficiency of scoring, right? And he did it all over the place. He did it in the paint. He did it from the mid-range. He did it from really deep. In the clutch last night, did Victor Wembanyama. The next number is 9 points Victor Wembanyama scored in the double overtime.
Yeah. He took over.
The Thunder scored 7.
He took over. He literally took over the game.
Did.
And he put the team on his back and said, we're going to win this game because of me.
Offensively and defensively.
Both sides.
It was incredible. The 24 rebounds by Wembanyama is the second most ever by a Spurs in a playoff game. And I heard this stat after the game had ended last night. That overtime game between Spurs and why am I blanking on the damn who the hell they play last night?
Thunder.
Yeah.
OKC.
It was the third straight year that a Western Conference game or just a conference final game has gone to overtime. I think a game 1 in particular.
Yeah.
Just wild.
To 1 overtime.
It's weird. This went to double overtime. It was the first time since 1976 a game 1 went to double overtime. It was Warriors and Suns, if I remember correctly now, in 1976. And then to get that kind of performance, it's just pretty wild to me. Can we appreciate what we saw individually from Wembanyama? Can we even appreciate, to me, and this is the larger question, can we appreciate the classic game that we watched last night between Thunder and Spurs, game 1 of our Western Conference final, when it feels like now for a good solid 5 years, the postseason has been riddled with blowouts.
Still get some of those, yeah.
You got one in Game 7 the other night, and it was maddening. 35
Pistons
point blowout.
And the Pistons were the home team.
Yeah, it was incredibly just frustrating to watch that performance by Detroit. But for that reason, I don't know that we can really appreciate what we saw last night. You agree or disagree?
I think it's
you're
tough.
A basketball nut job, so this might hit you sideways.
I appreciated it because once again, we don't see. I told you this earlier. We don't see a lot of. We see overtime games, and we don't see a lot of. Even in the regular season, we don't see a ton of double overtime games.
Mm-hmm.
So now you get to the postseason. Not just the postseason, but this series is for a chance to make it to the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
it's game 1, but the pressure and both of these teams are really young. These aren't two teams that have a bunch of veterans, guys that have played 10 plus years already.
Yeah,
these are really young teams. So to come on this stage and play a game like that, and it just goes back and forth and it comes down to double overtime. I appreciate that, but I agree with you. I don't think, in large part, we probably don't appreciate this right now in the moment.
I think that's a great point you just made in terms of like the youth that the San Antonio Spurs possess, right? Were we not talking about the same thing with the Oklahoma City Thunder last year when they were rolling through the regular season?
Yeah.
They were out to a 60-plus win season, and it was like, well, this team, inexperienced in the postseason.
I was worried about that, yeah.
Right. And then it was, here you go. You run it back with a similar type of regular season with the San Antonio Spurs, and the damn Thunder ain't falling off. In fact, you make the argument they've gotten better, and they're battle-tested now. They know what to expect, and they're going up against the Spurs, which makes way for this highly anticipated series, and it did not disappoint in game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. And you're thinking, like, boy, holy crap. I heard Ron and Clint talking about this earlier, and one of them asked a question like, dude, Oklahoma City in trouble? I'm like, in trouble? I don't know about that. To me, I don't know how you arrive, like, are they in trouble? Like, in trouble? What do you mean in trouble? I think the NBA is in trouble because now you've got these two teams in the Spurs and the Thunder to wreak havoc on the other 28 right now.
You know what this kind of reminds me of, especially if both teams continue to trend upward over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah,
early 2000s, Spurs Lakers.
Oh,
they stopped a lot of teams from advancing.
Yeah.
To the NBA Finals. From 99 through around 2007, they kept a lot of teams from advancing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
To the NBA Finals.
Well, the Spurs were pretty damn good before that, too. And I guess the Lakers.
But that's when they started to get over the hump.
You're right.
That's when they started to get over the hump and actually win championships.
Absolutely.
That's what this reminds me of. And these teams could go on a run here, it feels like, for the next 5 years where it's either one of them going to the finals.
Yeah.
And everybody else just has to kind of sit back and wait.
Well, and I kind of love it, right? Because this kind of takes me back into, hey, the Rockets, they're coming off of back-to-back 50-plus win seasons themselves, and they're going to try to do some things. And they got a great future Hall of Famer in Kevin Durant that they can try to still add some pertinent pieces
around
to. And I want to see a great Rocket-Spur rivalry. I want to see the Rockets in the mix of the great teams in the Western Conference.
That would be awesome.
Absolutely. I think we should all be pining for that. It's not about, you got to have one or the other. No, I want the team to be the best in Texas, but I want the team ultimately to be the best in the NBA again,
of course,
as well in the Houston Rockets. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to weigh in on that. All right, giveaway time. Houston Gambler tickets coming up this weekend, May 24th, Shell Energy Stadium. Gamblers taking on St. Louis, courtesy of the Houston Gamblers. Lucky caller number 3 will win 4 tickets to go see the game on May 24th at Shell Energy Stadium. 713-572-4610. Caller number 3, you win the tickets. Good luck.
For the first time in 7 years, the Texans are headed across the pond to play a game in London. West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
8 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you joining us. I'm Sean Bijani, Chris Partee in for Patrick Creighton tonight. Colin, the game producing. Colin, do we have a winner?
Funny you should mention it. Patrick from Angleton wins the tickets.
All right. Congratulations, Patrick.
Congrats, Pat.
He gets 4 tickets to go see Gamblers in St. Louis May 24th at Shell Energy Stadium. We'll be doing one more giveaway before the night is up in less than 40 minutes. So in less than 40 minutes, I'll let you know what lucky caller number you need to be, and we'll have another family 4-pack to give away to go see a little Gambler football this weekend at Shell Energy Stadium. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to join the show right now. Phone lines are open. You can call or text. We're spending a little time talking about the great game last night in the Western Conference Finals and the Eastern Conference Finals underway tonight in New York. Knicks leading the Cavs 38-35, about 4:25 remaining in the first half there. You do not
want to see the Knicks win. And if you're a Knicks fan, especially if you're from New York, you know how insufferable you are.
Oh,
you
man.
know.
Yeah.
What?
See, dogging on PC now.
Hey, I'm just saying. I call it like I see it.
I mean, how insufferable can PC be even here in Houston? So
is that a rhetorical question?
PC know he my dog, but he knows how Knicks fans are.
And he knows how much of a pain
York.
in the ass he can be whenever his teams win, whether it be hockey, basketball, baseball.
Doesn't matter.
Of course, you haven't had to worry about baseball because the Mets suck.
Oh, yeah.
Mets
we won't talk about them.
Must end the season. That's what it stands for.
Yeah.
For those new around here.
God bless them.
We learned that. We learned that from PC. 713-572-4610. Let's get out to Luke. You're on Area 45. Luke. What's up, Luke?
What's up, guys? How are y'all?
What's happening?
Doing
good.
Good. So, Chris, I know you remember my jack-off phrase for the Yankees. And then you remember I said, I hate New York, and I just would never want to live there because it's a horrible city.
Oh, man. See, you really going in now. I ain't say all that, but I feel you, though. I feel you.
I'll co-sign that, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's something.
Even though I want the Knicks to win, because I like Jalen Brunson. I think he's a very good point guard.
He is.
I like Jalen Brunson a lot.
But their fans irk me. Just saying.
That's fair. No, it's the same thing with the Yankees. I'm like, please go away.
Yes.
So here's the thing about last night's game. I did not watch a single lick of that game because I hate that disgusting-ass team in that disgusting city. And Wemby's great and all, but I'm still...
He's not talking about Oklahoma City.
Wait. Which city we talking about here, Luke? I got you.
If you can't connect the dots, Luke is not talking about Oklahoma City being a disgusting-ass city.
Goodness.
Hey, I do hate that disgusting-ass team, too.
Oh, my
because of one person, and his name is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who likes to kick people in the midsection, and then when his little... leg here gets touched, he throws another hissy fit. And so I'm like, I have no respect for OKC. Alex Caruso is an Aggie, and I hate Aggie.
Oh.
So hook 'em horns to everybody out there, including you, Tyler, if you're listening.
Cult members.
But I'm still very bitter about that entire draft. We all know that the Rockets got more rigged than any time Houston's ever got rigged for anything. And... seriously, who wants to watch Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio with that punchable-looking coach, with his punchable-looking face? I am now you think it Amin Thompson out of it, but still, Amin Thompson is not Victor Wembanyama. And it makes me disgusted. So I did not watch that game, and I will not give San Antonio or Wemby any credit about last night. I don't care how good he is, I don't care. I don't care how much he's likable. I don't care. You can be the most likable person in the world, but when you play for a team I despise, that means I despise the person too.
Damn, Luke, tell him how you really feel. Tell him how you really feel, Luke?
Appreciate the phone call, Luke.
That's why
Holy
I love.
smokes.
That's why I love sports radio.
Yeah.
That's wow.
Sometimes illogical sports takes, or either way, passion filled.
I didn't agree with everything, but I loved the call.
I loved the call.
I loved the call.
Luke's fun, man.
Yes.
However, I got to say this. Maybe he didn't say most punchable face for the Spurs head coach.
Punchable.
It's Mitch Johnson,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, Mitch Johnson.
Nowhere close to being the most punchable face.
Listen.
It's that dude that looks like the cartoon logo of Mad TV from back in the day.
Denver's coach.
The Denver Nugget coach.
Yeah,
I don't know his name. I just call him Mad TV guy.
He does look
like the guy that's there currently, or the one that got fired.
No, you're thinking about not Mike Malone.
The one that got fired,
the
Mike
the guy
Malone.
that took over from Mike Malone.
He's just an average-looking white dude with a beard. This guy, Google Mad TV logo.
Yes,
I know what
David
Mad
Adelman.
TV logo is.
Yeah.
It's Rick Adelman's son. That's David Adelman, yeah. The old school coach, Rick Adelman. Now, was it Rick Adelman?
No. Yeah, well, yes, that's his son, but is that that the guy that?
Yeah, Rick Adelman. Yeah, that's his son.
David Adelman's
Nuggets head coach.
Oh boy,
That's his son.
By the way,
he needs a complete makeover, man.
Yeah. He looks. I pointed that out last season to a friend. I'm like, he looks like Mad TV.
Rick Adelman, another one. Your average-looking white fellas.
Yeah.
Great basketball career as a player and as
coach.
A coach.
Yeah.
Certainly. Why does your son look like the Mad TV guy? That's just wild to me.
Let's not even go there.
Listen. By the way, here at Area 45, we do not endorse people getting punched.
Punch in the face.
We do not.
Sometimes.
I'm sorry. Welcome to the show.
Maybe
Colin.
that's because PC's not here tonight, but folks get punched, man. Come on now. Come on, the game.
Yeah, we only have a segment dedicated to people getting punched anywhere. It's called Bandwagon.
That's different. Those
Coming
are people
up
that
later.
deserve it.
Coming up at the end of the show.
Oh, my goodness. 713-572-4610. Going from basketball to a little bit of football, and I'll transition it this way. We will focus more on like the Rockets, who this could be somewhat of a make or break kind of an offseason, dependent upon like Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, what they do to build it up. It's kind of a make or break year for a number of these football teams that the Texans have on their schedule, at least if you believe one guy. This headline, really caught my eye earlier today, and it came from Buffalo. Keon Coleman, one of their receivers with the Bills, he says this is a make-or-break season for them and him, Keon Coleman.
For him
with the Buffalo
especially.
Bills.
He's always in trouble.
In trouble and
in the doghouse.
Injured.
All of the above.
And for, him being a former first round, or I think an early second round pick.
I think it was an early second round pick.
Yeah, he was late first or early second, I think.
But there's a lot of hype around him coming in.
It is. Yeah. This is what Keon Coleman had to say. He said, quote, "For me, it's make or break. Bleep. You might not be here. Simple as that. I know what I'm capable of. So if I fall anything short of that, I'm doing myself a disservice and my team." And I was like, man, Keon Coleman, what do his numbers look like? Why is he saying this? He finished last season with only one game of 100 receiving yards or more, and that was week 1. Never did it again. He had 4 regular season touchdowns and 1 in the divisional round, lost to the Denver Broncos. All in all, 404 receiving yards, trailing by a lot his rookie numbers, which he put up 556 receiving yards in the same number of games, which was 13. So his availability was in question as well.
But it wasn't just the stats with him, though. Not to cut you off.
Yeah,
it wasn't just the stats with him.
That should be brought up,
It was
too.
a maturity thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It was a maturity thing.
It should be brought up. I mean, there's that. And for a guy in Josh Allen who's probably got revenge like tattooed across his forehead week 1 when he takes on the Texans just down the road at Reliant, you got to have a guy that you can trust to throw the ball to that's going to go and make plays.
Who do you think, though, that Josh Allen wants revenge more on? The Texans or the Chiefs?
Well, week 1, I mean, it's kind of like you want to get off on the right foot. And I want to beat the team that has beaten me 4 times out of the last 5 that we faced off against each other.
When did he beat the Texans?
Don't ask me when he beat them. I can't remember. It's been a little bit.
I was looking at 1-4. I'm like, I can't remember.
But
Google it.
But I mean, I would say overall for Allen, it's going to be the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Because they can't beat him in the playoffs.
But
they beat him in the regular season. They can't beat them in the playoffs.
Here's the thing why I found this like week 1 matchup intriguing. And we're going to probably find other storylines between now and week 1 of the regular season for the Texans. But yeah, it is kind of a revenge game for Josh Allen and the Bills the Texans, right?
Should be.
You get to go into their place week 1, try to beat them. You want to get started off on the right foot, and you'd like nothing more than to kind of flex your muscle against the reigning number 1 defense in the NFL. I get it. It's there. It's built in already.
Yeah.
But if you're the Houston Texans, and this first little nugget speaks more to like the historical element of it, how often do the Texans win week 1 of a regular season? Yeah. Believe it or not, over the course of the last decade, it's only been 3 times.
Yeah.
One being a tie. They are 3-6-1 week 1 of the regular season the last decade.
Yeah.
I found that pretty wild. But then I thought, well, what ate up a good chunk of the last decade of the Houston Texans?
Yeah.
There was a lot of tanking, and ass-type seasons.
It was not good.
No, it was not good. All the while, here's a Houston Texan team now going into the 26th season, trying to win double-digit games for the 4th consecutive season. Obviously, it's never been done before in the history of this franchise, and 4 double-digit win seasons, not too common of an occurrence throughout the course of the NFL. Yeah. The task is tall, and the Texans' schedule out the gate is tough. 3 of the first 4 weeks, you got Bills, Bengals, Colts sandwiched in between those 2 teams, and the Dallas Cowboys also at home week 4 against the Texans. But the Texans would like to get off on a good start, too, and this might be a make-or-break year for a number of Houston Texans. So, all in all, when I read that quote from Keon Coleman of the Buffalo Bills earlier today, I had a similar thought, like from a Texan perspective. Okay, week 1's going to be badass for sure. Everybody wants to flex their muscle, but only one team can win, right? God forbid you got a tie. What year is this a make-or-break year for certain Houston Texans? I've got a candidate list, and I want to see what you guys think of who else maybe should be on that candidate list. The number 1 guy that I put, and maybe in no particular order, right?
Yeah.
Xavier Hutchinson. I think it's fair to say that this is a make-or-break year for Xavier Hutchinson, who is, in a receiver room next to Nico Collins and Tank Dell, who I think is on a make-or-break year as well, also in that receiver room. Yeah. Maybe that room and that room alone has the most question marks.
That entire room outside, that entire room just about may be.
I mean, if your name is not Nico Collins,
outside of Collins, the whole thing.
I don't think it's make or break for Jaden Higgins. I don't think it's make or break for Jalen Noel. Because look, Higgins contributed, I think, a lot more than people thought he could. Like when you look at the numbers at the end of the season, as bad as and as inconsistent as the offense was, that was pretty damn good from Jaden Higgins and what you got from him. Now, Jalen Noel, he contributed to the team from a return standpoint, right, on special teams,
not as much,
but not at all as a receiver, really, if we're being honest. You wanted to see more of him, and then for some reason, that just didn't happen.
I think he'll get more opportunities this year.
Hopefully,
he'll get a lot more opportunities.
Do you guys agree? Xavier Hutchinson and Tank Dell, make or break years for the Texans in 26?
It's tough with Dell because of the injuries coming off of.
But that's why.
Yeah. I think from what Sean's asking is like, okay, you just got off realistically, he's gotten off of 2 major injuries. The injury he had in his rookie year, ankle fracture, foot fracture, whatever it was, and also, this devastating knee injury he had. Can he be back to Sean, would you want him to be back to the same way he was before or close to it?
Productive.
Just productive?
Productive.
Yeah, I agree.
It would be tough to expect him to be back to the same exact way that he was coming off of that really, really horrific injury.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all. If he does, he's great, but that's a tall order.
And I do. There's an element of unfairness there, right? For a young player.
That.
he's not a first-round pick, man.
No.
He ain't got a fifth-year option. This is his fourth year.
Yeah.
So it's make or break. Like, you got to show the Texans that you can be a productive member of that room and be available. Stay healthy. Be available so you can earn that second contract. I think that is the epitome of make or break is Tank Dell. Xavier Hutchinson, I mean, who's next to Nico Collins? If Tank Dell does that, hey, that's a great number 2. But isn't it supposed to be Xavier Hutchinson or Jaden Higgins in a year 2?
You would think one of them, at this point.
You've got to emerge, right? And then,
a consistent number 2.
Jalen Knoll, like, where does he fit in between him and Tank Dell? Like, how are you going to employ this receiver strategy? Because if you're going to be a lot of 12, 13 personnel, that presents, a kind of a cog, I would say.
Do you think they'll bring Dell along slowly early in the season, and because of that, Knoll will get more opportunities? That's kind of what I feel could happen.
I don't know. If you're Tank Dell, you're coming in with, if you want to call it a chip on your shoulder or not,
well, of course, yeah.
What's the chip? It's not a chip of disrespect. It's a chip of like, dang, football gods, like, you cut me a little slack here.
Yeah. You want to show that you're back from this injury and you're good.
Yeah.
And you can still produce and be productive for this team.
That's
what he's out there.
If Jared Wayne is there day one of training camp, and I'm Tank Dell, I am mandating that they put an ankle bracelet on Jared Wayne. And if he gets within like 15 yards of me, somebody comes from the sidelines and just tackles his ass.
I would love to see Sean Bijani as a football coach. He'd be coming up with some creative stuff like that.
I'm ripe for the UFL, aren't I? What other hokey, weird crap can we think of?
Hey, get back out there.
Yeah.
That coaching cap on.
Oh, man. Those are the 2 on the top of my list. Do you have any guys that are in make-or-break years for the Houston Texans? I got a couple more I'll throw out to you when we return. Also this, how disrespectful is the Texans' projected win total? Or is it at all? We can discuss next. Stay put.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 45 when the Texans' schedule officially dropped?
The thing I like about the schedule, there's no game on here where I look at and I go, man, there's no way in hell the Texans are winning that game. We've had games like that in the last couple of years.
presented by Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Area 45 back with you alongside Chris Partee tonight. In for Patrick Creighton, I'm Sean Bijani. Hit us up if you'd like to be a part of the show, 713-572-4610. You can give Colin the Game a call.
Coming with the jams tonight.
And he'll put you in. Yeah, I like that one. We need more of that, by the way.
More, please.
That one?
More of that.
More, sir.
What is that one, Sean?
I don't know. Some Eminem song.
Eminem and Dre.
Yeah, that one. Whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It's good. Just keep it rolling, big dog. Don't worry a damn thing about what.
Don't worry about who it is.
Yeah, I don't care.
Play it.
If it sounds good, that's all people care about. Okay. 713-572-4610.
You've never heard of the damn song before, Sean? Oh my God, Sean, how do you not know it?
Hey, that's a pretty good PC impersonation there.
Yeah, you need a little more raspiness in your voice.
Yeah, buddy.
I'll take a 3-day break, though. I'll take a 3-day break.
3-day break.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, my God. It's like Susan Waldman every 5 minutes if I don't know a song. Oh, my God.
Oh,
unbelievable.
He likes to quiz you there. He does. He makes them come a little faster. He likes to quiz you.
Oh, boy. All right. How disrespectful is the Texans' projected win total? We'll get to that in just a second.
doucheopotamus.
Please stop. Tank Dell. I said Tank Dell and Xavier Hutchinson are two of my make-or-break guys this year for the Texans. They're in make-or-break years. And we got two different texts, 713-572-4610. One said R.I.P. Tank. Another one says, I think Dell is done.
Not dead. Calm down.
That injury was so damn bad. I mean,
be to him.
To him, the football Tank Dell might be dead. And I think if a lot of people, if you polled a lot of people, they might say the same thing, man. You know, poll question in about 3 months as we get closer to like actual training camp, right? I think that's a fair question to ask. Do you believe the football version of Tank Dell is dead? But kind of like it's a little early to go ahead and put the RIP on the front page of the Houston Chronicle for the Astros because it's only May 19th.
Yeah.
And they're 5 games back of first place in the crappiest division in baseball.
It's not the end of the world.
I think it's too early to do the same with Tank Dell. We could talk about it, though, and at least the sense that I am, I think it's a fair question. Make or break year for Tank Dell. I think he defines what make or break means for the Houston Texans in 2026.
Hopefully he doesn't actually break anything.
Let's not even, don't even put that out there.
Do you have anybody on your list, Colin?
I mean, the obvious one is C.J. Stroud. I mean,
I think everybody's got him there. Everybody's got him on the list.
And the thing is, the one that I was very curious about that you put in there, Sean, that I kind of agree with, is Henry To'oTo'o.
The only reason why I put him in there is because he ain't got the contract extension yet. It's not because he ain't been a good player.
He had a great year last year.
The last 2 years, he's done nothing but the last 3 years, he's done nothing but get better.
You just wonder if when Azeez Al-Shaair decides to hang it up, is he? If you really are invested in To'oTo'o, like. Are you feeling pretty confident enough that he can take on that starting role as that Mike?
I don't know. Like maybe that's a question, but you don't have to worry about that right now.
I'm not worried about
it. You've got Azeez for the next 2 to 3 years.
And I like Henry To'oTo'o. I think he's really solid. And he's improved every single year. Can he keep it up? Is the question. But that's a question for a lot of Texans.
Well, but think about. I know. Yes, you can ask that. That question to me, in my opinion, is a little more easily answered when your head coach is DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
And all the credit in the world, to Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator for the Texans. But, he ain't going to be here forever either, maybe. He's going to be in the conversation for a future head coach somewhere.
Didn't he get interviewed for the Arizona Cardinals head honcho spot?
I think so.
They have, yeah.
I think so. I don't know how deep he went in the process. I don't even know if I think he actually interviewed. But I was going to say at the very least they were interested in him.
But he's taking head coaching interviews, so that tells you something.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time, I think. And that's ultimately the problem that you're going to have. Like, if you're anybody with success on one side of the ball, you're going to lose good dudes. Yeah. And the Texans have already lost some good dudes. Dino Vasso, he had a defensive coordinator job interview earlier this year. I can't remember with whom. Didn't think there was a chance in hell he was going to get it. Yeah. But, again, it's a part of the process.
It is, yeah.
That was his first time, dipping his toe into those waters.
Yep.
All right, well, you have another really good season. He's going to get probably three more interviews next year, and maybe a couple of three more the year following.
And then he's a really serious candidate.
Sure.
At that point.
Yeah.
He's likely out the door.
Absolutely. But I've got Cade Stover, Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
I figured
Cade Stover.
I figured somebody was going to say C.J. Stroud, but I don't think that's as easy a question. I don't think that's as easy an answer to this question as you would think. I said make or break.
Yeah.
The Texans picked up his fifth-year option.
Yeah.
This is his fourth season. Unless he's like absolute complete ass, and we are without a shadow of a doubt convinced that, man, that dude ain't the guy. Yep, he's broke. I don't know that the Texans would, pay that guy $20-some-odd million to be the quarterback of a football team. And I don't know. Like, I'm talking like worst case scenario type stuff, which I am not forecasting, and I think it's even asinine to think that that's what you're going to get in 2026. But then, and only then, would that be make or break, and that would clearly be the break part.
Yeah.
I think he can make it, but I don't think he breaks it. I think, if anything, it's, mediocre, and you're going to pay C.J. Stroud $20-some-odd million in another prove-it year.
Yeah.
That fifth-year option.
Yeah. I mean, I think I look at it like,
which is a realistic worst-case scenario for me.
What if he's the same?
That's what I'm saying.
Like what if it's...
that.
Yeah. He's exactly the same as he was last year.
Well,
there's literally little to no growth.
Because it's hard to, put into words like context and what that looks like and means for the football team at the end of 2026, 2027. But if we're in a vacuum and he does the same thing and the Texans win 10, 11, 12 games, you won 10, 11, 12 games. You got to the playoffs. What did he do in the playoffs? Are we talking same regular season? Because then people want to extrapolate that out to, were we talking the same postseason? I ain't talking about the same postseason. You know the answer to that. If it's the same postseason, what good's the regular season if he turns the football over 8 times by himself? Come on. Yeah, none. You're not paying that guy any money because ultimately...
Not top tier quarterback.
No, you ain't paying
money,
no tier money. You're not paying a guy any money like that when he's turning the football over and costing you games in the playoffs when it's literally win or go home, as opposed to, if we lose, we got next week. No. It's win or go home. If you get a repeat of this postseason from C.J. Stroud, we're talking FUBAR.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that means. You were effed up beyond repair, sir. That's what that means. There ain't no coming back from that.
I just think it's a tough situation for the organization because it is, I mean, they drafted this guy to be the franchise quarterback, and that's what he's been for 3 years. But it's so hard to move on from one of those guys because they don't just grow on trees.
Yeah.
Everybody's not a franchise quarterback.
But
Even if he, and I can see if he just really regresses.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, well, he's not getting any better and he's even gone backwards. But if he's exactly the same, it's kind of like, okay, well, this is kind of who he is. Do we want to deal with that going forward? Yeah, maybe give him $25 million a year for 3 years.
Who's a quarterback in the NFL that a team moved off of, that they drafted, that they paid, or didn't pay yet, that they moved off of and then regretted it? Are we still waiting?
I mean, you could say maybe Washington with Kirk Cousins. When he left and went to Minnesota?
Can you? Why did Washington move off of Kirk Cousins? Because they got tired of him bending them over and taking all of their money and not winning playoff games? That he did the same thing in Minnesota, and then tried to do the same thing in Atlanta?
Well, by the time he got to Atlanta, he was washed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, hey, really good regular season quarterback, put up all the numbers, but did they miss him? Really? You got Jaden Daniels in Washington right now.
Yeah, but that's 5 years later. Like, what did they do in between that time? They didn't do much. So I could say, they probably did miss him. At least you're relevant, and you're in the conversation as opposed to going back to winning 6 or 7 games.
Give me another one. Is there a quarterback that a team moved off of that they didn't pay yet, let's say, that they did not pay yet and moved off of and missed? It's not Kyler Murray because the Arizona Cardinals paid that guy already, that just happened.
That just happened. So we don't know.
Right now, if you ask the Cardinals, hey, you going to miss that guy? Well, let's see what the situation looks like this year. Because now officially it ain't going to be Aaron Rodgers in Arizona. I don't even know who the quarterback is in Arizona right now. Is it Ty Simpson?
Jacoby Brissett.
And Ty Simpson, right? Or where did Ty Simpson go?
L.A.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in Arizona you have
Jacoby Brissett. Even though he's not at voluntary camp.
So
right
he's
now.
a bridge.
It's more likely, if I were to put my bet, I bet Carson Beck starts for Arizona.
Texter says Dan Jones from the 504.
Daniel Jones?
Yeah.
Dan. Dan Jones.
Yeah. Do the Giants miss Dan Jones?
It depends on who.
You got Jackson Dart.
They do got Jackson Dart.
I don't think they missing him yet. But he
hasn't done anything. He played well last year, but they didn't win nothing.
Daniel Jones was just not in the right situation. He thrived under Shane Steichen, but even before he got hurt, though, it did kind of start regressing.
Don't make excuses for him yet, though. Because
for who?
For Daniel Jones,
Danny Dimes.
He ain't done nothing yet. In
the grand scheme, he has not. I'll give you that.
He's got to do that again this year to start.
He got paid, is what he did.
He got paid, but he got paid in New York too. He got $40 million.
Hey, that contract was stupid.
He's got to do it again this year, and then you can start making excuses for him about why it didn't work out in New York, and then ultimately, I still think we're going to know the answer to that.
That franchise is a mess.
Well, but why didn't it work out for Geno Smith? Why didn't it work out for Sam Darnold? Why didn't it work out for Baker Mayfield? Like crappy situations, crappy organizations, crappy coaches, crappy players around them. And you know what? Maybe they suck too. It's okay to say they sucked once upon a time ago, because if you're a good to great or okay college quarterback and you just can't put it together in the NFL your first 3 years, well, sometimes that means you suck, but it doesn't mean you're always going to suck. Sometimes it means that, hey, you know what? The NFL's a business, and they ain't got time to wait around on you to figure it out. So they're going to move off of you before they got to pay your ass.
Yeah.
And we see that all the time. But again, that's the question. How many of those guys do they actually miss?
Some guys need a little bit longer to develop.
I think.
And you don't really have, like you just said, you don't really have that time to give a guy 5 years to develop anymore. It's not the 80s or the 90s anymore.
I just think we got to be real about the whole C.J. Stroud thing, man. That is a worst case scenario that only exists in your worst kind of bad dreams. And I don't think you're going to have to worry about that one at all. Knock on wood, somebody, I just did for you. Don't worry about it. All right, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Call that number right now and be caller number 4. And you'll win another family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Houston Gamblers take on St. Louis, May 24th, Shell Energy Stadium. That's this weekend.
Not 2, not 3.
But 4. Tickets courtesy of the Houston Gamblers. Good luck, good people.
Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros' in-house positivity after a rough first quarter of the season. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Sean Bijani, Chris Partee, who's in for Patrick Creighton tonight. We're Area 45. Astros lead the Minnesota Twins 2-1. Top of the ninth inning, nobody on and 2 out for Cam Smith at the plate right now. We'll have an H-Town postgame show for you coming up a little bit later. See if the Astros can get this thing done in the bottom of the ninth. Maybe before you get to that, get a little insurance, but you need a little bit of a 2-out rally here.
Is this how games are now going to go? I mean, we're starting to see signs of the pitching staff starting to stabilize a little bit. You know, they're starting to figure out who to trust to throw out there. Offense still doesn't have every reinforcement back with Altuve out. Is this going to be how each game is going to have to be won in close games where the pitching has to be on top of its game and the offense has to, quote-unquote, do just enough?
Well, I mean, that's complimentary baseball, right? You know, for a team who we wanted to talk about for weeks after their hot start offensively, and it was so hot, so good offensively that it was good enough to still, you know, be at the top of on-base percentage, slugging percentage, batting average, runs scored, all of those things for weeks on end with the offense literally doing nothing most of the time. Problem was, and the Astros are in this pickle because the pitching wasn't doing a damn thing either, while you're 11 games under 500 going into today. So, yeah, I mean, yes, you're going to have to get some sort of complimentary baseball. When you're not hitting, you got to get the pitching. When you're not pitching, you got to get the hitting to give yourself a chance to win some of these ball games. Tweet of the night from Chandler Rome on Jason Alexander's start, who had to, you know, jump in a pinch after Lance McCullers was scratched from the start tonight due to shoulder inflammation. Chandler Rome tweeted, Jason Alexander against the Twins. 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, a walk, 4 Ks, 80 pitches, 50 strikes, 36 swings, 9 whiffs, 87.4 mile per hour average exit velocity. If you're tracking at home, that's really good. This is like discovering plutonium by accident. I love it. I love it. That is a one-liner. You got to be feeling pretty good if you get this from Jason Alexander, who, when he has pitched for the Astros, has been god-awful this year. It has been everything but the summer of George for Jason Alexander this year. Last year, he was terrific. This year, even with 6 shutout innings, his ERA is still 7.30. You got to get more of that for Jason Alexander to bring it down to a respectable range.
Yeah,
but yeah, we'll talk about the Astros and the H-Town postgame show for sure. Just want to kind of give you a little peek and look-see and tell you that Josh Bell has 3 more hits tonight and is responsible for the Minnesota Twins having won.
He is not ass.
No, not at all.
2 homers last night and then 3 singles tonight. His 29th RBI, though, most importantly, and it was a 2-out opportunity.
Like I told you, the Twins are hoping that he does really good so that way they can sell him off as a rental at the deadline for some prospects.
There you go.
Maybe, but, I mean, they're in a lot better position right now than the Houston Astros are, at least in terms of the win-loss
for
column.
now.
Yeah, I mean, for now, but literally in the wild card and the division, their struggles have them in the middle of the pack of the Central, while the Astros are closer to the bottom, though still yet in the middle of the pack in terms of the wild card themselves. We shall see, right? More on buyers and sellers coming up a little bit later on in regards to the Astros.
By the way, Sean,
do we have a winner?
Yeah, Daniel from Pasadena.
Hey!
Shout out, Daniel. Congrats.
Yep, congrats, Dan. So we got Dan and Patrick going to be taking the
Dan
family
Patrick.
friends. Dan Patrick. Yeah.
How about that?
Which one? The sports guy or the politician
right?
dude?
Hey, either one.
Yeah, I like
Step right up.
I like the sports guy better.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
Let's steer more towards the sports side.
Not too much on the politics.
Let's not shaking our boots here.
No. Hey, speaking of shaking in the boots, right? No more boot shaking, right, for the city of Houston. Like, you know, the rodeo's done.
Yeah.
What's like the next big event not named the World Cup that's going to be coming to the city? Could it be another Super Bowl down the road? Could it be an NFL draft? I wonder.
The Olympics?
I saw. No, we don't. You don't want the Olympics to come to this city. I promise you.
Pandemonium.
I promise you, Colin.
God.
Basket weaving convention.
Yeah, it's at the George R. Brown this weekend, next to the boat show. It'll be there, and then the gun show's down the hall to the left. No, I saw Nashville officially got Super Bowl in 2030. And so here's what you got in terms of the future Super Bowls. You got L.A. in 27, so at the end of this season.
Yep.
You got Atlanta in 28, Vegas in 29, and then Nashville in 30.
The fake Oilers.
I don't know that another Super Bowl is ever going to come back to the city of Houston unless they get another stadium or like significantly renovate Reliant, which both, one of them's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you get a Super Bowl ultimately out after that, because God knows who's going to get, a new bright shiny stadium. But maybe it doesn't always have to be about that, because when I saw this Nashville, getting a Super Bowl, now they are getting a new stadium. The Titans are building a new stadium, and when the Titans first went up there from Houston, they didn't get a Super Bowl. They've never had a Super Bowl with the Titans there. So that is something that made me think, could Houston ever get another Super Bowl? And would you want another Super Bowl? Would you rather have a Super Bowl or an NFL draft? There's a reason why I'm asking this question, but I'm interested in knowing what you would rather have as a citizen of this city now. Another Super Bowl or an NFL draft?
I would say NFL draft.
Why?
I don't want to have to deal with the traffic of the Super Bowl. Everybody coming here. I know it's only one day, it's a weekend or a week or whatever, but I just don't want to. I would not want to deal with that. I just would not. And I mean, hell, I'm sure for most people here, unless the Texans are actually going to be playing in it, most people probably wouldn't care.
Yeah, and what are the odds you're going to be playing in your own Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Now, you said traffic, okay? You said traffic. I don't know how many of these people that attended the most recent draft in Pittsburgh were already like citizens of Pittsburgh, but people fly in for this stuff.
They do.
I was reading an article yesterday, and the number that the NFL released for Pittsburgh, it set an all-time attendance record. As they say, with 805,000 fans attended over the 3 days of the NFL draft in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Almost a million people attended the NFL draft. You'd rather have that because of the traffic situation. Think again, sir. So I'll tell you that from that regard.
I don't know. Those numbers, I mean, they say it's a new all-time record every year. I don't know. I think they're fudging the numbers.
Well, but it gets bigger and better
kind of
every
like
year,
WWE does, Colin. They fudge the numbers for a lot of these events. I don't know if the NFL is doing
I think it's a possibility, but here's why I agree with you. I would rather have an NFL draft. And I thought about this with the idea in mind that, I don't know if Houston's ever going to get another Super Bowl because all these new stadiums and, maybe more attractive cities and which I don't know why New Orleans continues to get it. I guess because you can gamble.
But why is Houston not an attractive city, though? I mean, this is a major market, so why is Houston not a more attractive city for a Super Bowl?
Well, I don't know. It's much more attractive, and appealing to the eye than New Orleans is.
Do we have more?
But that's why I say New Orleans probably gets it because of the gambling situation.
They get them frequently,
and that's the only thing that I could think of. But I'd rather have the NFL draft because your city is showcased from more than just 4 hours. I mean, yeah, there's the week leading up to the Super Bowl, and there's Radio Row.
Yeah.
But is your city actually showcased during a lot of that coverage? It's Radio Row.
I got you.
And it's podcasts and, some TV shows.
Yeah.
I think, the city is showcased because I watched all the NFL draft, way more closely this year for some reason than I did in years past. And I just noticed, boy, how cool, the city of Pittsburgh actually looks.
Yeah.
And people say it's ass, but at least it looked cool. And it's one of those places that I would like to go because, look, they get the bridges, they get the ballpark. It looked interesting to me. And I want people to think that and feel that way about Houston.
Yeah.
So if you see Houston showcased in a different way than it ever has been before, and it's never hosted an NFL draft, I think that would be really cool. You get it for 3 days here. That's why I think I'd rather have a draft. Colin, what would you rather have, Super Bowl or draft? If Houston could only get one in the next 10 years, what would it be?
Listen, I think, Super Bowl's cool and all. Just the fact that Houston has not had a draft here. I want an NFL draft.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I just Look, for the long-term economic impact of the city, the draft would be pretty impactful because it spans over much longer than the Super Bowl. Now, Super Bowl is a weekly thing. Of course, you got Radio Row, so you got everybody here, fans from other cities coming in. But I just think an NFL draft is simply much cooler, in its own way. I'm not saying it's much cooler than the big game, but I would love to have an NFL draft here. I just think it'd be pretty cool.
It could be really huge too, depending upon like a particular year's draft class.
Yeah, depending on what year it is, what's going on, who's coming out.
Yeah.
Who the Texans might get, depending where they're drafted. I mean, there's a lot of different aspects to it with the draft. And like I said earlier, I agree with you guys.
I wonder where it would be. I mean, it would maybe Miller Outdoor Theater, Discovery Green, or whatever they call it, like wherever U of H has all their watch parties, Avenida, Houston, or something like that, downtown by the GRB.
Most easily accessible.
Eleanor Tinsley Park, somewhere where you could put a bleep ton of people, standing, stage, bands, the actual, announcement of, the draft picks.
No, not the NRG Center.
No, hell no, you wouldn't want it out there. Just throw all these people this massive ass parking lot out here.
Hey, I'm not saying that's where it should be. I'm just giving a suggestion. So calm down.
I
throwing stuff against the wall here.
Pull my pants down and take a massive dump on that idea. Absolutely not.
Not a fan.
No, I think.
Thank you, Sean.
I think Eleanor Tinsley or Miller Outdoor Theater. We had an NFL draft party out there like 2 years ago, maybe max 3 years ago. The Texans had their party out there. I don't know how good it was because I was somewhere, not there, maybe doing a show.
Probably.
I don't know. It was draft night, so I definitely wasn't doing a show.
Was it the year CJ was drafted? Because that was number 2, number 3 pick. I think he was.
I don't know. Maybe.
It sounds like that would make sense though.
Maybe
having that high of a pick.
Could have been. I don't know.
Knowing you're going to draft a quarterback.
Ask Vandy. Vandy would know. John Harris would know. Those guys would know.
I wonder what those guys would feel like if you were to ask them, would you rather have a Super Bowl or an NFL draft next?
We could ask them tomorrow while they're doing Texans All Access, or we could ask John McClain, who's going to join us tomorrow at 7:40 and 8 o'clock. I will ask him that tomorrow. I'd be interested in what he had to say about that situation. Coming up next, Hot Leads, the day's top stories. We'll take a peek in at what the hell's going on at Target Field in Minnesota, don't you know? They're trying to make it interesting. We'll tell you how next.
Yippee-ki-yay to you.
Ready! The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
KILT FM HD2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
These are the new leads.
Now look, I need the leads.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads. Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
There goes Jeremy. The pitch is swung on and delivered deep to left field. All the way back and gone. Off the facade of the second deck. Isaac Paredes with his 5th home run of the year. And the Astros out in front 5-2-0.
Wow, hanging cutter just got e-socked. Nice leisurely stroll here on a cold evening in Minnesota.
Don't you know?
See, I thought he was going to do the little accent on accident. I need Blummer to do a Minnesota, don't you know?
I thought it I don't know, because I do it so much.
Don't you know?
It sounded like he was going to do it to me too.
It's kind of it's kind of like a habit at this point.
Maybe he did. Maybe you just cut it off right there and you didn't hear it.
Didn't get to it.
Come on, man. If he did do that, I would personally be playing that every single day.
That'd be fantastic.
It would be indeed. He's running out of, like you said, some good old punchy lines. He needs to change it up a little bit.
Yeah. Isaac Paredes. I'll tell you this right now. He's not going to be our player of the game, but he'd be our co-player of the game. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Would the Astros have been able to win without Isaac Paredes tonight?
The Big Bang came first, actually.
No, but you got a hell of a start from Jason Alexander. 6 innings, 4 hits, shutout baseball, 4 Ks, a walk, 80 pitches. He was awesome tonight.
Not ass.
Stephen Okert. I feel like it's been a minute since he's come out there and did what he did tonight. 1 inning, 3 Ks.
Not ass.
They came up and then quickly sat their asses back down.
Efficiency.
Not ass.
Now, Iniel De Los Santos did give up the lone run to Josh Bell, who had an RBI single, one of his 3 hits on the night. But Brian King came in and shut the door on the Minnesota Twins, earning a save on this night. I think that was his third.
No. Brian Abreu got the save, actually.
Yeah, I was about to get there as my computer refreshed.
Hold on, Mr. Bijani.
It was a 4th hold for Brian King and a 3rd save for Brian Abreu. Now, this is huge. Brian Abreu, when's the last time he's been actually called to come in and close a game for the Houston Astros?
I thought he closed the game last week.
Against?
I don't remember. I distinctly remember him having a save.
Was that the 10th inning game?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, when they had, I don't know if they even won that game.
I don't know if this was, I'm pretty sure it was last week. I just remember him coming in the save opportunity, and we talked about it.
It was a 10th inning game. He did. It was 1 inning against the Mariners. That was the one game they won, 4-3.
Okay,
yeah. He had a walk and a K. Yep. That's right. Good memory. So good for Brian Abreu. How about that, though?
We don't have many of those this
2
season.
straight opportunities. That means now 5 straight appearances, and that'll be, I believe, 4 2/3, 5 appearances that he has not given up a run. That's pretty damn good for Abreu.
Progress.
And progress for Jason Alexander. Progress for Jeremy Pena, who had a couple of hits tonight, scored one of the Astros runs.
Jake Myers had a good night, too.
Progress for Jake Myers in his first game back in a minute for the Astros. 1 for 3 tonight. DeCinzo with another double. His third of the season for the Stros. Yeah, a lot of good things happening. But you can't have all the nice things because Lance McCullers, he got scratched from the start earlier tonight with shoulder inflammation. More on that later. As in, I don't have the information now, and I won't have it later today, I wouldn't suspect.
I'm pretty sure
but it'll probably be later as in I don't know, wait 24 to 48 to 72
tomorrow,
to 96
next day, maybe.
To maybe a month worth of hours before you find out.
I guess you never know what the Astros.
We might, the spotter might say in his press conference later, and we'll of course have that on the H-Town postgame.
He ain't gonna say a damn thing about Lance McCullers.
You want to bet on it?
I'll guarantee you. I'll bet you $500 he won't say a damn thing about Lance McCullers.
Easy. I'm not balling like you, bro.
Big baller.
He has an endorsement. He thinks he's big balling.
Hey, big baller Bijani over here.
I ain't big balling. That's why I'm betting $500, so I could be big balling after I win that easy ass bet.
Up.
Yeah. No, you think Joe Espada? You think Joe Espada's gonna make it about who we don't have and who's hurt now?
He ain't giving away nothing.
No, it's gonna be all positive energy for Joe Espada tonight. But yeah, more on the Astros next segment, H-Town postgame show incoming. Meanwhile, we've got basketball to talk about, the Cavs and the Knicks. This is good for you, party time. The Cavs are kicking the Knicks' ass, 83-68.
Kicking their teeth in right now.
Man, 83-68. They've outscored them 35-22 in the third quarter.
Shout out to Luke.
Who's Luke? Luke who? Oh, the caller Luke?
And Luke Morrow.
Oh yeah,
everybody.
Oh yeah, he was being rough on the Knicks fans.
All the Lukes, man.
Is Morrow a Nets fan?
I don't know. Is he?
Well, he's from Connecticut, I believe. So.
Yeah. Maybe he's a Connecticut Sun fan.
Probably. We'll go with that.
Well, he's assimilated now.
Go with that.
He's a Houston guy.
Yeah.
And the Sun are going to be the Comets, so I don't think you have to worry about that. Donovan Mitchell, 26 points. James Harden, 9 for the Cavs, just hanging on to them coattails of Donovan Mitchell, don't you know. Meanwhile, for the Knicks, Jalen Brunson leading the way, 20 points. Kind of a rough night shooting for him, 7 of 18, 0 for 5 from 3. Really rough night. Have you seen the Knicks' three-point shooting? 4 for 23 tonight.
That's why they're losing like this.
Yeah. Boy, it's pretty bad. There's a whole other quarter of basketball, but I would not suspect that the Knicks do much else unless they start making buckets, a lot of them. Karl Anthony Towns, 9 points. Josh Hart, 13. Mikal Bridges, 12. And Anunoby. People were excited about this guy coming back. He'd averaged 20-plus points in the postseason before he went out with the injury, and that's over 8 games. So good sample size. Yeah. Tonight, this dude comes out and gives you 3 points, 1 rebound.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Get in the game, bro. He'll have to wait till game 2, I think, to maybe do that.
Yes, he will.
That's pretty wild. More NBA news. Jason Kidd is not going to be coaching the Dallas Mavericks anymore.
He gone.
New president for the Mavs, Masai Ujiri, making a coaching change. Who are the legitimate candidates? That's the list that I want to see. Has to be towards, if not at the very top, Tom Thibodeau. I'm just kind of going with the most, the guy with the most pelts on the wall that's a free agent right now. Is Billy Donovan coaching anywhere? It would have to be Billy Donovan, Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
And I'm really thinking veteran dudes, guys that have kind of been there, done that before. Maybe even some assistant coaches out there that have been head coaches before. Scotty Brooks, anybody? Where's Scotty Brooks these days?
Damn.
Scott Brooks.
One guy I was thinking of that we talked about earlier during one of the breaks, but he just took a college job, I believe. Mike Malone. Mike Malone is the guy that I would have looked to.
He's at North Carolina.
Yeah. He's at UNC. Yeah. That's who I would have looked at.
I would like Mike Malone. He's off the board
now. He's off the board.
I would like Mike Malone to just, for entertainment purposes only, say, Tar Heels, screw you. I'm going to go be the Dallas Mavericks.
So he's going to pull a Bill Belichick like he did to the Jets back in the day.
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome.
It just so happens to be UNC's football coach now.
Yeah.
Listen.
I think it'd be fun.
We're just focused on Cincinnati. On to Cincinnati.
Now you can be I'm focusing on Dallas. Screw you.
Right?
No, I'll go back to my 25-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, is she 25 now?
I don't know how old
I think she is. She's 24, 25.
The fact of the matter is, she's great.
She's always going to be 24 so long as he keeps getting older and older and older.
Hey.
Yeah, that happens.
He's going to do that.
NFL news, speaking of Bill Belichick for some reason,
Yeah.
Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is going to miss OTAs. I'll pronounce his name right when he decides to be a good, upstanding human being.
That's probably not going to happen anytime soon.
There was a person that...
give him a break.
There was a person that... his name was Ray Shee at U of H the other day, and so that's kind of stuck there. And it was spelt the same way, and they said Ray Shee, not Rashi.
Go
so it's
Cougs.
Ray Shee. Anyway, this numbnuts is going to miss OTAs and minicamp because he violated his probation, and he's going to be jailed for 30 days.
The name is Dumas.
How did he violate his probation? He tested positive for THC.
Of course he did.
Likes to smoke the weed. That, according to order of the court, issued today. He was booked
off the weed
today, and he will remain in jail until June 16th. That will prevent him from
Nice little vacation.
attending OTAs and the mandatory minicamp.
Did you just say it's a vacation?
Nice little vacation for him.
Hey, 3 square meals a day. You know, you get you get bed, probably a little TV.
Get your macros in. Get a little workout area.
Get you a little yard time out there. Get your push-ups in. Little barbell bench press. I mean, they have all the nice things.
He's gonna be balling in the prison league with Henry Ruggs.
I don't know. I care not to be familiarized with how county jail functions.
Oh my God!
They had to have some prison leagues. I mean, come on, the longest yard.
It's not prison.
Well,
it's
going
jail.
To jail. He's going to jail.
It's jail.
I
a
mean,
little different. I don't think they got all that.
Is that trial still ongoing with the whole, accident that occurred, or not the accident, like the whole thing that went down?
It might be. I'm
With
not
who?
sure.
Henry Ruggs?
No, Rashee Rice.
Oh, Henry Ruggs. Well, you brought up Henry Ruggs.
Yeah,
I'm like,
he,
what?
he had a trial going on too, but that was a while back. Yeah.
Well, I thought there was another one or something. He was in the news the other day for something.
Man, yeah, I didn't see that.
I can't remember. I don't know. Google it is what I will tell you. Again,
no.
In doubt, just Google it. Jackson Smith and Jigba called out the NFL over a bogus-ass trophy that he got.
This is so funny.
This is ridiculous.
It really is. It's like, where's the attention to detail?
Here's why I'll tell you this is ridiculous in just a second. But first, let me tell you what happened. So he's basically calling the NFL like Temu of trophy giving. So he got Offensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
Supposed to get a trophy for that.
Yep.
He got the trophy for that. And it read 2025 Defensive Player of the Year instead of offensive, according to Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Hey, congratulations.
Now,
Jackson.
the engraving also appeared to be missing a space between the and the word year. So it was just bunched together. Somebody else said
was
that
drunk on the job?
the mistake was actually a spelling error. It didn't say Defensive Player of the Year, but it said offensive.
Oh.
Right?
So
either way.
So the O looked like a D.
Right.
Yeah.
And either way,
it's wrong.
The E should not be there. Add in the extra F. Get the space between the and the year. I watched
It is kind of janky.
for like 20 minutes this weekend on Sunday at the PGA Championship. Them show like back and forth as Aaron Rise ready to win the Wanamaker Trophy. They were going back and forth showing the engraver, like put the name on the trophy. Like for 20 minutes, they were going back and forth because Rye finished early and he had to wait for everybody else to finish to get his trophy. If you can do it like on the spot, like right then and there, like you knew this guy was Offensive Player of the Year for a minute. Like,
Been a few months now.
Can you figure this out?
Apparently not.
Can you get this done
Apparently
the
not.
correct way?
They might have been better going to Temu.
I mean,
to order the trophy.
No, I don't know. I feel like they did go to Temu, and this is probably the issue.
This is the result.
Yeah, like we need a 24-hour turnaround. Hey, chop, chop. And somebody was feeling the stress, man. That's pretty bogus.
Don't you just love the age we live in? Because back in the day, we probably would not have heard about this. But because everybody can just have social media, can just throw it out there on the spot.
Yeah.
Don't you just love
Back
it?
in
I
my
do.
day.
Now, back in the day,
right?
I would have done this if I gave a damn about social media, but I really don't, unless it's promoting work and, stuff that we're doing and all that. But, like, from a personal standpoint, I don't like doing stuff on social media. But I can actually kind of relate to what Jackson Smith and Jigba got as this bogus-ass trophy for a pretty good achievement. When I started coaching football and PE, I won Rookie Teacher of the Year. Right at my school. It was a bogus award.
Rookie Teacher of the Year.
I was like one of like 3 new people there.
Hey,
you
beat 2 other people. You weren't the only one. Now, if you're the only one, that would have been.
And
really
I felt
bogus.
bad for the people that I beat because
Why?
they were real teachers. They were actually in a classroom.
Okay. Oh man!
And they decided to give it to the PE slap, me. And so
you must have balled out for real.
I've been trying to figure out what kind of teacher you were, but
what kind of teacher? I was not a teacher. I was a PE coach.
Hey,
you probably get an idea.
Easy. You're teaching physical education.
To the children, the future of America.
I babysat. Just take it for what it's worth. Stop trying to give credit where it is not due. So I had to go to this ceremony, right?
They had a whole ceremony?
For the whole district, right?
Okay.
So it was like they were going to give away things to people that retired after 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, 40 years, things like that. And then, Rookie Teacher of the Year at all the different schools, or Teacher of the Year of the district, and things like that.
Okay.
So I'm sitting there going through this whole thing, and I'm watching. They do all the retirees first.
Okay.
And I should have known how this thing was going to go.
Past their bedtime, huh?
They gave all the retirees, depending upon the years, like some of them got a pen. Some of them got like some little wooden clock and like a little desk clock or something. And then when they got to the Rookie Teacher of the Year from individual schools,
this already sound bad.
It gave me a plaque, like maybe slightly bigger than my iPhone. Okay. And mind you, this was 2012.
Okay.
Well, I went back to the future that year because they gave me a Rookie Teacher of the Year plaque that said 2014 on it.
Yes.
And
oh boy.
Yes.
I swear to you.
Yes.
I walk up on stage. They gave me the little plaque. You shake somebody's hand and you walk off in a line like an ant going back to your seat. I got in my seat, and this is towards the ass end of the program.
Start reading it.
I look at this little plaque. That
this is some BS.
It said 2014. Mind you, I'm there by myself. Like, I told nobody to go. Like,
why?
Because I kind of figured it was going to be janky.
Now, were you already married at this time?
I was married.
So you didn't invite the wife?
I didn't. I said, stay home, come home, we'll have dinner.
Oh,
it'll be cool.
man.
It'll be chill.
Don't waste your time.
Don't waste your time.
I sat down, I looked at this plaque, and I'm like, I'm out.
So you left.
I got up.
Now,
I hit that door fast, man. And there's another weird story that, goes along with that.
Do you still have the plaque and is it hanging up somewhere in your home?
I'm getting to that. I threw it away.
Why?
Damn.
Why would you throw it away?
It said 2014. It was 2012.
You were only 2 years away. Come on.
2 years. I could have been Coach of the Year.
Okay, that's fine.
I was like, screw this, man.
Come on.
No, I kept it in the office up until literally, I would say 2 years ago. And I looked over at it all the time. And then finally, 2 years ago, I looked at it.
In disgust.
I was like, this thing is stupid. I got to make some room to put some of my boys' stuff up. And I was like, yeah, that's gone.
You should have kept it as a gag.
He should have brought it in here and hung it up.
Yes.
That's what he should have done.
Yes.
I went through a lot of stuff a couple of years ago just to make room.
You purged.
Things that I never thought I could get rid of.
You purged.
That was not one of them. That was an easy one. I got rid of my Letterman jacket from high school.
Really?
Wow.
I got rid of my graduation gown from high school. I got rid of my graduation gown from college. What am I going to do with it? What am I going to do? I got the ring for college graduation. I got the ring for high school graduation. I don't need any of this other stuff.
Okay.
So I got rid of it. It's taking up room in the closet. We don't have much closet space in the house. So, yeah, I got rid of all that stuff, and I don't feel bad about it at all.
You ever heard of a storage unit?
You ever heard of
that
money?
That costs money, though.
Yeah.
Those cost money. Believe me.
Yeah. No,
those cost money.
Dropping anything on storage units.
His storage unit ends up on Storage Wars or something.
Yes. I die, and somebody thinks they've hit the jackpot. Storage Wars, man. Let's go see this guy, Sean Bijani. Oh, he was on Sports Radio 610. He's got to be worth a lot of money.
Something.
No. This crappy high school Letterman jacket and this Teacher of the Year award that says 2014 on it. Womp womp. Yeah, have fun with that.
I think you're selling yourself.
You had a JSN moment there.
I think you're selling yourself a little short there.
Man, you should have kept the plaque, though.
All that to say, if I was JSN, I'm tossing this piece of junk. Out. I'm going to like trophies.com and I'm getting my own trophy.
I think he's already thrown it in the trash.
But the NFL being.
But they sent him a new one, though. They sent him a new trophy. They sent him a new trophy. He got a new trophy. A corrected trophy, I should say.
Yeah. I wonder, like, plastic. Is it like a plastic trophy, a real trophy?
Bro, it's the NFL. It can't be plastic.
I don't know.
Is it like one of those little league trophies you got as a kid?
Dude, a league that brings in billions of dollars a year, they can't spend money on a real trophy.
I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
Not a plastic one. Come on.
I'm just asking the question.
That would be a disgrace.
I mean, are the golden gloves that you really get at the end of the season in Major League Baseball golden? Are they really?
Are they?
I don't know. These are the questions.
Well, there's a trophy. Yeah, I think so.
Well, it's a plaque with a golden glove on it.
Yeah.
Is it gold?
Probably not real gold, but
that's my point.
All that glitters is not gold.
Gold plated.
That's
gold
my
plated,
point.
yes. Gold plate, yes.
All right, coming up next, H-Town post-game show, happy recap style. Astros got the dub tonight. We'll talk about it next. Stay put.
Happy recap.
For the first time in 7 years, the Texans are headed across the pond to play a game in Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Sports Radio 610 presents H-Town Postgame with Bijani and Creighton.
Fly ball, if it's playable, it's ball game. Paredes drifts near the stands, has room. Astros win it 2-1. Buxton pops up to end this one. The tying run at third, the go-ahead run at second, and the Astros survive to take the middle game of this three-game series. That's a big W for the Astros and Jason Alexander.
Maybe bigger in many more ways than just one. You know, you're going to look back at this game potentially, maybe over the course of the last few days, and say that, hey, you know, this is when they finally started to kind of put things together. With a 2-1 victory over the Minnesota Twins, that could be a point in time that we're talking about months down the road. We'll see. Only time will tell, and performance also to boot. 713-572-4610 if you want to be a part of the H-Town post-game show. Sean Bijani, Chris Partee in. Colin the Game producing. We've got you till 11 o'clock. Coming up next segment, we'll hear from Astros skipper Joe Espada and the player of the game. A guy who got the start in a pinch tonight, Jason Alexander, after Lance McCullers had to be scratched from the start with shoulder inflammation. Jason Alexander, to everybody's surprise, for many reasons, mainly because every time that the Astros have pitched him this season, he has been horrible, and they have sent him down after he has been horrible. Got called up recently, and tonight he gets the start, and he was fantastic. Summer of George still to come, maybe. 6 innings, 4 hits, shutout baseball, and in the relief pitching minus Enel De Los Santos, 2/3 of an inning where he gave up a couple of hits and a run on 8 pitches, mind you. It was pretty damn good. Pretty damn good between Brian King and Brian Abreu. They combined for an inning and a third, a couple of hits, a walk, no strikeouts between them. But the zeros, most importantly, this is a big win for the Houston Astros. Series is evened up at 1 apiece, and they'll have the series finale tomorrow. And we'll see what that brings, because I feel like every day, Chris, something like the baseball gods giveth, and then they have to taketh away. You can't have nice things.
They have to take it away, right?
You got Jeremy Pena yesterday, and they took Jose Altuve. Today you got Jake Myers, and they took Lance McCullers Jr. And we're supposed to feel great about it because, well, the pitching performances. Yeah. They were there today. And the hitting, you know, in Jeremy Pena's case, boy, hopefully it doesn't take him long to come around. And so far, so good. A couple of hits, runs scored tonight. And
no Peña. Piña.
I think a really, really good night. Like, there's a lot of positives to take. And it's tough to talk about these things for a team that's 10 games under 500 still. But it is about, the whole crawl before you can walk aspect of what is a baseball season, but what has been, a couple of Astros baseball seasons in the last 3 years. This is how slow they've started.
Yeah, I just think, we talk about how, obviously we want to put a bright spin on this, and yes, this was a big win for them. Yeah, just about as big as a win that you can have on May 19th, right? Like, for this team, and as slow as they've started. But I also I understand the gloom and doom of some of the fans, because it's just like you just mentioned, it's like the baseball gods, you said they give it, then they have to take it away, and that's what it feels like and has continued to feel like for this team. Is like you're just waiting, when are we going to get that 4-game, 5-game, 6-game winning streak? It's like, when is that going to come? Because usually that's the sign of, okay, now they're turning things around. It's one thing to win, 2-3 games in a row, but once you get into 4, 5, 6, and potentially more, that's more of an indication of, okay, they've turned a corner. And it just seems like they can win a couple in a row, but then they go back and they lose 2-3 in a row.
Yeah, it's that really good stretch of baseball has eluded the Astros.
It hasn't. And again, and I know we say this a lot, it's still early. It is still early. We're not even in June yet. But early becomes late really fast when you keep putting out these, 3 and 4 game, 5 game losing streaks.
They've had
losing all these series, I should say.
They've had 3 2-game win streaks.
3 2-game win streaks.
Since they won 5 in a row between the Angels and Red Sox, whom they swept in late March into early April. You've had 3 2-game win streaks. That's it.
It's tough to get traction when you can't win, when you can't string along more than 2 wins.
Yeah.
It's tough to get any traction.
But, look, you play mainly 3-game series. You win 2 out of those 3.
I get it.
You can do that. You start building series wins. Problem is, they've not built series wins. Yeah. You won that series against the Rangers the other day, 2-1. But prior to that, you lost 3 of 4 to the Mariners. Yeah. Prior to that, you lost 2 of the 3 to the Reds. Prior to that, you lost 2 to 3 to the Dodgers.
And so on.
It is, it's been crazy, man. So I do think, though, the Astros are right here at this point in time because of Pena, because you get a little wiggle room with what you have in the outfield, and maybe Jake can be a productive guy for you. I mean, coming in, he was going to be your starting center fielder. It was still one of the weaker outfields in all of Major League Baseball in terms of, pelts on the wall and expected production and all that stuff. But still, it's a guy who, if he can be what he was last year for you, you'll take that.
Be productive, yeah.
And ultimately, that's what it's all about. It's about stacking the pieces that you thought you were going to have at your disposal when the season started. Well, you got Pena back and you got Myers back. And if you can get these kinds of contributions from Jason Alexander, who, guess what? He's going to have to be the guy now. Because Lance McCullers, shoulder inflammation.
Yeah, we don't know what's happening there.
You don't know how long.
Nobody knows. And you said it earlier, we likely won't know for a while. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if we didn't know for a few days.
I mean, look,
not longer.
I think there's going to be an initial prognosis.
Well, but
the point is you've gotten zero update on what the hell's going on with Christian Javier.
Yeah.
And he's been out for a minute. I mean, we know more about Hunter Brown in that the guy, and Dana Brown has said this multiple times now, on his appearances on the flagship, like he's expected back in about a month, mid-June. That's the target, time period for Hunter Brown. And Josh Hader, we know exactly how many appearances that he's got to make on his rehab outings before he can, pitch in baseball games for this ball club for the first time this year. That's huge. You get Hunter Brown back in the next, month. You get Josh Hader back in the next month.
Now you're cooking.
You got Brian Abreu, who's continuing to build confidence. Jeremy Pena adds some, pop, some speed, and some excitement back into a clubhouse and on the field. Yainer Diaz could be back before you know it. And you start all of a sudden to look up and you say, well, you know what? We're down Carlos Correa, and you're not getting that guy back. Maybe we'll be okay. All along the way, as you're getting these guys back, you have to start winning baseball games, as you're saying. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. But you would think with a lot of those key pieces coming back that it would lead to more wins. And only time will tell.
And I mean, at some point, once you start getting these guys back on the field in the lineup, every day, you got to think that the Astros are going to be due to get a break. Because they haven't gotten any breaks yet. You talked about the baseball guys. They haven't gotten any breaks yet. They keep breaking. You got to think they got to get a break somewhere. Where something just goes right once you start getting these guys back.
Yeah.
That's really, as a fan, what you're hoping for.
That's a really good point, man. It's like
they haven't gotten many breaks.
What could you qualify as a break, that the Astros have been the benefactor of to this point?
The only one I can think of is they're not that far back in the division. What, 5 games?
Well, and that's the only right answer, I think.
And I mean, other than that, what can you really look at?
Now it's 4.5.
Okay, 4.5 after tonight.
9:35 right now.
Right now. So 4.5.
They're 4.5 back.
for the slow start they've had, they're only 4.5 games back right now. Then I guess you can call that a break. But other than that, it hasn't been many.
And, maybe there's opportunity that is forthcoming because with the break in that, hey, look, the Athletics haven't been, world beaters. I mean, they're leading the worst division in baseball. They're under 500 today. They're 23-24. Yeah. They've lost 3 straight. They've lost 6 of 10. That is the story of everybody, almost at best, in your division, having won 4 of their last 10 games. It's as good as it gets in the American League West. But
so it's still a winnable division, is what you're saying.
Of course it is. And the opportunity lies in the fact that, look, it's a little bit of time, but what can Jeremy Payne do for you? What can a renewed Brian Abreu do for you? What can a team that just got a hell of a post-game pep talk by Spencer Arrighetti after an incredible performance last Friday do for you? Maybe this is what it has done, is light a spark under them a little bit from a pitching standpoint, if nothing else, man. You've got the Athletics coming up early June. That's the team that is ahead of you. Yeah. You've got the Angels at their place coming up early June as well. You're not going to face another divisional opponent of consequence until the Texas Rangers, the last series of the quote-unquote first half of the season. Yeah. That's early July before the All-Star break. A lot can happen. But keep that in mind, because while no year is created equal, it kind of has been for the Astros the last 3 years in the event that there's been a bleep ton of injuries that they've had to overcome.
Looks very similar.
And they've had to overcome underperformance, if not for the injuries to boot.
Yeah.
They've done this before. Can they do it again? Think back to 2024 and the circumstances then. You hit a low point at this almost exact same time of the season, and then 2 weeks into the second half of the year, you were 13 games above 500 en route to 88-win season. Can they do something similar to that again? That's what you're watching for. That's what you're hoping for. Mm-hmm. We'll see. Coming up next, we'll hear from Joe Espada and Jason Alexander, the man of the hour tonight. Next, it's Area 45.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 45 when the Texans' schedule officially dropped?
The thing I like about the schedule, there's no game on here where I look at and I go, man, there's no way in hell the Texans are winning that game. We've had games like that in the last couple of years.
That was a Seinfeld laugh from somebody. I know it was.
Please do that one more time.
Yeah.
What?
Start dropping Seinfeld references tonight.
Come on,
Love
guys. Come on. Like, how come a guy who's not supposed to start tonight is able to throw a quality start? I mean, come on. What is the big deal?
Oh, my gosh. That was
Thank you, Jerry.
it was a poor attempt at a Jerry Seinfeld.
It was an ass
He
attempt.
tried. He did try.
I mean, what's going on with these people?
That was better. That was better.
Who are these people?
Minnesota, don't you know?
Oh, my gosh. All right.
Let's stop before we.
I know. We're going to get kicked off the radio.
Oh, my goodness.
Sean Bijani, that's me. I'm responsible for
Parker's
this.
like, no, stop.
You know what? It can't be worse than the open mic night he went to last night. That's why he was up here. He went to an open mic night.
Wait, who did?
Our boss, Parker. Yeah.
No, wait, and he was on the mic?
Now, see, that's what you would think, right?
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I was wondering.
He just went for entertainment purposes.
Well, I mean, why not?
He dropped that. He's like, yeah, I'm going to open mic night. I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
You didn't see that one coming, huh?
Do you have material, sir?
You did not see that one coming, did you?
Parker's a little stand-up comedian.
Yeah, he said, no, I'm just going to go for entertainment purposes only. I said, all right. I hope you see Joe Esquivel there. I did not catch up with him to ask him if he did see Joe, because that would have been so awesome if Joe was going to be there. And Parker's like heckling him. He's like, this guy sucks. He's like, this guy's your producer.
Parker doesn't strike me as a heckler, though.
No, he doesn't.
He does not strike me as someone that's going to heckle someone.
Okay, but you say that, and then he's got like some sneaky.
He might.
He's got some sneaky good like ammo in his back pocket if he feels like it.
I'm not saying he doesn't. He just doesn't strike me as that guy in the crowd.
I don't think he would. I don't think he
But I
would.
could be wrong.
But yeah, he went to open mic night last night. We can't be worse than like what he witnessed, is why I bring that up. I have to believe. I'm going to go with that.
Was it not good?
We don't have a highlight for our player of the game, but I will tell you it's Jason Alexander. 6 innings of 4-hit shutout baseball, a walk, 4 Ks, 80 pitches. Clearly one of the best outings of a season for anyone that has started a baseball game for the Houston Astros. And it counted for a dub tonight.
There you go.
Alexander, as bad as he's been in appearances for the Stros, he's a perfect 1-0 with a 7.30 ERA. The numbers don't matter, but the dub does, and Alexander was available post-game to talk about it.
Jason, I don't know when you were told that you were starting this game, but the way that you got off to a good start here, looks like you were prepped for it. Tell me about your game planning, preparation going into this one, and how you executed.
My game plan going in was honestly to just trust the changeup and get it going early and often. And I knew it was going to be a big pitch for me. It's kind of my best pitch, so that was what my game plan was.
We've seen that before from you. To be able to contribute in this way, too, and help this club out, especially bouncing back after a tough loss last night.
I'm sorry, Keith.
Just being able to help this club bounce back after a tough loss last night.
Yeah, that's what I come here to do. I want to help the team win and just put my best game forward. Vasquez did a great job back there, kind of piloting the game plan back there, and it was great working with him. The defense was amazing, and offense got going early, and it was just a fun game.
How are you handling this season? I know we've seen you a few times come up for short stints. How are you handling that? How are you able to be ready when your time has come?
That's something I think about a lot in the off season of just what my job is. Trying to give the team innings, quality innings, and help the bullpen when I'm needed, and just help us win games.
And helping the Astros win games is something that he has not done until tonight. His first 2 outings have come against Baltimore and the Dodgers. The Astros lost both of those, 10-3 and 12-2. His first outing of the year for the Stros against the Orioles, he gave up 5 earned runs. Did the same thing against the Dodgers, 5 earned runs. Tonight, puts a big fat 0 up there. And tip of the cap to that dude who's got a really good head on his shoulders, obviously. Now, this was game 50 for the Astros tonight. Game 50. They're 20-30 on the season, 8-16 away from the icebox. Jason Alexander, per Chandler Rome, give him credit for this observational tweet, just authored their 5th start of at least 6 scoreless innings. Peter Lambert has done it twice, Mike Burrows once, Spencer Arrighetti once. and now you can add Jason Alexander to that very short list. I mean, we know it. We haven't seen these kind of performances a lot this year. And in fact, you now know it's just been five times. And I would venture to bet that you see more quality outings going forward from those guys. Mike Burrows has shown the propensity that he has it in his arsenal. He can do it. Spencer Arrighetti is the best thing the Astros have going right now. Peter Lambert isn't far behind. And if you can get this version of Jason Alexander going forward, and I don't mean like, hey, 6 innings of shutout baseball every time, big dog, but I'm talking about like no walks, or have that not be an issue. He issued one free pass tonight, okay? But it's about the free passes, period. When you're talking like 3, 4, unless you're Spencer Arrighetti and you're an Astro pitcher, you ain't getting away with that stuff this year,
Yeah.
So just keep it to a minimum, and I think these guys can start to see some success.
And I mean, these guys need to continue to step up, especially with Hunter Brown being out. You knew someone was going to have to step up in his absence, and I think we're seeing that. We're starting to see that now. Now you just hope and you pray that they can continue to do that.
Yeah,
with every outing.
Let's see what Joe Espada had to say after the ball game tonight. I would imagine it was probably a whole hell of a lot about Jason Alexander and Isaac Paredes, and maybe sprinkle in a little bit of Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, no, Jason Alexander, right? He walks in here today. We tell him, hey, you want to start the game? And he goes out there and he pitches like the Jason Alexander we saw last year. Changing speeds, throwing a ton of strikes, keeping our defense engaged. Big outing, stepped up.
In general, this month, you guys, the pitching has seemed to stabilize. Just 100%. How encouraging has that been to see that you're getting roles defined and you guys are pitching better?
Yeah, we are pitching better. Starts with our starting rotation, taking us deep in the game, and then you could then kind of settle some roles in the bullpen. Getting big outs from Oker continues to do that. King and Abreu just looks like he's turning that corner, continues to get confidence and continues to get big outs for us.
How are you seeing Paredes kind of at-bats overall right now, and just what have you thought of kind of his first half so far?
Who?
Paredes,
quality at-bats, seeing a ton of pitches. I saw a stat they put there that he's second in the big leagues in pitches seen per at-bat. I think he's almost 4.7. That's who he is. Big swing in the first inning. Started with Jeremy Pena. We want to score first. Our record indicates when we score first, we put ourselves in a really good spot. We win some games, so we did that.
You mentioned Pena, but he had a couple knocks. I think that helped him get going.
Yeah, a couple of knocks. And, for me, it was an infield single, the sprint to first base, right? That's a good test for that hamstring, too. And right now it looks like he looks healthy. He looks good.
I know it was a spot start today, but is Alexander likely to get another one? Or
when you do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm not you.
No, that's right. But to your point, anytime you do that, and we're about to, go into a, little road trip here after the next off day, he puts himself in that spot where he can get the ball, and we feel good about that. He's going to keep us in the game.
Yeah, the little road trip that Spada's talking about, they're kind of currently on. It's Minnesota, then they'll go to Chicago, and then they'll wind up back in southern Oklahoma and take on the Rangers for 4 games. That's going to be a big one. And look, their record, not impressive on the road. They're not impressive at home, mind you, under 500 in both regards. They've got to figure themselves out away from home. And sometimes that's what teams do and where they do it, which you start looking at the things that are going on. Chandler Rome asked the question. I could not find stats in time to support the question, but clearly we can see that the pitching has gotten better this month. Over the course of the last 19 days, the pitching has gotten better. I wouldn't be surprised if you've gotten 3 of those 5, quality starts during that stretch. And it's not just from the starting pitchers. We talked about the consecutive outings. Now it's 5 straight outings for Brian Abreu, I believe, in which he's not allowed a run. That's huge. Absolutely huge, which you talked about, hey, no Hunter Brown. These guys got to step up as starters. Yeah. Still no Josh Hader, who I think made another rehab appearance tonight.
Yeah, they showed a clip of that.
you can start to stabilize the bullpen as it exists without Josh Hader, so long as Brian Abreu was doing what he did tonight, and that is showing that he can be a reliable guy to close games with. Now, this is his second one. He closed out that 10th inning game the other night against the Mariners. Tonight, in the 9th, sits him down in a close ball game, high leverage, big situation. You don't want to squander a quality start like you got from Jason Alexander. And he reciprocated. That was huge. It's going to be a big boost for the Astros. So, yeah, big stretch coming up for them with the road trip continuing, opportunity to win a series tomorrow, and an opportunity for guys like Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers to build on some good performances like they had tonight. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the show. Astros trade deadline outlook just past the quarter pole. Jim Bowden wrote about it in The Athletic today. What did he have to say about the hometown team? We'll have it for you coming up next. Stay put.
Hey, a minute here for my good friend Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sciences.
From
the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Is this a little bit of a DMX?
Oh, look at Bijani.
I called him Run DMX the other night.
Oh, God, come on. Did PC almost drop kick you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Being a New York guy.
I almost broke through this glass.
Oh, my goodness. Run. Now, were you trolling or did you really think?
I was just going too fast and I said Run DMX.
Run DMX. I mean, it kind of has a ring to it, but I mean, damn.
I was like, wait, Run DMC. DMX is just DMX. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just DMX.
Just DMX.
Yeah, Sean realizing he's like, oh.
Well, at least he realized it himself.
Hey, have you come to realize that this ain't going to be easy for them Cleveland Cavaliers?
Don't do it. Don't do that to me.
Bro, I'm just saying.
Don't you dare.
What an incredible turn of events.
Stop.
115 to 104. Back-to-back nights. You get overtime games. You get extra basketball in the playoffs. And 115-104. So what was the margin? What was the deficit for the Knicks going into the fourth quarter? Let's see. They were up by 7.
They were down like 93 to 78 or something
then
like that.
Then they were down by 5. Then they were down by 17.
Yeah.
They were down. No. Overtime. So they were down by 14 going into the fourth quarter.
Oh, my God. I'm looking at the box score.
So the Knicks, between the fourth quarter and overtime, outscored the Cavs 46 to 21.
I know, man. Hey,
in 17 game minutes, they outscored them 46 to 21.
Instead of going back to Cleveland, they're going back to Cabo.
Oh, get out. Get out. Talk about wetting the bed. Now, we talked about this earlier. We expect this kind of thing from James Harden in the playoffs to really not show up. But when you got a lead like that, and this has been a knock on Donovan Mitchell as well during his playoff career while he's played, where his teams he can't get his teams over the hump. And when you have a lead like that and you just drop it in the fourth quarter and overtime, it speaks to all of that. It really speaks to all of that.
What did Harden do the other night in that rout against the Pistons? 36 minutes. Holy crap, 9 points.
They didn't need him.
Shot 20%.
They didn't really need him. But again, are you shocked? Are you shocked that James Harden in a big playoff game, whether his team won or lost, he didn't really show up?
I mean,
I'm not shocked. You saw it here for years.
I know.
Yeah, so why would you be shocked at that?
No,
Colin?
Well, but he didn't have Donovan Mitchell here.
Colin? Shocked?
He was the guy here. He had to be the guy here.
It doesn't matter. He was in his prime here. He's not in his prime anymore. He was prime MVP James Harden.
But he can afford to shrink now and
he also had
somebody to pick him up.
He had Chris Paul?
Yeah, not
for
when
a little
Chris
bit.
Paul blew his hamstring up.
That's fine, but he still had him.
And that's really when it was kind of put front and center for the world to see.
Oh, yeah.
You're the dude. You're the guy that can get 40, with one eye open.
In the regular season.
And then what?
In the regular season.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm just saying, he can afford to do this now.
I'm not surprised that this was the outcome.
Listen, what was that stat, Sean, that we saw before we got things going here tonight?
I'm so irritated right now.
He's been a part of 91 playoff wins.
I'm sure he has. That's fine.
And it's the most in NBA history without winning a title.
And 91 wins or 91 games?
I thought it was 91 wins, but it might be 91 games.
He probably has 91 wins as far as playoff wins. Yeah.
I believe it was games, actually, now that I think about it, because that 91 wins would have been kind of crazy. But either way you slice it, that's basically his legacy.
What?
Is that
he doesn't show up?
He just doesn't show up. I mean,
I know, but I'm trying to make the point, guys, is that he's not the guy right now. And that the thought was when he didn't show up, You can't say he ain't that good now, man. You just can't say that.
I'm not saying he is good.
But here's the thing.
The thought process is when he puts that performance together, Game 7, and his team still beats the brakes off of somebody, it's okay. Can you get this, version of James Harden? Can you sustain it now when you couldn't before? And there's only one reason why, and that's Donovan Mitchell. And then tonight, that's a reason. The answer to that is no. What I'm trying to tell you is no. You can't get dubs without James Harden being like a positive factor in the game. Yes, he needs to do more. He can't freaking shrink. That's 9 points. 9 points in Game 7 the other night, and they won by what? 31. Tonight, what did he have for the Cleveland Cavaliers? 12 points, and he was horrible from the field, like 5 of 18, 1 for 6 from 3. Donovan Mitchell didn't have a great night.
But here's the thing with James Harden. No, he's not the number one guy in Cleveland. But they traded for him to help get them over the hump in order to try and win a championship. If he does, so he needs to show up. Back to your point. He has to show up. It can't just be Donovan Mitchell scoring 30, 35, 36 points. It can't just be him. He has to come along for the ride. You need more out of James Harden than just 12 points, even if he also had 12 assists. Because I've seen games where he may give you 13 points, but he also gave you 12 or 13 assists. I get
Yeah.
Shout out T-Mill out here laughing.
By the way, my guy KJ texted me. He said 98 wins for Harden.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, I'm sure that guy right there, T-Mill's happy about that.
Oh, yeah, T-Mill was on his back just walking by. But no, I'm not surprised because he's been in the league since 2009. So I'm not surprised that he has that many playoff wins. Most of his teams have had, pretty deep runs for the most part. Well, so that doesn't shock me that he's been a part
playoffs every year that he's been in the league.
That sounds about right, so honestly.
You're going to get a lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
And with those opportunities that he's had, he's also played with some really good players
yes, he has.
next to him.
Yeah.
And what's eluded him is a championship, no matter what great player he's had. I know there's a segment of people that want Harden to ultimately fail this year, and there's a segment of people that would like him to succeed.
I don't want him to fail.
You don't want him to fail because you don't want the Knicks.
Exactly.
But guess what? He could succeed this series and still ultimately fail in the finals, and chances are that he does. Chances are that maybe even the Knicks do too, because the Spurs and Thunder look that good.
I told you that earlier.
And maybe right now the Spurs just look that freaking good. And
I think the NBA Finals is in the West right now. I think that's the champion. Whoever wins that, I think that's who's going to be the champion.
It feels that way. However, screw Harden for a second. The real story here tonight, in these parts, it can't be just about Harden sucked again. No. Screw that. Can we address the fact that, I told you during the break, there's a lot of people out there that do not believe that Jalen Brunson can be the number one guy and win an NBA championship. And
that's been a conversation, yeah.
I don't know that tonight necessarily goes a great deal's way in proving that point potentially wrong.
Why not?
But I don't know that it doesn't.
I think it does.
Well, again, I say that because you've already anointed the NBA championship to the Western Conference. And so that argument could still ring true if the Knicks make the finals and they ultimately lose to Wemby or they ultimately lose to SGA and the Thunder.
That's the first hurdle for the Knicks, though, is just getting there.
Getting there.
They haven't been since 99. So that's a part of their franchise right now is that you got to at least get there to have the opportunity.
I get it.
So you got to get there first.
Do they got veteran?
That's a hurdle.
There's a veteran-laden team, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 99 ain't got a damn thing to do with 2026.
But you haven't been in over a quarter century, so that plays into the psyche, especially with fans, because we've been close. They've been close They were close last year in the conference finals, and wet the bed
in the conference finals. Yeah, that tells me
got to get over that hump, though.
Yeah, they're battle tested.
Got to get over it.
They've got that pedigree. It has nothing to do with the team and players that don't exist anymore for 27 years. Dolan, the owner, that's the only jackwagon.
He's still there.
He's still there.
He's still there.
That's the only jackwagon that factors into this. And he doesn't amount to a hill of beans in what Jalen Brunson and the Knicks are trying to accomplish. I'm just saying that tonight is way more about the Knicks and their path to this point so far. Like, it's incredible. They played 2 close games and lost to the Atlanta Hawks in round 1, both by 1 point. And I think they've only played in one other semi-close game since then, until tonight. And then they looked like a completely different team in the game's last 17 minutes. I mean, they turned on the afterburners, and this wasn't even a competition. 46-21 in the game's 17 final minutes. That's incredible, dude.
Ridiculous.
And Jalen Brunson.
Just ridiculous.
What did I say Brunson finished with? 36 points?
36, I believe. 36 or 38 was one of them.
I mean,
either way. He also had 6 assists, 5 rebounds.
Look,
he had a hell of a night. I got to give him that. Got to give it to him.
ESPN is going to be talking about like Harden, shrinking and choking, and hey, all that's fine and dandy, and it ain't wrong. It ain't.
They'll
false.
talk about the Knicks.
It's true
because it's the Knicks.
Can we get Skip Bayless back on First Take for one more day?
No.
Oh God.
Did you watch it even the other day?
No, I did not.
I did not. I just saw the clips.
I already got tired of his stupid clips coming out on Underdog.
Listen, he's just not as good as my idol, Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
Now, yeah, okay. We'll hear it from Stephen A.
That's my good Skip.
We'll hear it from Stephen A. tomorrow.
I've had enough of him. But zip it.
Yeah.
Just dip it. Yeah, I've had enough of both of them for a lifetime.
Can you let your eyeballs tell you everything that you just watched tonight? If you did watch this game, do the Knicks?
What? Do they what?
I mean, they look like they should be in the NBA Finals. A game like tonight, I know what the Cavs just did. They just beat the brakes off of a team in Game 7 at their place, okay? And then you go on the road, Madison Square Garden, and you crap the bed the way that you had a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter, and you crap the bed. This could kill a team.
I was going to ask you, or do you think this took the fight out of the Cavs? Losing that way.
When you say that, when you ask the question, I immediately want to say, how can it? Hell no. How can it? You just beat a team on the road, Game 7 by 30 points, man. It can't take any wind out of your sails.
Yeah.
And if I'm the Pistons coach, if I'm anybody associated with that the Cavs organization, I'm saying no way, chance in hell. Hey, it's about Game 2. This series is just now. It's begun. We took them. You can't even say we took them to overtime. They took us to overtime.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Rephrase that, sir.
They took us to overtime.
Yeah.
Who's we?
And there's nothing you can do about it at that point in time. But we got a series to play. They got to win 3 more games. That's got to be the message if you're the Cleveland Cavaliers. And everybody has to believe it, except for maybe one guy in that locker room, and that's James Harden. And the question is he in his own head at this point in time? Is he letting everybody else in his head at this point in time? I think that's a real question, too, because this isn't like the first 4, 5, 6 years of a guy's NBA career. Harden is 35 years old.
It's the twilight.
He's been in the league for a long time, and it's evaded him. And I think that it is a possibility. He'll never admit it while a player, but everything's got to be in his head right now. Everything. Even the guy that did show up clutch, not winning, not showing up, not having his A game when it counts the most. He had a clutch game in Game 2 or Game 3 of that second round series. He made some big buckets in the fourth quarter, buckets to put the game away. So you could draw upon that, but this is the next stage. This is that hurdle that gets you over, and he probably felt like coming into this one, man, I can taste the finals, coming off of a 30-point victory. And then now what about now?
Man, it's
you just squandered an opportunity.
It's just one of those things where, for me, when we talk about individual players, some guys are just going to show up in those moments where the team needs them most. And some guys just aren't. James Harden is one of those guys who has never really shown up to the fullest of his capability in the biggest moments. He's just one of those guys.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for him in his career, but the city of Houston knows that better than probably any other franchise he's been with, because he was here the longest.
Yeah.
That when you really needed him most, he usually failed you. The deeper he got into the postseason, the less he did many times. We're kind of seeing that here.
And it was evident. It was far less about not making shots. It was we watched him
overall.
We watched him here, Chris, not insert himself into games.
Yeah.
We watched that. He looked like an innocent bystander.
Yeah.
You know, it was like they stuck me out here in a uniform and I don't know what to do.
Like not taking shots anymore. Like just kind of going to the corner.
Yes.
And watching the offense run.
Absolutely. We watched that. I can see that in my mind right now. And that was the most disappointing and maddening thing about the way his time here ended as a Houston Rocket.
Yeah.
That was rough, man.
It's rough.
713-572-4610. Let's get out to Mike in the West Side. What's up, big dog?
What up, Mike?
Hey, Mr. Bijani, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
Oh, man, I'm dealing. How you doing, Mr. Partee?
I'm doing all right, West Side.
Hey, man, you don't mind I crash on Bijani a little bit, man. Hey, Mr. Bijani, man, this storm done blew in. The wind's blowing over here in the West Side. Like, hey, man, you probably got like 30 calls, like 30 missed calls on your phone for fences blowing down, bro. Hey, man, you need to hire me, dog.
Hey, if I get busy, I'm gonna give you a shout, big dog.
No, man, you need to hire me, man. I'm a beast, man. I'm a beast. I'm telling you, man. Hey, I was putting up wooden fence on Thanksgiving during Hurricane Ike, man.
Ooh.
Hey, Mr. Bijani, you know I love you, man. You know,
you're going to build me up and tear me down. What are you up to?
Here we go.
Let's go.
he get to it.
I love you, but you suck.
I was going to say, I love you, Mr. Bijani, and, Mr. Partee, I love you too, but I love PC too, man.
Of course.
You know, I miss PC, but, I love all y'all, man. Who do you, man, who out of this final would you like to see? Which team do you actually think that you think is going to give us the best NBA finals? Which teams do you think?
Knicks and Spurs right now. Knicks and Spurs right now, man.
Yeah, I would say Knicks Spurs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate the phone call, Mike. Thank you, big dog. Wouldn't that be a finals rematch of yesteryear?
99.
99. That was 99.
Yeah. Ooh, let's go back 10.
That was the Spurs. That was the Spurs' worst. I'm sorry, not worst, but first championship.
Yeah, and that's the last time the Knicks went back.
That's what I said earlier. Yeah, last time the Knicks was there.
27 years.
Yeah. Over a quarter century.
27 years.
Wasn't that the Knicks' best chance, you would say?
At that time, yeah. Well, I mean, yes, the last time they've been, yeah, it was. And they were the number 8 seed that year.
They were.
They upset everybody on the way there. Yeah, they were.
They
number 8
did
seed.
kind of like the New York Giants thing, you know. Remember the year the Giants
wild card went on the road.
They ended up winning like 7 or 8 games in a row of the regular season, and then ran through everybody in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And wasn't that the year where they screwed the Patriots' perfect season up? Was that the same year, or am I making that up in my mind?
The 07 season. Yeah.
Was that 07?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the wild card year?
Yeah, it was. Because the one in 11 they won the division, I believe. That year.
And the Knicks, the 8 seed to go to the finals. I'm so glad they didn't win it that year because the Rockets still hold
number 6,
the 6th. Yeah, like the lowest seed to win
it all. Yeah.
I would have been madder than hell.
They weren't going to beat a young Tim Duncan and David Robinson. They weren't going to beat them.
Yeah,
I believe they got swept early, but they lost 4-1. It was something.
I think it was 4-1.
It was.
I think
it wasn't really close though. It wasn't really a close series.
No. All right. Coming up next, let's see. What do I got? I wanted to get to something good. The Astros started.
Just you say Astros and just start chuckling, huh?
I forgot.
Is that where we're at now?
I had some good stuff on the Astros.
That's where we're at, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to
we're at.
We'll get to it next. Stay put.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries. Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, coming up next, we'll play the bandwagon. Got a couple of stories for you that you'll enjoy. In the meantime, we'll get to the Astros topic that I meant to get to last segment.
That you tried to get
Listen,
Yeah.
that was a fun discussion, though.
No, it was good.
I'm just going to say.
It was good.
It was
I enjoyed
tier.
It's not often we get a chance to really talk like basketball.
Yeah.
Like right after a game like that.
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So-
it looked bleak for a while.
It
Bleak
did.
for a while, and then it
for most of the game.
turned upside down.
Well, yeah, it was crap. We turned it off.
Let's hope the Astros,
Party Time came in here and said, dude, turn it on right now. It's in overtime.
He's
6
coming in
game.
here thinking that he's the boss around here,
Right?
now, trying to take over the show.
Like, holy smokes. Like, good job by you.
Let's
Well,
hope-
PC said the same thing the other night. He was like, dude, turn the game on. You know, it's 14 seconds left or whatever, 24 seconds left, 6-point game. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? And then whatever it was, we saw Wemby hit the three. And it's like, oh, my gosh.
Bang.
It's pretty wild. So, yeah, fun times, man. NBA playoff basketball.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
So the Astros and their trade deadline outlook. I was a little confused by the titling of this article by Jim Bowden of The Athletic, because he titled it like they're at the quarter pole. So here's what teams should do and shouldn't do. And he looked at all 30 Major League Baseball teams. Now, the quarter pole's 40 games, really, 40-ish.
Yeah.
It's 162. This was game 50 tonight, so I doubt his opinion has changed much over the course of the last 10, but we'll see. You never know. I think his mind's probably going to change over the course of the next 68, because that's how many games you have until the trade deadline comes. But Jim Bowden took a look at all 30 teams, and I was a little humbled to scroll all the way down to the very bottom of this article and get to 28, because that's where the Astros are, in case you didn't know. Third from last place in baseball. So here's what Bowden said about the Astros being sellers at this point of the season. Had a nightmare season as their three best starters and impact closer all went down with injuries. It's tough to compete when you lose your best four pitchers. On the position player side, Carlos Correa had season-ending ankle surgery. Jeremy Pena missed significant time due to injury. Jose Altuve's on the IL with an oblique strain and was off to a slow start even before that. Yainer Diaz is also hurt, and two of their best young hitters, Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews, have struggled. Yordan Alvarez has been the one bright spot and in the MVP conversation. Christian Walker has rebounded as well. That's it. The Astros should be sellers. The Astros should be sellers, Jim Bowden says.
I have certain opinions about him, but whatever.
The guys that Jim Bowden says the Astros should be looking to part ways with would be Christian Walker. Number one. Sell high kind of an idea, right?
Haven't we kind of thought that for a while, though, that he might be one of the guys to potentially go?
Maybe.
Hasn't that been talked about?
If your team's like 15 games out of the race, you're 4.5 games out of the race in your own crappy division right now. And he wrote this today, talking about the quarter pole. Well, one, he's 10 games late to the quarter pole conversation. And then two, like, does he not look at the state of the American League or even the American League West in particular?
Yeah.
Or the wild card for that matter?
Probably didn't take that into account.
Or the idea that, on this day, Josh Hader will be coming in to play baseball for somebody not named the Astros en route to, his rehab journey. Hunter Brown's going to be doing the same thing pretty soon. You just got Jeremy Pena back. You're getting Jake Myers back. Like, no, the context is lacking, man. And, to say the start from Jose Altuve was not good, Jose Altuve started, on fire this season. And he's dipped since, he's not done jack squat, really, in the last couple of about 2.5 weeks, I would say. But I mean, everybody knows the guys are hurt. Everybody knows the guys that are hurt and aren't coming back, and the underperformances of Cam Smith. And I don't really know the expectation of a Bryce Matthews, but it just seemed like a little bit much. I guess, hey, if you had to make a decision today, would the Astros be buyers or sellers? If you had to make a decision today, would they be buyers or sellers? Could you sell today?
I'll tell you now, they'd be buyers.
Yeah, I think so, right? Wouldn't you buy when
they're not far enough out of the equation of even winning the division, not just a wild card? They're not far enough out.
Hey, you're 4.5 games back. You're on a division.
They're still
5
close
games
enough.
into wild card.
Crappy division, but still in it.
Tonight was game 50. I'm gonna put this in context for you. Tonight was game 50.
Mm-hmm.
They're 20-30. The trade deadline is August 3rd. There's 68 games to be played before the deadline is even here and gone. In 2024, when the Astros started 14-25, on this date in 2024, they were 21-26. The deadline was July 30th that season. And from this date, May 19th to July 30th, they went 34-28. So the day of the deadline, they were 3 games above 500 at 55-52. 19 days later, they were 13 games above 500. They won like 10 of 11 games during the stretch.
Turned it around.
Yeah, they turned it around. Yeah. Now, that was then, this is now. Why could the Astros not do the same thing when the Sacramento Athletics are leading your division and they're not even 500 themselves? You just won a series, right, against the Texas Rangers, and you'll get to see them at the end of this road trip again. You don't get to see the Mariners again until early portion of the second half of the season. So never mind those guys. Yeah. But again, they've lost 6 out of the last 10, just like everybody else in the division. They've been ass. And you're getting healthy. Like, there's really no reason to believe that this Astros ball club could not do the same thing that they've done before.
They're good. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible, but obviously...
should it be expected?
Jimmy does not feel the same way.
No, but should it be expected?
He thinks it's time to, start looking elsewhere.
Well, but he's also...
just call him Jimmy.
Yeah, I did.
He's also got to write articles and have people click and stay on them.
Gotta say things.
But do I believe that's always the reason? No, I think you have to have a take and you got to stick with it, right? And I don't know how you could have another take outside of the one that says, hey, there's a chance right now, because it's so mucked up.
Of course there's a chance.
In the American League.
Yeah.
There's a really good chance. There's a really good chance.
And now 4.5 out in the division.
I can have the conversation when it's time to have the conversation that, hey, man, you want a bad division. What are you going to do in the playoffs? Well, I'm here for that conversation.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
You're trying to win the bad division first.
You got to get to that point before you can actually have that conversation about playoffs. Playoffs, October is months away.
No, but Colin, let me ask you a question. Buyers or sellers right now, deadlines today. What are the Astros?
That's
Bueller.
He's percolating.
That's tough.
Come on, man.
He's percolating.
Why is it tough? What makes it so tough?
Well, it's just because you're getting guys back and, the pitching staff is starting to stabilize pretty well.
So are you buyers or sellers?
I can't answer that question.
He's buying.
You could not write.
He's buying.
The Athletics, sir.
He's buying.
I mean, we're not close to the actual deadline itself, and
it's a hypothetical.
It is a hypothetical, I know, but hey, they don't. That's why they don't pay me to be the Astros general manager. That's Daniel Brown's job.
Gotta have an answer. Buy or sell right now. Gotta have an answer.
Yes.
Yes. Which one?
Come on, man.
He thinks he's slick,
dude. Just step out and say it. You started your sentence with, well, they've got guys coming back. If they've got guys coming back, you ain't selling.
Yeah,
you're buying. And that's the thing.
Yeah, but
you're right where most Astro fans are, and you're so damn scared to say.
Do not associate me with those. No,
you are them. You are them.
Yeah, but I don't.
They are you.
Yeah, but I like to look at both sides. Like both sides have good arguments.
Make the argument.
Make a decision.
Well, let me take a page out of PC's book. Nobody gets off the mat just like the Houston Astros.
Just rip one right out of the blueprint. Yeah. Okay.
Ducking and dodging. He's buying.
I'll answer for you.
I'm going to say it for him. He's buying.
You can't not be buying.
He's buying.
You can't not be
buying.
buying.
You're buying. Yeah, we know you are.
Now,
whatever.
You started down that route and then you went the other way.
Okay.
And he needs a little help. He needs somebody to hold his hand.
He needs
and
a
say,
nudge.
It's going to be okay.
I just wasn't prepared for you to put me on the spot like that.
That's all right.
Well, you got to be prepared, big
That's
dog.
what we do.
Hey, ain't nobody listening anyway. It's all good.
Easy. Come on, Mike.
There's 9 people.
You got to have that thought. Like if you're going to be scary, you'd be like, yeah, well, ain't nobody listening anyway. It's just us in 2 different rooms.
Throw it out
rooms.
Just throw it out.
Drive each other crazy.
You know?
I almost want to jump through the producer glass.
Do it. Play your intro music. That'll get you fired up. Let's go. Come on. Don't be afraid to step out and say it. Like you would buy. And don't worry about what people would say. You're just a homer. Screw you. They're 4.5 games out of first place in their division. Of course you're buying. If they're 4.5 games out of the division on August 3rd, are they buying or selling?
Yeah.
If they sold inside 5 games out of first place in the division, with what? At that point in time, it'll be like 7 games left with the presumptive first place team. Let's assume the A's are ahead of you. 6 games left with the Mariners, who are also ahead of you. You'd be out of your mind. They'd want to fire Dana Brown for a completely different reason at that point in time.
You'd be notably tanking. People would say you're tanking.
You're tanking with one of the most feared hitters in baseball and a future Hall of Famer in Jose Altuve, and one of the bright young players, that maybe found themselves a little late in Jeremy Payne, with one of the best pitchers in baseball, one of the best closers in baseball. You'd be tanking? There's no way that would happen.
Now, if you're 10 games out, then we can talk.
And my point is, for the Astros to be sellers in this piece is ludicrous. It's ludicrous right now because not of the state of the team, because of where they are in their division.
Yeah.
That's it.
And what they have the potential to do and make and ground they could make up.
Of course.
Over these next, 3 months?
Yeah. It's too much time, man. Too much time. Coming up next, Bandwagon. It's our final segment. We'll do it next. Stay put.
For the first time in 7 years, the Texans are headed across the pond to play a 645 with Bijani and Creighton is proudly presented by Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you. There's
All right, time to play the good old-fashioned bandwagon. If you're new to the segment, I'm going to read a story that's sometimes wild, wacky, wonky. Sometimes it's sports-related, like tonight's will be. And I'll pose a solution, and Chris and Colin are going to have to tell me if they're on or off the bandwagon.
I'm already
Do you
off.
agree or do you disagree with the solution?
I disagree with you, Sean, on everything.
Well, good. Then you will not be playing this.
Colin's just being difficult tonight, man. Damn.
I know. What the hell?
It's part of the job description.
Apparently.
Get it together, dude. So the first begins with a little bit of a jinx job by Patrick Creighton last night.
Oops.
We were monitoring towards the end of the show the Athletics and the Angels. They had the late game. It was in Anaheim.
Yeah.
And so the A's are up 1-0. And game's going to the bottom of the ninth. This guy, JT Ginn, who I've never heard of before in my life, was pitching the game of his. And it would have been the first no-hitter of this MLB season. And he had 99 pitches, and, PC's like, he literally called it. I hope he blows it in the bottom of the ninth. Walk-off home run.
Hater.
And then this happened.
To center field, going back is Henry Bolte. At the track, leaping up. And a home run for Zach Neto. A 2-1 walk-off win on a home run. What a gut punch for the Athletics.
And then,
man,
I told you Dallas Braden
That's
earlier
rough.
was on that call as well.
Yeah.
And I was fully prepared for him to say, I've been in a situation like this before where I've had a game going and, explain like the mentals and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do it. He didn't make it about himself.
No.
Now he might have a little bit later on in their post-game show or whatever.
Maybe.
Dallas Braden once upon a time ago threw a perfect game on Mother's Day with his mother or grandmother, rather, in attendance.
It don't get much better
It
than
was
that.
one of the best stories of that sports year.
Yeah.
Not just in baseball, but in sports. It was fantastic. Like, what are the odds kind of a thing. This guy, JT Ginn, will probably never have another opportunity like this.
Man, that's rough.
Gave up a walk-off 2-run homer. So you heard the call, gut punch. Since PC jinxed it, PC should be tied up and kicked square in the nuts.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Are you on or off the bandwagon?
PC, I love you, but I'm on the bandwagon, baby. I'm on the bandwagon.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
I was thinking a kick to the crotch. That's exactly what I was thinking as you were explaining that.
Yeah.
Exactly where I was going.
Colin, do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, sorry, PC, but
now you agree, huh?
I gotta hop on the bandwagon. This is a no-brainer.
Now you're on the bandwagon, huh?
Listen here, man. I'm a big firm believer in the tradition of you don't jinx it. I don't care, even if you're not in the vicinity of a no-hitter or a perfect game. You just don't talk about it.
PC was just hating though.
Yeah, he was
straight up hating,
and it's fun. But it'd also be fun if he got kicked in the junk. Just for the S's and giggles.
I'm on the bandwagon, but I do not agree with your statement there. If it's not your team and it's like you're just an observer of what could be history, you can talk about it. But you cannot wish ill will.
And he did.
And he did, and it happened.
He was hating.
Because he wished the ill will.
He was just hating.
Hating-ass PC.
I'm a firm believer of that.
Hating-ass PC.
Now, the only thing that would have made this better is if the junk grabbers would have been the team to hit the 2-run homer.
Junk grabbers.
Because then he would be grabbing his own. Because I'd kick him square in the you-know-what.
Don't be weird about it, bro.
All right. Up next on the good old-fashioned bandwagon. Was he right or was he wrong? Michael Wilbon of one of my favorite shows all time.
Yes.
PTI.
Yes.
He was He was on this, Aaron Rodgers kind of a thing.
Rant?
Yeah, he was on this rant, and I totally disagree with his take on it. I've got a good chunk of it here. You tell me what you think of Michael Wilbon's take on Aaron Rodgers.
He's overstated. And by the way, I'm not talking about his career. No, Aaron Rodgers is a first ballot Hall of Famer, a great quarterback for years. He's irrelevant now. What makes him relevant now? This network talking about him every day in, day out, as if they're hanging on and waiting for, Patrick Mahomes 3 years ago. He's irrelevant. At this point, he's not LeBron James. He's not Tom Brady. He's not playing that way into his 40s. This whole thing is overstated. I knew when I saw breaking news. What breaking news? The only breaking news about Aaron Rodgers now is that he's retired. That's the breaking news. They're a third-place team in their own division, unlikely to be able to pass Cincinnati or Baltimore this year. We're talking about now. We're not talking about what Aaron Rodgers has been. So all this breathless waiting on Aaron Rodgers, we're going to chronicle it every day. I'm blaming this network because every time I turn on all of our shows except one, I hear about Aaron damn Rodgers. Again, it makes it sound like I'm criticizing Aaron Rodgers. I'm not. I'm criticizing us. I'm criticizing breaking news. I'm criticizing every day we got to talk about Aaron Rodgers. No, we don't. Well, he's irrelevant.
Yes.
Period.
All right.
Yes.
So, he's been at it for a while. He's an institution at ESPN. PTI is an institution between him and Tony Kornheiser. And I think he's gotten to this point where sometimes old people feel like they can say whatever the hell they want, do whatever the hell they want, and nothing's going to happen. They can just do it and get away with it. I wonder what next. Like, chances are maybe he gets a little talking to. Maybe they say, that was great stuff. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I think to a very much lesser degree, he gets like kudos and a pat on the back for that. But the part that didn't sit well with me, and it's not that I'm like an Aaron Rodgers fan, because I'm not really anymore. I'm intrigued by him. I was a fan of his when he was a Green Bay Packer quarterback, because I was a huge fan of Brett Favre when he was the Green Bay Packers quarterback, and I was a fan of that franchise whenever I was a little kid. But I don't even think he's right when he says ESPN is what makes him relevant, as in Aaron Rodgers. The fact that Aaron Rodgers is being waited on in bated breath by one of the most storied franchises in the NFL, the fact that he plays quarterback, the fact that he is a future Hall of Fame quarterback, is what makes him relevant, is what makes this story relevant. And, oh, by the way, it's the franchise that just hired Mike McCarthy as a head coach. The guy that's coached him before and that is waiting for his old buddy, old pal quarterback back in the day to come back and play for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. That's what makes it all relevant. Am I wrong here?
Yes.
Are you crazy?
You're absolutely. I agree with everything that Wilbon just said, because I've said it for 4 years. Aaron Rodgers, he's been washed since his last season in Green Bay. I've said it. I wrote about it. It's on the record. He is no better off now than he was then. He had a few good games last season, I'll give you that. But, yeah, he's irrelevant. The Steelers aren't going anywhere, okay? So the fact that they are waiting on him says more about them than it does Aaron Rodgers, because they are dysfunctional at this point. The Steelers are. I know that sounds funny to say about a franchise like the Steelers, but, yeah, they're dysfunctional. They waited too long to get to move on from what was the head coach that was his
Tomlin.
Mm-hmm. They waited too long to move on from Ben Roethlisberger. His last 2-3 years as quarterback. They've been in this trend for a while where they need to move on and they just can't. Now they're at it again. They had a lackluster hire with the head coach this time around. No one cares about Mike McCarthy. Yeah, they'll win a few games, but they won't be relevant in that, even in the division. Forget the AFC. They won't be a contender for a Super Bowl. Maybe make the playoffs a time or two, but
you're waiting on a future Hall of Famer to make his decision.
What did Wilbon say?
If it would have been no, then you would have begun to celebrate him. But now that it's yes, and he's going to play one more time, you hate that?
It doesn't matter because he's not going to make them any better than they would have been without him. Let's just be honest. They're not. He's not.
I'm off the bandwagon.
People like to watch a train wreck, and there's a good chance that there's going to be one right now, and you're going to love it for just that. I think Wilbon's full of crap because he's going to have material for days.
I'm off. You're wrong. I'm off.
You're crazy. Crazy. All right, Colin, we get to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yes.
Chris Partee in the house again. I'm Sean Bijani. Have a great night, everybody.
Super producer Colin, appreciate you making this an easy show.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 45 when the Texans schedule officially dropped?
The thing I like about the schedule, there's no